literally for the third time tonight. Hi, everybody. You might be watching. Hi. If you're watching
it's still under upcoming.
It should give it a second. Let's see. Give it a second.
Okay, now it's live.
Okay. Hi guys. If you're watching this in the thing of lives, you're probably wondering why we're so frazzled. It's because we were gonna start at 7 p.m. my time, 4 p.m. your time, and then both of our systems just said no. Just straight up no.
Yeah.
Just that's not gonna happen. But thank you for asking. And so here we are trying for the third time to do the
Make sure to put it on Discord.
Yeah, I'm doing that as we speak. Sorry, everybody has to look at this.
There's only me in the chat or in the live right now. Okay, there we go.
Try number 3. Yes, Peyton. I am so sorry. I'm putting it in our Discord right now. Actually, I'm gonna do this on my phone because that'll just be easier for the whole system. And I'm afraid of something else breaking at this point.
Fair, very fair.
So, hi guys. So how is everyone? What fresh tech ghosts have I met? Oh, you have no idea. Okay.
I guess he went over to my tech ghost, and was like, you know what? They're trying to start on time.
Yeah, both
The audacity of them.
System shut down at the same time. You had to run a malware scan. I had to restart my entire system. It was a lot, and then. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a fun hour.
Oh,
Avery and Daniel power hour.
It was like 20 minutes of us, 30 minutes of us like being like, hey, look at us, we're on time, let's do stream stuff, let's talk to stream, and the rest of the time was just, hey, what if literally everything broke? Like, they couldn't hear me, they couldn't see you, everything was breaking.
We couldn't get on call.
We couldn't get on call. I restarted my system, I came back, and instead of, I was like, hey, okay, pull Discord back up, and my computer said, no, what I'm going to do is pull up an article for a different project that you're doing for a client about a pastor's weird article about sex that's just really weird, and everybody was like, what's happening right now? And I was just like, I don't know. These are all the things I know. And our thumbnail is still...
The tech ghost, the lions, the witch, and the audacity of these bitches.
And the audacity of this bitch. So yeah, you've missed all the things. I wish I could say that it was unprecedented, but in a way, it's not.
Laser, we just explained why the last one died. It's because our computers decided that they weren't going to listen.
Yep, and everything's back now.
The tech just said we're starting at 5 o'clock. I don't know what you're talking about with this 4 o'clock nonsense.
Everything broke, that's all. Yes, everything broke, that's all. We are here now.
Okay, so, what were we in the, now I can't talk. Okay, what were we in the middle of? Oh yeah, we were talking about my dreaded fan fiction that I finally have mustered up the goal to mention.
I'm very excited for this.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Okay. I see Frick says later.
Frick. Well, we're back now. Let me change our thumbnail so it's actually the right thumbnail, because in the haste to get the third version of this up, it just was last week's thumbnail. Anyway, let's get the real one in there. You know, it's really funny because when I was just doing uploaded content, right? I used to worry about every single tiny thing that could possibly go wrong. And there's something about live content that just humbles you and says, you know what, bitch, everything is gonna go wrong.
Yeah, just like how children will humble you. Children will humble you and say like, you're fat, and then like go back to cartwheeling. I'm like, okay. I hate that. I love it and I hate it.
Random good news, they do in fact exist in like the schedule. Oh good, I'm glad you actually have hours. Hi Texas, hi everybody. Sorry,
Okay.
we're back. The funny thing was, we were like, we're gonna start at 7, and with all of the problems, we are literally starting at 8 straight up. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Okay. So before we have an opening act.
We do have an opening act.
Opening for Animorphs.
We need something like fun before we get into like the sadness. We have like the sadness
Sure.
of everything breaking. So many problems are happening with the package. Oh, I thought you were So many problems are happening with the stream tonight, Duty. It's just problem night.
Yeah, I was giving myself a manicure tech since I got myself the Super Nail Professional.
Ooh, nice.
So I like to use it for art crafts too. Like if I can't get the sandpaper in between like some wooden projects, it's a good thing to like sand the wooden stuff, like the little nooks.
Like I knew they existed. It's just the scheduling app decided to play an April Fool's prank on. Oh, you tech not working. I understand that perfectly.
Also, it's very good at taking the rust off of metal. So it's a handy tool for everything.
Nice. Yes, we're
Yes,
back.
we are
Sorry
back,
about
Chihiro.
all of the issues. The first stream broke, and then I came back to it, and then it super mega broke. Discord was still not showing up. It was just showing me a bunch of files from a different project I was working on that I didn't need right now. And then it was like, hey, we ended the whole thing. We finally got Discord working. We started it up, and then it stopped itself. And so then we tried for a third time.
So they're saying getting the echoing, and that's the least of our worries right now. Sorry.
That's right. This whole thing started because we were like, oh, we need to fix the echo. Hang on. I do know how to.
Let's not start with this shenanigans again. Let's see.
Headphones. Okay, I'm moving your sound back to my headphones, and I think that should fix the problem.
Okay.
Honestly, I agree with Daniel on the. Oh, that's
I'm thinking the echoes.
Oh, the echo is the least. The echo is the least of our problems. Apologies, guys. Can we just take a minute to appreciate that the stream crew is still hanging out after all of the things that could go wrong?
The stream team.
The stream team. Oh my God, the stream team. Yes.
All right. Okay, so if everyone will open their tabs to Wattpad prologue.
Yeah, I just had a flashback in my religious
Everyone will
trauma
open their
brain to
Bibles
being in
too.
church. And everybody open your Bibles too, because I was thinking about the weird pastor and the weird article about sex, and so then you said everybody open. I was like, oh my God, and then I just pictured the pastor going, everybody open your Bibles to Wattpad, and I was like,
Yeah.
brain is broken.
I'm polishing.
Yay,
up my
good
thing.
news. Polishing up on my Japanese because I haven't used any more words than really. I don't know how any of that is supposed to be pronounced. I apologize.
Yeah, I learned French in high school because I already knew Spanish. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get my international baccalaureate, and I'm going to go study abroad and get my bachelor's in France. What a foolish teenager I was, huh?
Well, see, I had these grand plans to go traveling, and then that was December of 2019, and if you don't remember, January of 2020 said no. Said no, you're not gonna do that.
Yeah, Miss Rona needed to do her concert tour.
Oh yeah.
So, je parlais beaucoup de français. Je regardais.
Oh no, please don't freeze again. Please, I can't do this again.
Beaucoup de français. I
God,
speak very little and I read very little, but I can write a lot.
Like, you froze for 1 second, and I was like, I can't.
But I love French. I love France. It's so it's weird and it's artsy.
It's weird.
Like the films that I've seen, all like so many French films I've seen, they've romanticized France for me. Just like the grittiness, the
Oh yeah.
artsiness, just the weirdness of it all. They embrace their weirdness. They wear it on their sleeve. They're the Tumblr girl of Europe.
Oh yeah. They're proud of it, and they should be, because it's awesome.
Yeah. Jade asking how it's going. It's going a lot better,
It's
but in the last
fine
hour,
now.
it wasn't that good.
I literally won't let me fix my whatever. So you know what?
All right, if everyone will pull up their link to the Wattpad.
Let me pull up the link in a second.
So that way we can have a good laugh ride about my story.
Yep. I feel like all the different stream series that we do are all cursed in very specific ways. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, at least it's better to be cursed by a tech ghost. I remember seeing you know how I've talked before about how I used to study the grimoires as a means of self-defense against the supernatural.
Yep.
If ever the case. And I remember I was surprised by an image of the goat-headed figure, you know, the cross-legged one.
Oh,
And that was maybe like at least 5 years ago since I saw that image. And every now and again, I don't even talk about it. I don't even bring it up in conversation. I'm not reminded of it in any way. I just blink, and yet it appears like etched like how I saw it. It lives rent free in my brain. Maybe I'm cursed. I don't know.
Maybe it's a good omen.
Maybe. But then again, my friend said, because I talked to him about it, he's like, oh, do you ever wish ill will onto people? Maybe that's why. Because it's like,
oh God.
It's tempting you to do that, to wish ill will onto people, and you need to, you know, not do it as much.
Oh dear. Hi Solkata, I will check that out. Let me pull up this thing.
Je parle français et anglais. Je m'appelle Chihiro, je suis un goblin, merci. Tu es un goblin, Chihiro. He's saying he knows French, and his name is Chihiro, and they are a goblin. Thank you. So my fan fiction, my old Power Rangers fan fiction, was a war story. But not as like super depressing war. It's more of there's a war going on, but they are kind of like they're not directly a part of it. It's more of like one side is choosing to get them involved in some essence.
Real quick, Chihiro says they use she they pronouns, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for letting us know. Peyton says, I like how the advice wasn't don't do it, but don't do it as much. That's funny.
I mean, it's the fact of the matter of you can't stop yourself from doing that stuff. It's just like, don't think of doing it as much. So I appreciate him saying that instead of like, you have to stop doing that. You can never do that again. It's like, you know, as humans, we can't help but, you know, repeat things, but as long as we're not doing it as much and catching ourselves before it happens, I think that's what he means to say.
Did you direct message me the
yes, I did.
link? Let's see.
Yes, wattpad.com/68221933 -power -rangers -primal -rage -prologue.
Top of my inbox just says, you have new messages from Gay House, and that's just a very funny thing to be like.
From Gay House? That's what you have me saved as?
No, not
Wait,
between you and
can't
me.
hear you.
I have 3 friends that are
in
a polycule that have me in their thing with them.
I can't hear you.
Gay House.
I can't hear you.
What?
I can't hear you.
Hang on.
I can't hear you still.
Ah! What?
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Maybe the detective is like, don't say it. Don't spill the tea, Avery.
Wait, what's happening?
And okay, there we go. I can hear you
They
now.
can't hear you. They can hear you and me, but they can't hear. We can't hear each other.
Okay.
No. Gay House is a different chat.
Okay.
It was just.
I'm like,
that was it.
excuse me.
No.
Last time I checked, we've gotten into conversations where it's like very evident that I'm not that.
Oh my god. Is this what miscommunication is in real life? Yes. Yes, it is. Anyway.
Okay.
I don't have the Wattpad message.
Okay, let me try again. Copy, paste. There you go. Sent it. You got the aquatic bookshelf or CD case shelf, whatever. But you didn't get my Wattpad thing? What?
Yeah, I got that one. Why did I get the Wattpad one? That's kind of the more important one.
No, not in the chat. If you guys look in the Discord, Avery's Discord, I have my Wattpad fan fiction in the miscellaneous crafting
Oh,
under
that's right. It's in there.
Daniel's
Let me just go to our
fan.
Discord. Let me just do that.
So if everyone will go to the Discord, open up to miscellaneous crafting, go down to where it's
Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hi. I should be heard. I should be heard now. I should be heard. Can you guys hear me? We can hear. Oh, thank God. Tonight's been a night. It really has. All right, let's get Daniel back. Desktop. This. Daniel.
"22,
Hey, I can
23,
see. I can hear you.
24." There we go.
I can see. I can hear you.
There we go.
I can see. I can hear you.
I can only hear you on chat. I can't hear you on
I
on
can
the
hear
call.
like a feedback loop.
Or can I? Hold on. Yeah, I can't hear you on the call, but I can hear you in the chat.
We can hear you, Avery. Yes, I am the new Sprint Wireless guy. Yes, I am the new Sprint Wireless guy.
Funny. Echoing again, says Jiro.
Yeah, I can hear the feedback loop of the echoing. Like I can hear myself on your end, and then
It's just on the call. It's just the call that I can't hear.
the feedback. My God, I know. So much feedback. Ah. I know.
Let's see. Hold on. Like I said, I can hear you on the chat, but on the blah blah blah. Discord chat or Discord call, I can't hear you.
Intention candles time. It's dangerous out there. Take this. I'm hearing me and you, like I'm hearing the entirety of the call just echo back.
Let me go. Let me change for the output devices. Okay, I changed it and I put it back and.
All right. I'm not hearing things anymore. I think that was the problem.
A stream-wide salt bath, Peyton says.
All of it. We just need like mugs that say like. Oh, I'm hearing the feedback again.
Probably from my phone.
Probably. Where is the artsy part? Where is it? Where is the Man, just one thing. Just give me one thing. I've got the crystals. Everybody is coming to our defense. Thank you. All right. Daniel's fan fiction. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Hi guys. I think we're here. You guys should be seeing. Yep. Okay. All right. The big old 10-pound clear quartz. Yeah, should be working, except for the fact that I'm just hearing a little bit of feedback still on your end. Like I'm just hearing a feedback loop.
Yeah, I just can't hear you, so I gotta use my phone.
Oh, hang on. Let's just do a test. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay, there we go.
5.
There we
Okay.
go. There we go.
Fixed it. The intention candles have worked. It's heavy. I'm seeing double. Oh my god. Hang on. Here, I have a selenite stick and a jar of amethysts.
And I have a small thing of obsidian and other rocks in here.
And I grabbed, this was the first deck I grabbed. This is the Labyrinth Tarot deck.
Let me just grab my cloud cards. Right back.
I think we're good. I think we're okay. I think we're good. Oh my good god. Hi, chat. We appreciate you. We are so sorry. I feel like we need once a week. Nice. I feel like once a week we need a stream that's just the rant stream, where we just rant about everything that went wrong on all the other streams.
See, this is what I was telling you about. There's an anime where a girl, she collects these things called cloud cards that are kind of like tarot cards. That become like spirits.
Yes, I'm gonna start watching.
Yeah, stuff like that.
I'm gonna start watching that once I'm done with Sailor Moon, I think. It's exciting.
Okay. So,
I think we're good.
Let's start reading my thing.
Are we reading we're reading the prologue and then we're going over to our Animorphs?
Yeah, just the prologue. All right, let's see. Keep in mind, I wrote this the last time I like wrote was probably like when I was 22. So if you laugh, I'm fine with it. Just keep in mind that I haven't written for over 5 years. Okay.
I'm sure we won't laugh.
If you laugh, I'm totally fine with it. I think it helps me better when people do laugh, as opposed to just sit in silence and be like, "It's nice. I liked it." Okay.
Cool.
All right. So I have the prologue queued up. All the art is practically original, except for the stuff that I use filters for.
Okay. Let me make sure that I'm actually scrolling so that we can see it.
Let me view it at the reader. Okay. A generational continuation of Power Rangers. This new team of Rangers fall into their roles of heroism when they encounter an alien who has hidden on Earth after being hunted down by a space pirate for the treasure of his home planet. These Rangers must not only face this enemy, but also must balance everyday responsibilities, relationships, and their insecurities, and keep their aliases a secret. Will the pirate succeed in his conquest to obtain these treasure, or will the Rangers be able to come together to defend their new friend, loved ones, and their planet? Woo. Okay. Shall we dive in?
Yes.
This is the prologue. Okay.
It's not.
Upon the dusted shorelines, sunlight glistens the minted waters of what seem typical in setting, yet alien. Trekking over the dunes walks a squad of hooded figures surrounding a man of experience. This man with a stern stoicism, I'm so flowery, and a look of focus in his eyes. The man marches down heavily down the shores of the foreign beach in search of an answer. This is a man who faced the realities of war, won countless battles, and is a respectable military official, well known on his planet dominant empire of Rashtrakhanda. Yet, even with such renowned pedigree, the man knows he is fighting a lost war. As he continues down the shore surveying the land, he keeps thinking about what could be lost in this war, the nation he has served for years, his home and the comfort of familiar settings, and most importantly, his wife and young child he longs to return to. He is at these shores, having heard legends of a sword of wicked power that is said to give any who held it uncontested victory. Maluspata. However, even while pondering, the man's reactions kick in and he suddenly stops, signaling his squad. His squad stands in silence and readies their firearms. The man stands in paranoia, believing the cadence of the beach is off rhythm. God, I was so pretentious. He moves his fingers, signaling for his troops to shoot east towards the low dunes. His suspicions are correct, and the man marches with his troops cautiously toward the unwanted followers. His pace is slow to keep the potential hostiles at bay, but draws close enough to question their motive. Within earshot, what business do you have following? Who sent you? The man projects his voice so clear that even the tides cannot drown it out. He repeats in another language, Vadatu, keeping his focus on the interlopers. Confusion springs as aggressive cries come from all directions. An ambush. A commune of bandits slowly reveal themselves to be circling the man and his troops, wearing layers of textile that camouflage with the coast, that hide their faces and bodies. The bandits stand over the mounds, a gesture of intimidation for the man and his troops. A quiet minute passes as both sides observe their opposition. Suddenly, a discernible individual among the bandits reaches out his arm, giving the group of bandits the command to charge in and attack. The man widens his stance and unsheathes his sword. Simultaneously, the bandits quickly enclose their circle while the man's troops see the man's sword as a cue. They pull back their cloaks to reveal they are not natural, but an artificial class of troops the man created called hunt droids. Hunt droids, stand your ground. Incapacitate, do not kill. Once in range, the swords begin to swing from the circle of bandits, and the troop of hunt droids counter, with each hunt droid defending the man against equal portions of the circle of bandits. Even within the protective circle of hunt droids, the man stays in his stance with his sword in hand. Among the crowded yells and metallic clang of rustic weapons clashing against the durable hunt droids, the man keeps his eye on the bandit leader. The leader of the bandits pulls out a pendant and raises it. The sunlight hits the eye of the pendant, and the pendant directs a beam of light in a set direction. The man cannot take his eyes off the pendant as he thinks it might be the key to finding Maluspata. The man's troops begin to push back and widen the circle. The man estimates the distance, preparing to move. He sheathes his sword. The man takes a step back and jumps onto the shoulders of one of his troops, proceeding to dive towards the leader. As the man crashes into the leader, they entwine and tumble down the dusted dune into what looks to be an animal's burrow. The two tumble into the burrow and fall for a few seconds. They bounce hard off the bedrock, hitting the bottom of what in reality was a remote cavern. The ruined cavern is adorned with pillars and wall carvings. The man is in awe of this discovery, but quickly turns his attention back onto his opponent, nearly dodging a sword. The man brandishes his own sword. Drop your weapon, with no reply from the bandit. Parakirati. His opponent responds with swings from his sword. The man festers with anxiety as he knows mediation is not possible, and death was the inevitable end for one of them. The two converse in an exchange of clangs, scrapes, lunges, and parries, with both evenly matched. The man analyzes the cavern and notices an extension on the floor formed from old roots. Giving too much focus on his surroundings, the man's face turns to visible concern, fueling his opponent with added aggression to kill. The bandit's swings grow reckless, heavier, each swing pushing the man backward. The man then desperately rushes in and locks his sword against his adversary. He feels the force lifting him and realizes his opponent has the man overhead. The man lands on the jagged bedrock, dazed, gasping for breath. He looks in all directions, and his sword is near the feet of his opponent. The man crawls and dives to grab his sword, all while his opponent swings their sword down where the man is diving. The man begins to bleed out, but the adrenaline of the situation detracts from the pain. The man takes a heavy chop at the floor before he can take another strike, he succumbs to the pain of the laceration of his tricep muscle. His opponent draws their sword over their head and begins to take a step. As soon as they place their foot, the ground beneath them collapses. The man's opponent struggles to pull out their foot and looks to the man with their face turning from anger to panic. The man sits on the bedrock, panting but unwavering, allowing the events to play out in front of him. His opponent was led to stand on the roots. The flooring cracks and shakes with the struggle of the bandit, and ultimately carried them to their death deeper within the darkness of the cavern. The man rips off a portion of his long cowl and wraps it around the laceration. He allows himself time to breathe. The man picks himself up and continues to follow the set path to what he figures is an ancestral structure of the natives from this planet. Walking for an indiscernible amount of time, he finds a ziggurat and begins to hike the steps. With each step, the man begins to feel fear, which surprises him due to the simple fact that he has long since felt the sensation of fear shocking his skin. He begins to grow cold. He is having thoughts of leaving, but he rationalizes these sensations as mere obstacles to deter intruders. He reaches the peak of the ziggurat, feeling his heart in his throat. His breathing grows short and rapid. After months of failed plans and the loss of close comrades, the man stands before his treasure, Malispata. Malispata lays on a stone rack, being kept company by the flames of cerulean at each corner of the structure. This sword will help end this war, the man whispers to himself, inching closer to Malispata. He gazes upon its legendary magnificence. As he notices his hand drawing towards the handle, he tries to resist the urge, but he cannot help but feel the sword belongs to him. He grabs a hold of the sword. The flames fly from their sconces and engulf the man. He cries out in agony, crushing migraines, burning skin, and his will leaving his body. The man falls to the ground motionless. And this is very lighthearted, yeah?
It's you laughing about it that's making it fun, but like it's making it more lighthearted. But like,
The flames dissipate and the man's body lies in darkness. The sconces relight with cerulean flames, and the man inhales with a shock. collecting himself off the floor. He stands with the sword scarred and with the lacerations of his tricep healed. This power, he whispers to himself, twisting his wrist and inspecting Maliswata at every angle. You'll do beautifully. The man hears a strained whisper over his shoulder. He turns to look over both in paranoia to find nothing. Who said that? In fact, you're perfect. Again, the man hears the whisper in his ear. Show yourself. The man brandishes Maliswata. There is no one here but you. This war you fight shall never be won with just the sword. More treasures must be found before true peace is brought to your world. The man realizes that the whisper is coming from his thoughts, reaffirming the intrusive thought with conviction. I will find all the treasures necessary until peace is brought to my world. Then all will fear and tell the tale of Trexar. Yeah, that was the prologue.
Beautiful.
All right, so what do we think?
Good. At one point towards the end, you just glitched, and it was like, and we were like, "What's happening?" And then we heard you again, so we were just like, "It's the tech ghost just reminding us that he's here."
Okay, so Peyton said why did the word ziggurat make me flinch?
Never mind. I think I know. I'm new to this fandom. I don't actually know.
So how awful was it compared to Imagine?
Oh no, it was not awful. Trust me. To be fair, we've read Monoland and Imagine, so we're a little broken. But I thought it was good. It was coherent. It was a story. It was setting up. We have heard of tech ghosts, but have you heard of tech demonic possession?
Peyton, this is a prologue. It wasn't Power Rangers related. I get that. It's a prologue. Prologue set up the stories.
Prologue before the story.
Yeah, you know how like in the first episode of Power Rangers, where like Rita Repulsa gets free from the astronauts opening a trash can on the moon.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 better than Monoland. Oh my god, you guys. That's funny.
I mean, I guess because Peyton wants like, no, the ziggurat thing wasn't related to power. No, because this is it. Ziggurats are a temple-like structure, and this is obviously the person who was looking for this sword was looking for it on another planet, and I guess they're more of a primitive civilization, so they would have ziggurats. But so yeah, so that's the prologue. That sets up the bad guy as the bad guy.
Sorry, I'd have more fun things to say if we hadn't already been through the ringer tonight. I'm sorry. So distracted.
Sorry. Peyton says no, the ziggurat thing wasn't related to Power Rangers. I thought they meant like ziggurats have nothing to do with Power Rangers. No, they were like, I guess they were clarifying to me. No, like just hearing the word ziggurat had nothing to do with.
Sorry, Peyton. It's been a night.
Yeah. But hey, that's the setup, and y'all can read the rest of it on Wattpad.
Very fun.
Make sure to laugh and comment on how bad it is.
I don't think it's bad.
I don't know, in your honest opinion, how is the writing compared to what you've read?
I thought it was honestly for you being like, look, I wrote this like years and years ago. I was expecting Model Land levels of like, oh god, what's gonna happen in this? But I thought it was good. I have never like consumed Power Rangers, so I feel like I would. I know it's a prologue, but I feel like I would understand like if I knew more about Power Rangers, so I feel like I'm not the person to review, but I thought it was good. All
right, chat. Compared to what we read on stream, how how was it? Chap, be very honest and don't hold back.
Oh God, I'm just having Model Land flashbacks now. We read, what were we reading last? Oh yeah. We were reading Goosebumps, and they said something about something being creamy, and I was like, ah, no, go away.
Creamy.
Yeah, have you read Model Land, or were you there for any of the Model Land streams?
No, I work on those days, so.
So the main character's name is Tookie de la Creme, and her mom's name is Creamy de la Creme.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just we were scarred.
I see. Creamy.
Creamy.
I mean, I've heard other names. I've heard people name very old-fashioned names that are kind of catch me off guard, like Dorcas. I've heard people named Dorcas. I've heard people named Lord. What is that? Lardis. And my immature brain, when I was a kid, couldn't help but think, "Oh wow, dork, lard." But they're just really old-fashioned names.
Cool. Yeah, no, we were pretty much streaming for an hour and a half before anything happened because it was just an hour of pain.
Peyton is asking me, when was the last time I read actual shite? Something tells me it wasn't recently. Well, to answer your question, I don't read.
Except for us with Animorphs.
I guess never.
Except for us with Animorphs. Yeah, no, I thought it was really good. I was expecting like a lot when you were like, okay, but like I wrote that, I'm like, oh God, what's gonna happen? And then I was like, oh, this is just a story. This is cool. I like this.
I mean, okay, so you don't have to know anything about Power Rangers for you to read it. I'll just say that much, because I pretty much explain everything that happened in the story. But you don't need to have context clues per se.
Yeah, Peyton's right. Your writing was perfectly fine.
Okay. So my reading is perfectly fine. Okay. Well, I guess that's my green light to turn that into its own thing.
Yay. Okay. Now we're into the Animorphs, which is a different kind of chaos.
Yes. That was just the prologue, and the prologue is so out of context with the rest of the story. Because it's more like, oh, high schoolers, love, friendship, crushes, abandonment issues, dealing with the death of your parents, having added responsibilities from being the oldest child. I can't hear you now.
Oh, nah.
Okay, so before we lose any more viewers, let's just get started on Animorphs.
All right. You're reading this first half.
And then you'll get the second half at chapter 12.
Yes.
Okay. Chapter 1. My name is Marco. I can't tell you my last name or where I live. Believe me, I wish I could. I wish like nothing more than to be able to tell you my name is Marco Jones or William or Vasquez or Brown or Anderson or McCain. Marco McCain. Has kind of a nice sound, doesn't it? But McCain is not my last name. I'm not even going to swear to you that Marco is my first name. See, I'm hoping to live a while longer. I'm not going to make it any easier for the Yerks to find me. I live in a paranoid world. But just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean I don't have enemies. I have real enemies. Enemies that would freeze your blood if you only knew. So, see, I'd like to tell you my name and address and phone number too, because if I could do that, it would mean I no longer had any enemies. It would mean my life was normal again. It would mean I could go back to minding my own business. I believe in minding my own business, which is why what happened on my way home from the 7-Eleven was so dumb. I was walking down the street with some low-fat milk, a loaf of bread, and a bag of peanut M&Ms. Since my mom died, I've gotten struck with a lot of the shopping and stuff for my dad and me. The 7-Eleven isn't in the greatest neighborhood, so I was walking kind of fast, minding my own business, trying not to think about the fact that it was after 10 at night. Then I heard it. Just don't hurt me. Just don't hurt me. It was a man's voice, an old man, from the sound of it. It was coming from a dark alley. I hesitated. I stopped. I pressed myself back against the cold brick wall of the building and listened. Just give me the money, old man. Don't make me hurt you. A second voice said, a younger voice, a tough voice. I gave you all of it, the old man cried. Then the punk said something I can't repeat. Basically, he was getting ready to pound the old man. I heard other voices, 3 punks in total. It didn't look good for the old man. That is totally not your problem, Marco, I told myself. Stay out of it. Don't be an idiot. 3 punks. Each of them probably twice as big as I was. I'm not exactly Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm not even average height for my age, although I make up for it by being incredibly cute and charming and witty and modest. But I was pretty sure the 3 big gang members in that alley were not going to be very impressed by my cuteness. Fortunately, I have other abilities. It had been a while since I had done this particular morph, but as I concentrated, I could feel it coming back. I slipped into the opening of the alley and hid in the shadow of a very small dumpster. The first thing that happened was the fur. It sprouted quickly from my arms and legs and all down my body. Thick, rough, rugged black fur. It grew long on my arms and back and head. It was shorter everywhere else. My jaw bulged forward. I could hear the bones in my jaw grind as they stretched, and the non human DNA changed my body. Morphing doesn't hurt. It creeps you out sometimes, but it doesn't hurt. And as morphs go, this one wasn't bad. I mean, I still got to keep my usual arms and legs and stuff, not like when I morphed into an osprey or a dolphin. I mean, when I was a dolphin, I was breathing through a hole in my back of my neck. With this morph, I had arms as usual, only they were a lot bigger. A lot bigger. My legs bent forward. My shoulders grew so massive, it was like having a couple of pigs sitting on my back. I also had an enormous round belly and a leathery chest. My face was a black, bulging, rubbery mass, and my eyes were practically invisible beneath my heavy brow. I had become a gorilla. Now, here's the thing about gorillas they're the sweetest animals around. If you leave them alone, they will most likely just sit and eat leaves all day. And that's all the gorilla mind really wanted to do right then. Eat some leaves, maybe have a nice piece of fruit. But I was in that head too, along with the gorilla's instincts. And all I had decided to teach those punks a little lesson. See, now that I was in that gorilla body, I weighed 400 pounds and I was mighty strong. How strong? Let me put it this way. Compared to a gorilla, a human being is made out of toothpicks. I wasn't just twice as strong as a man. I was maybe 4, 5, 6 times stronger. Further down the alley, the punks had lost patience with the old man. Let's just kick his butt, one of the geniuses said. Then, when I decided to say hello to get their attention, I picked up the dumpster, threw it against the far wall of the alley. Yes, a full size dumpster. Crash, boom. What was that? Look, what is that thing? Whoa, that's some kind of a monkey? Monkey, I thought. Excuse me, monkey? I'll show you, monkey. Before they could decide what to do, I charged, knuckles scraping the dirty ground, small hind legs propelling me forward. I charged. If the punks had had any sense, they would have run. They didn't. Get it, one yelled. I grabbed him around his arm with one massive fist. I lifted him straight up off the ground and threw him over my shoulder. Ah! Boom. He landed on the ground behind me. The other two rushed at me. One on the left, one on the right. I saw a knife glitter. I saw a knife glittering. The knife slashed my arm. It almost hurt. Ooh, ooh. I yelled in pure gorilla. With my injured arm, I landed a backhand blow to the knife guy's chest. He flew back. I mean, flew. He hit the wall and dropped. I just grabbed the third guy by the shirt collar and threw him into the dumpster. Don't kill me, he cried as he sailed through the air. I had no intention of killing anyone. I hoisted the knife guy into the dumpster with his friend. He wasn't breathing real well, but I'd figured he'd survive. Ha, I thought. Who needs Spider-Man when Marco's on the case? While I was telling myself just how cool I was, I heard the sound. It was a click. Two clicks, actually. The sound of an automatic pistol being cocked. I spun around. Blam! Blam! It was the first guy, the one I'd thrown over my shoulder. He was up on his feet, gun pointed. It was big, it was powerful, but a gun was a whole different story. A loud, blech, and loud. Man, are those things loud. Ha, come and get me, monkey man. I barreled behind the dumpster. I leaned my massive shoulder into it and sent it rolling and spinning and sliding at the guy with the gun. Ah! Blam. So much for the guy with the gun. I checked, he was alive. He wasn't happy, but he was alive. The gun was nowhere to be seen. Well, Marco, I thought, that went okay. Now find someplace private, demorph, call 911 to come arrest these guys, and you can still get home in time to watch Letterman. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten one thing. Get out of here, you monster! The old man, the one I had risked my life to save. He was standing facing me. He was shaking with fear and red in his face. Oh, I thought. So that's where the gun went. The old man was pointing the gun at me. Back, you demon. Don't come any closer. Blam, blam, blam. I tore out of the alley with bullets whizzing through the air, which just goes to show you why you should never get involved in other people's problems. All right, there. Let's see.
Sorry, I was slacking on scrolling like I tend to do.
You were so invested in the story, huh?
It was that, and I was also trying to fix something on the Discord server.
Okay. Chapter 2. Yeah, so then I do the gorilla thing, right? I save the old man. I'm the hero. I am Spider-Man. I am Wolverine. I am Batman. Or at least Gorilla Boy, Rachel interrupted. She did a forward flip as we walked across the springy grass. Rachel's into gymnastics. It's very distracting when someone flips while they're talking to you. It was the day after my big hero act. We were all out in the far meadow of Cassie's farm. Me, Jake, Cassie, and Rachel, strolling through little bunches of wildflowers. Tobias was flying overhead, about 100 feet up, in a sky dotted with bright white clouds. And what happens as I am playing Captain America? I asked. The old man unloaded the gun at me. I totally lost the milk and my bag of M&Ms. Jake gave me a disgruntled look. Marco, it was a it was good of you to rescue the old man, but you really shouldn't be turning into a gorilla. Now, as you're reading this, you're probably thinking, Marco, time out. You've left out a few things. Like, how can you turn into a gorilla? Good question. It happened on a dark night when we were all heading home from the mall. There were five of us. Me, you already know. Jake is my best friend, even though, unfortunately, he's kind of a pain sometimes. He's one of those serious type of guys. You say the word responsibility, and he snaps to attention. He's the kind of guy who always seems like he's bigger than he actually is. That's because he has the whole I'm in charge and you can trust me thing going on. He has sensible brown hair and trustworthy brown eyes and one of those confident chins. He also has a great sense of humor and is very smart, and I would trust him with my life any day, anytime. Not that I would ever tell him that. Then there's Cassie. I didn't really know her very well back then, but I think she's kind of Jake's girlfriend now. Of course, no one is supposed to know this. Shh, big secret.
Not anymore.
Cassie is the one who I least like, who is least like me. If I'm comedy, she's poetry. She's the natural peacemaker. She's the one who knows when you're feeling bad and will find something nice to say that makes you feel better. And it's not like she's manipulating. She really cares about things. Like she's like sincere or something. Cassie's our animal expert. Her parents are both vets, and she spends most of her free time helping her dad run the wildlife rehabilitation clinic. It's in the barn of their farm. They save injured woodchucks and deer and eagles and so on. Cassie actually knows how to get an injured, angry wolf to take its pills. Not an easy thing, believe me. I was a wolf once. You go onto her barn and you'll see this little short black girl in overalls and boots with her arm halfway down the throat of a wolf that could just bite it right off. And she'll be smiling and acting like it's no big deal. And the wolf will just be standing there, looking like he's trying to earn a gold star for being the best little boy in school. Then there's Rachel. Very beautiful. Very leggy, blonde supermodel type. Miss Fashion, Miss Properly Applied Makeup, Miss Has It All, Looks and Brains. Rachel is Jake's cousin and a total babe, who unfortunately is also totally insane. See, somehow underneath all that perfect hair and perfect teeth, there is this lunatic Amazon warrior queen just fighting to get out. Here's what Rachel will say when we decide to do something so dangerous it makes you want to wet yourself. I'm in. Let's go. Let's do it. I swear that if she could, Rachel would be wearing a suit of armor and swinging a sword. And it would be a fashionable suit of armor, and she would look great in it. And then there's Tobias. That night, in the construction site, he was just the kind of dweeby kid I barely knew. He liked Jake because Jake once kept some guys from beating him up. To be honest with you, I don't even remember what Tobias looked like back then. Now, of course, he looks like a fierce, angry bird of prey. They're the downside to the morphing powers we have. A time limit of 2 hours. Stay more than 2 hours in a morph, and you stay forever. That's why Tobias was flying overhead with his wide wings catching the warm updrafts. Tobias is a hawk, a red-tailed hawk to be exact. I guess he always will be. I tease Tobias sometimes. What happened to him scares me. Anyways, on that night, we were cutting through this big abandoned construction site. It was supposed to be a shopping center, but they got it half built and then stopped. Then, to make a long story short, there was this spaceship. It was carrying an Andalite who was dying of wounds he'd gotten fighting the Yerks up in Earth's orbit, or thereabouts. He's the one who told us about the Yerks. The Yerks are parasites. They use the bodies of other species. They take them over, they control them. That's what you call a human who's been taken over, a controller, a human controller. Jake's brother, Tom, is one, a controller. And Melissa, Rachel's friend, her father is one too. The Andalites fight the Yerks. They had been trying to stop the secret Yerk invasion of Earth. But basically, they got their butts kicked. Before he died, the Andalite promised us that reinforcements would come. Eventually, in the meantime, all he could do for us was give us a weapon. That weapon was the powered morph, to acquire the DNA of any animal we could touch, and then to become that animal. So that was the deal. The five of us, five regular, everyday kids, were supposed to fight the Yerks until the Andalites came along and rescued us. The five kids. Hold on. There. Five kids versus the Yerks. The Yerks, who had already conquered the terrifying Hork-Bajir and made them into controllers. The Yerks, with their creepy allies, the taxing controllers. The Yerks, who had already infiltrated human society, making controllers out of cops and teachers and soldiers and mayors and TV news people. They were everywhere. They could be anyone, and all we had was five kids who could turn into birds or gorillas. I just don't think we should be morphing out on the streets in order to get involved in everyday crimes, Jake lectured. Remember what happened at the used car lot with Rachel and Tobias? And you asked them if they were insane? I was about to argue with Rachel when Rachel spoke up again. I think Marco did the right thing, she said. What was he supposed to do? Just walk away? I don't think so. Okay, now I know I was wrong, I said. Anytime Rachel thinks I did the right thing, it has to be wrong. Besides, that was my whole point. I had risked my life for that old man, and I didn't even get a thank you. I don't know if it was a good idea, Cassie said, but the feeling behind it was good. I think it was heroic. Well, what could I say? It's very hard to disagree with somebody who just called you a hero. Jake decided to let it go. Unfortunately, the reason he decided to drop it was that he had something bigger to talk about. He got his serious look. I groaned. I hate that serious look. It always means trouble. Jake, are you going to tell me why we're all walking in the field together, aside from the fact that it's a nice day and all? We're going to see Axe, Jake explained. Cassie and I have been talking to him the last couple of days. You know, about what he wanted to do? Uh-oh, I muttered. I just know I'm not going to like this. Well, probably not. Axe wants to go home, Jake said. Home? Rachel repeated. To the Andalite homeworld, Cassie said. Axe, whose real name is Aximile Escaruth Ishdil, is an Andalite. I stopped walking. The others stopped too. Excuse me, but isn't the Andalite homeworld kind of far away? Axe says it's about 82 light years. Jake confirmed. Light travels about 186,000 miles per second. I pointed out. Times 60 seconds per minute, times 60 minutes per hour, times 24 hours per day, times 365 days per year. That's 1 light year. Times 82 years. Rachel laughed. So you have been staying awake in science class, Marco. We tried to figure it out in miles, but none of our calculators go that high. You know, Jake, I could be wrong, but I don't think any of the major airlines fly to the Andalite homeworld, I said. Uh-huh, he said with a nod. I know. That's why we'll have to steal a Yerk spaceship. Come again, Jake? I'm sorry, what? Jake really has no chill.
No, Jake has no chill. But he is also kind of the one left with all the responsibility, so.
Let's see. How's Chad doing so far? I didn't think they're going to steal your spaceship.
Chat's good. Natty's back from trying to do homework. Jake's crazy is sure strong tonight. Jake's crazy is very strong tonight, yeah.
Like, literally, you'll be like, you know what? I really like that necklace in the window. You like that necklace, you say? Yeah, we kind of have other big issues. Like, we need to break into the mall safe to get the Yerk's plans.
Yeah, Jake is just like, no one gets to feel any feelings if they're not part of the plan.
Yeah. Like, your feelings are valid, but like, this is more important. He's like the you know, like how when you put your 2 weeks of or like you put your days off 3 days in advance or whatever. I don't know what you do.
Yeah.
Your time off request. Jake would be like, yeah, I saw your time off request, but I'm gonna have to say no because we have to steal some Yerk spaceship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jake, who needs feelings if you have plans? I know, exactly.
All right, then.
Fun fact, I think that's also the slogan of all Virgos everywhere. Sorry, Virgos.
Wait, what?
No, I would say, fun fact, that's the slogan of all Virgos.
What?
Who needs feelings when you've got plans? And then I was like, just kidding. Love you, Virgos.
Oh, okay. Jake ain't a Capricorn, I'll just say that much. Jake is not a Capricorn.
No. Capricorns are way too emotional for this shit.
Nah, well, we'd be like, if Jake was a Capricorn, he would, I don't know. I feel like he'd be like, Cassie, stop with your bullshit of like, you can know what the whales are saying. All right.
We get very punchy when we're tired.
Be like, we've been swimming as freaking dolphins for hours. Don't give me your nonsense of, oh, the whales heard me.
Y'all wait to 3 days to put in a time off request? I asked in February for time off in June, Ellery said.
Oh. No, because I was like 2 weeks. That sounds like your 2 week notice. No, it's you need a minimum of 2 weeks for time off. I remember now.
I don't think I have ever asked for time off from work. I've never had a normal job.
Here's my thing, because I've only had one job for 5 years. I never took time off, but if I did, and if it got rejected, I still would have gone. Why? Because I already told you guys ahead of time I'm not going to be there.
Oh.
And what are they going to do? Fire me, even though I told them ahead of time I wasn't gonna go?
One time I was working on a set, and I was core background, and I got the flu, and I called and I told them I was sick, and they threatened to fire me, or this was my casting agency. They threatened to basically fire me if I didn't show up. So guess who went into work with the flu? And that was pre-COVID, but even pre-COVID, that was a horrible idea.
Well, I guess they can't do that nonsense now. They can't fire you because of something you really don't have any control over.
Nope.
That's really against HR policies. And
yeah.
you could have sued them.
Oh yeah, this happened a long time ago. If it happened now, I'd be like, I'm not coming in. Have fun. I'll be back on Monday. Mm.
Yeah, besides, if companies are like, yeah, we can't approve it, it's like, okay, I'm still going to go anyways. It's like, what are they going to do for you besides, they pay, but at the same time, there are plenty of other companies and people out there. They will do fine without you for a day. The store or wherever you work is not going to burn down because you're not going to be there for one day.
Yep. When I worked for my aunt, I took a grand total of 1 day off, and she acted like I burned down her house. I think people feel like they have this image of like if you're working with family or friends that like it's like, oh, I'm taking this whole week off, and they're like, okay, sweetie, and in reality, it's just like they take it personal. They're like, why are you not coming into work? How could you do this to me?
Yeah. Like if it like in the future, I'm planning to have my own appliance repair business. And if I hire people and they're like, hey, I'm not gonna come in that day, I'll try and keep that in mind. But I'll just be like, okay, you weren't able to come in, so I have your work from Monday, and you got to catch up with it.
Yeah. Natty, I have lots of family members that are Sagittariuses, and I have to agree with you. Rachel gives off Sagittarius energy.
Yeah, my mom's a Sagittarius, but yeah, I'm so much like her. And I'm a Capricorn.
Mm.
All right, then. Chapter 3. There he is, Cassie said. I followed the direction of her gaze. Over towards the line of trees at the edge of the field, I saw Axe, the Andalite. From a distance, you'd think he was a small horse or a deer. He has 4 hoofed feet that flash with amazing speed. His upper body looks like a horse's neck and a head, except that when you get close enough, you see that he has 2 smaller human-sized arms sticking out. His head is kind of a triangle with 2 huge almond-shaped eyes. Those are his main eyes. There are 2 extra eyes, each stuck atop a sort of stalk. The stalks stick out of the top of his head and move, pointing the extra eyes in any direction. But the thing that really makes you stare at is but the thing that really makes you stare is the tail. According to Cassie and Rachel, Axe is cute. I wouldn't know. Being a guy, all I know is when you see that tail, you know right away that Andalites aren't exactly cuddly koalas or puppies. The Andalite tail resembles a scorpion's tail. It curls up and over and is armed with a wicked scythe blade. They can strike with those tails faster than your eyes can see. I'd seen the first Andalite do that, and the second before the evil creature known as Visser III murdered the Andalite prince. He had struck with the tail again and again. That memory came back to me as I watched Axe's galloping towards us, tail arched and ready. I hope there's no one around, Jake said anxiously. He scanned the area. It was pretty remote. Cassie's house and barn were way out of sight, and there was no reason why anyone would be in the distant field. I looked up and saw Tobias's reddish tail feathers. I gave him a wave. All clear, Tobias called down to us in thought speak. There's some people having a picnic that's a couple miles from here. Axe came galloping up. Prince Jake, he said, also in thought speak. Jake groaned. Axe had gotten it into his head that Jake is our leader, which was partly true. And I guess for an Andalite, any leader of some kind is some kind of prince. Axe has no mouth. No one had asked him yet how he ate with no mouth. He communicates by thought speech. It's the same way we communicate when we're morphed. For us humans, it only works when we're morphed. For Andalites, it's the normal way to communicate. Hi, Axe, Jake said, as the Andalite came to a skipping stop just a few feet from us. How are you doing? I am well. And each of you? I'm fine, Cassie said. Tobias swooped down out of the sky. He braked and landed neatly on the grass. I'm fine too, Axe. Or at least I was until I heard someone say something really stupid. Axe looked uncertain. He swiveled one of his stalk eyes forward to get a better look at me. What stupid thing was said? Someone said we are going to try and steal a Yerk ship, I said. He smiled an Andalite smile, which is hard to describe, except that it involves his main eyes. You think it will be dangerous? Dangerous? No. Jumping off a 10-story building is dangerous. Sticking your tongue in an electric socket is dangerous. Not to mention painful. But stealing a Yerk ship is beyond dangerous. The higher the danger, the higher the honor, Axe said. Is this not true? I gave Rachel a side look. I think we found your future husband. It may be honorable to try and get a Yerk ship, Axe, Jake said, but honor isn't our most important goal. The Andalite looked surprised. Dang. His main eyes widened, and his stalk eyes stretched up to their maximum height. It looked like surprise to me. What else do you fight for if not for honor? Jake shrugged. Look, we're trying to do whatever we can to hurt the Yerks. We're also trying to stay alive. For all there is. I mean, no one else even knows there is a Yerk invasion. So if something happens to us, he let it hang. I did not mean to offend, Axe said. You are right, of course. You are alone. If you fail, all is lost. So the question is whether this is something we can do without getting killed, Jake pointed out. Yeah, we're mostly against the idea of getting killed, I added. So how are we supposed to grab a Yerk ship? They're up in orbit. We're down here. It's not like we can call them up and ask to come down. Yes, we can, Axe said. What? We can call them. Right. I can create a Yerk distress beacon. They will send a ship to investigate. You mean like, hello? Hello? Is this Visser 3? Could you send a ship down to pick me up? I said. I expected everyone to laugh because the idea was so totally ridiculous. No one laughed. Excuse me, I said, trying again. Personally, I had plenty of Visser 3 in my life. I don't need to call him on the phone. It will not involve that foul beast. That was the one thing I liked about Axe. He hated Visser 3. He reminded me of the Andalite prince, who was Axe's older brother. When either of them said the word Yerk, let alone Visser 3, you could feel that air vibrating from anger. It will be a minor matter, Axe said. They will hear a distress beacon and send a bug fighter to investigate. There is always at least one Hork-Bajir and one Taxon aboard each bug fighter, I pointed out. Anytime you start playing with Hork-Bajirs, it's not a minor thing. Do you fear them? Axe demanded. He stared at me with all four eyes. You better believe I fear them. Fear is unworthy of a warrior. He seemed a little too determined for me. I don't know much about Andalites, but I had a feeling I understood this one. At least a little. See, he was alive. But Every other Andalite who had come to Earth, including Axe's brother, the prince, was dead. So I took a shot. It wasn't fair, maybe, but he made me mad, acting like I was some kind of coward. How many times have you fought Hork-Bajir or any controllers? I asked him. His stalk eyes drooped. He pawed the ground with one hoof. Never, he said. I nodded. I thought so. So let me tell you something, Axe. It's scary. It's so scary that sometimes you wish you could just go ahead and die because it's easier than dealing with the terror. Well, I thought I looked around at my friends. That pretty well killed everyone's happy mood. It was Tobias who broke the silence. If you get the Yerk ship, can you get back to the Andalite homeworld? Axe seemed abashed, but he answered, Yes, I hope so. And if you make it, can you do anything to hurry your people up? Get them back here quicker? I am young, like you, but I am the brother of Prince Alfingor. My people will listen to me. I know that they will come either way, but yes, perhaps if I can return and tell them how desperate your situation is. Jake took a deep breath. Okay, time to vote. I groaned. I already knew what it would be. All right, let's see. So we already know what the vote's gonna be, but how's chat doing?
I made the comment that Axe is my son and I will die for him.
Axe is my son and I will die.
Axe is
We
adorable.
don't know too much about him. We know he's a child, but
Yeah, but he's adorable. He's an adorable little alien
when
child
he's
with
a
no
human,
family.
he's adorable. But when he's like his normal self,
No, he's
I don't know,
adorable.
it's
He has an
kinda dumb.
adorable personality. He's an adorable little orphan kid. I feel so bad.
It's like Big Hero 6, I guess. His brother died.
Yeah.
All right. Chapter 4. Okay, ready? I asked. Yes, I am prepared to begin the morph, Axe said. It was Saturday, a couple of days after we had all agreed to go ahead with the plan to capture a Yerk ship. We were in Cassie's barn, surrounded by cages full of injured animals and birds. Cassie's father and mother were both away for the day. Jake checked his watch. And after 10, he reported. Axe starts morphing at 10:12 and is done by 10:15. The bus will be at the stop at 10:25, I said. It will arrive at the mall by 11. By that point, Axe will have been in morph for 45 minutes. That leaves an hour and 15 minutes on the 2-hour morph time. Is it enough time? Cassie wondered. She was biting her lip nervously. I shrugged. 30 minutes to reach Radio Shack. Find what Axe needs to make his transmitter. Buy it and get back to catch the 11:30 bus home. That gets back here at 5 after 12. 10 minutes to spare. Jake was looking pretty stony faced, which is how he looks when he's not sure if something will work. It's the best we can do, I said. I know. Everyone ready? Jake asked. I should go with you guys, Rachel said for like the 10th time that morning. I should be there. No, we can't all go. If something goes wrong, we don't want everyone caught at once, I said. And something is sure to go wrong. Why do you say that? Axe demanded sharply. Jake smiled. Marco doesn't believe in optimism. Tobias flew almost silently into the barn through the open hayloft. It's still all clear, and the bus is right on schedule, over on Margolis Avenue. Okay, Axe, time to morph, Jake said. And don't forget the morphing outfit, okay? I reminded him. The concept of clothing kind of puzzled the Andalite. We'd gotten him skin tight bike shorts and a t shirt that he could use for morphing, but he still didn't know why. It's one of the most annoying things about morphing, dealing with clothing. We'd learn how to morph clothes, but only things that were real tight fitting. Anytime you tried to morph a jacket or sweater, they just ended up shredded. And shoes? Forget about shoes. Clothing. Yes, he said. I have integrated it into my human morph. Time, Jake said, pointing to his watch. Axe began to change. I'd only seen him do it once before, soon after we rescued him from the sunken Andalite dome ship. I've seen a lot of morphing. I've done a lot of morphing. I've done a lot of it too. It's always creepy watching a human being become some strange animal. But watching Axe morph was different. He wasn't becoming an animal. He was becoming a human being. The stalk eyes shrank and disappeared in his head. The deadly scorpion tail shriveled and withered and slithered up inside him like someone sucking a piece of spaghetti. But spaghetti.
Oh.
His front hooves disappeared completely. Whoa, look out, Jake said. He caught the Andalite as he fell forward with no front legs to support him. Thank you. I must practice standing with only two legs. A gash opened from his face and grew lips and teeth. A nose grew where there had been small vertical slits. His eyes became smaller, more human. But the weirdest thing about Axe morphing was not just that he looked like a human, it was that he looked like a particular human. Actually, four particular humans. See, he had absorbed DNA from Jake and Cassie and Rachel and me. Somehow, by some process we did not understand. He was able to combine all four genetic patterns to come up with one person. The end result was definitely strange and disturbing. I looked at him and saw some of myself and Jake and Rachel and Cassie too, although Axe was male. That was the most bizarre part. Looking at him and thinking, hey, he looks familiar. Really familiar. In fact, hey, that's my hair. Axe, you could be either a really pretty guy or kind of an unattractive girl, I said. I'm an Andalite, he said. Andalite. Light. Light. Okay, with those additional clothes, Jake said, let's get going. Tobias, he looked up at the rafters. On my way, I'll check on the bus, Tobias said and flew away. More clothing, clothing, Axe said. Axe, don't do that. What? What? That. Where you play with the sounds, just say what you need to say and stop. Like I said, the Andalites have no mouth and no spoken speech. Axe seemed to think mouths were some kind of toy. Yes, Axe agreed. Yeah, yes. And one other thing, the shoes go on your feet, not in your pockets. Yes, I remember. Member. He pulled his sneakers out of his pockets and looked at them helplessly. Rachel and Cassie each took a foot and got him laced up. People are going to think he's weird, Rachel said, sounding exacerbated. Fortunately, it's the mall on a Saturday morning, I pointed out. It'll be full of weird people. Not this weird, Rachel said. This could be trouble. Isn't it a little late for you to admit that I was right and this idea is insane? I asked her. Besides, no need to worry. I'll be there. Great. Then it's sure to be a disaster. We caught the bus without any problem. Axe made a strange mouth noise the entire trip, but the bus was mostly empty. We got to the mall right on time. So far, so good, Jake said as we all headed into the mall. I rolled my eyes. Jake, do me a favor. Don't ever say, so far, so good. The only time anyone ever says, so far, so good, is right before everything blows up in their face. So far, far, Axe said, trying out the sound. So, so far, so good. Oh man, I said. Sorry, I'm reading chat now. All right, let's see.
Alright, I was behind on
that look like
scrolling.
for mouse.
Peyton is doing something in Illustrator that apparently looks evil. We can only imagine.
I like reading facts. It's like being a kid again. You know how little kids like they'll just like stick their tongues out and just like kind of just like and be like
Yeah, I have days like where I like vocally stim because
like they'll just play with their tongues
and I'll
like
be like, and I'll be like, I'm like a 5-year-old again, and I think that's part of why I love Axe.
like he's just like a 5-year-old, just like playing with sound. All right, I don't know why, but like the roof of my mouth is like deciding to be like phlegmy. So.
Uh-oh. Do you want me to take over reading early?
No. It's just like when I'm in the middle of reading, it's like I gotta drink, but then when I drink, it gets phlegmy, so then I don't drink, and then I get thirsty. It's like, I hate it.
Yeah, that happens. When I started doing the read streams, I was like genuinely like losing my voice like every morning when I would wake up, and so I said to my dad, who has background radio, I'm like, how do you talk for hours and not lose your voice? And he was like, lemon tea with too much sugar, and I was like, that works, and I have been doing
like,
that.
Oh, let me tell you, Avery, we use plenty of honey and sugar.
I have a picture of him that's like the most 90s picture I've ever seen of him at the radio station, like before he went on air, and like you can see like all the old like all the like, you know, the music stacked up back here, and it's just a great picture.
Isn't that what they do still on the radio? Like they have like the CDs and stuff?
Probably, but this specific picture, like everything about like what he's wearing, the station, like everything just looks 90s. The picture itself, it's very 90s.
Well, Derp, because Derp says, I think having a mouth is weird to Axe. No, it's not that it's weird to Axe. It's that Axe never had a mouth. Because he's still a kid, so he's probably not used to morphing. But even then, he probably morphs things that don't use their mouths for talking. So he sees that the humans use it for communication. And that probably is like, oh wow, that's so cool. Like imagine like, I don't know, an animal suddenly being able to use its thumbs, like Perry. If Perry could use their thumbs, damn.
Oh god,
she would just be playing with her thumbs.
Perry would just be like, and she'd just like scream and just be like, I can scream in different tones now.
Yeah. Or if Perry could talk, she would be like talking nonstop.
Perry.
All right, chapter 5. The mall was a zoo. Wall-to-wall people, old people moving really slow, married people with squalling babies in huge strollers, high school kids trying to look cool, mall police trying to look tough, good-looking girls carrying bags from Limited. I know what he's talking about, Limited too.
Dear God.
Some of them say justice all of them. Your basic Saturday at the mall. Okay, where is Radio Shack? Jake wondered. God, Radio Shack.
Radio Shack. Oh dear.
If they said Circuit City, I would have like, damn, Circuit City.
Not Circuit City. At least go to Radio Shack.
Yeah. At least Radio Shack's still around, kinda. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know, I said. Is it up on the second level? You know, down by Sears. Sorry, I'm laughing because we had a Sears in at the mall, and then they closed it. I'm sorry.
The
I'm
last
just,
time I saw a Sears was when I
is
was
it is
working
that
season.
it or is that Circuit City? Just like I said.
This is so funny.
Let me check the map over there, Axe. Come with me. Jake stopped suddenly. Marco, where is Axe? I spun around. He was right here. Bodies everywhere. All I saw were bodies men, women, boys, girls, babies, but no aliens. At least, not that I could see. We had lost Axe. It had taken a total of about 2 minutes for us to mess up. Then suddenly, I saw a strange, familiar face. There he is, on the escalator. How did he get all the way over there? Jake demanded. We got off after him, but it was so crowded we could barely move. Jake started pushing his way through. I grabbed him by the arm. Don't run, man. The mall cops will think you're ripping something off. Besides, we can't attract attention. Controllers shop too. Jake slowed instantly. You're right. This many people, some of them are sure to be controllers. We threaded our way, moving as quickly as we could without being too obvious. I just kept saying, "Excuse me, excuse me." I tried not to bump into anyone who looked like he'd get mad and pound me. It seemed to take forever to reach the escalators. By then, we had totally lost sight of Axe. As long as he doesn't morph, we're okay, he said. I mean, what's the worst thing he could do? Jake, I don't want to think about the worst thing he can do. There. Where? Over at Starbucks, the coffee place. I'm laughing. Starbucks, the coffee place. Oh, if only they knew that
No.
Starbucks would be a thing. So it would you just say Starbucks and people know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Oh, you mean the coffee place Starbucks? Or are you talking about the clothing place Starbucks? All right, let's see. All right, where was I? Where was I? Where was I? Oh, okay. It's not at all. Wait, it's not as tall as Jake. I'm not as tall as Jake, so I couldn't see him as easily. But as far as we got near Starbucks, I spotted him. He was standing patiently in line. We got to him just in time to hear him say, I'll have a double latte too. Double latte. Yeah, 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 yeah. He must have heard someone else say it. I whispered to Jake. Calf or decaf? The clerk asked. Axe stared. Calf? 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 That will be $2.95 if only.
Oh my god.
Chat. That's still expensive for 90s. And also, when was there ever a Starbucks in the mall?
Yeah. I've never seen a Starbucks in the mall.
Okay. Axe stared for Axe stared some more. 5? Jake reached into his pocket and yanked out the money he'd brought to pay for the things at Radio Shack. Here you go, he said, peeling off $3. I took Axe's arm and guided him to the pickup window. Axe, don't go off on your own, okay? We almost lost you. Lost? I am here. You're such a 5-year-old. Baby, don't. You need to stay by mommy's side.
Honey, don't wander off or mommy can't see you.
All right, let's see. Yeah, look, just stay close, okay? I gave Jake a look. See, it's your fault. You said, so far, so good. The Starbucks guy handed Axe a paper cup. Axe took it. He looked around to see what other people were doing. Like them, he put a lid on his cup. Then, still mimicking the others, he attempted to drink. Axe, I said. You have to drink where the little hole is in the lid. A hole? In the lid? No spills? Ills? This was the coolest thing Axe had ever seen. I guess coffee cup technology hasn't advanced very far on the Andalite homeworld. Probably because they don't have any mouths. And so drinking is not a big concern. But whatever the reason, Axe wouldn't shut up about it. So simple, and yet so effective. Yeah, it's a real miracle of human technology. I have wanted to try other mouth uses, drinking, eating. Then, as an afterthought, he added eating ting. Just line the little hole up with your mouth, I said. Come on, they're the Radio Shack. We've already lost like 10 minutes. Two of us hemmed Axe in and herded him towards Radio Shack. Then he drank the coffee. Ah! Oof! 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 What? What is that? What? I asked, alarmed. I swiveled my head back and forth, looking for some danger. A new sense. I cannot explain it. It comes from my mouth. He pointed at his mouth. It happened when I drank this liquid. It was very pleasant. Very pleasant. It took a few seconds for Jake and I to realize what he was talking about. Oh, taste? He's tasting it, Jake said. He doesn't normally have the sense of taste. At least he stopped repeating sounds, I muttered. Taste? Axe said, contradicting me. Aced? Aced? He drank his coffee, and we rushed into Radio Shack. Okay, look, Axe, we have very little time. So if the stuff you need is here, I'll say this for Axe. He may have been a little weird by human standards, but the boy knows his technology. I mean, he went down the pegboard in the back of the store and just started lifting off different components. This must be a primitive Gertmoff, he said, inspecting a small switch. And this could be some sort of FLIR. Very primitive, but it will work. In 10 minutes' time, he accumulated a dozen components ranging from coaxial cables to batteries to things I didn't even recognize. Good, he said at last. All I lack is a Z-space transponder. Ponder. What? A Z-space transponder. It translates a signal into zero space. I looked at Jake. Zero space? Jake looked back at me and he shrugged. Never heard of it. Axe looked doubtful. Zero space, he repeated. Zero. The opposite of true space? Anti-reality? He looked patiently from one of us to the other. Zero space, the non-dimensional, where faster than light travel is possible. Bull. Possible. Oh, I said sarcastically. That's zero space. Axe, sorry to be so primitive and all, but we don't have faster than light travel. And I've never heard of zero space. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Let's get this stuff and worry about the other things later, Jake said calmly. But I could tell he was getting slightly hacked off. I'll go pay for the stuff. Axe drained the last of his coffee. Taste, he said. I would like more taste. He cocked his head. I smell things. I believe. There is a connection between smell and taste. Yeah, you're right, I said. We can't travel faster than light, but we can make a sticky bun that smells pretty good. Sticky? Axe said. Must I carry this? He asked, indicating his empty coffee cup. No, but you can throw it away. Bad choice of words. Axe threw the coffee cup. He threw it hard. It hit one of the cashiers in the head. Hey, sorry, it was an accident, man. I yelped, rushing to the cashier. He's sick. He has this condition, like out of control spasms. Jake said, "Yeah, it's not his fault. It's like a seizure." The clerk rubbed his head. Okay, forget it. Besides, he's out of here, and that's all I care about. He's what? Jake and I turned fast, but Axe was gone. Jake grabbed the bag of stuff and raced after me out into the stream of people. Axe was nowhere to be seen. But then I looked down at the lower level. There was a crowd of people kind of surging, all moving in the same direction, like they were running to see something. They're heading towards the food court, Jake said. Oh, I have a very bad feeling about this, I said. We ran for the escalator. We shoved down it, yelling, "Excuse me," every 2 seconds. We got to the food court. We wormed our way through the crowd of laughing, giggling, pointing people. And there, all alone, because of all the same people had pulled away, was Axe. He was racing like some lunatic from table to table, snatching up leftover food and shoving it in his mouth. As I watched, he grabbed a half-eaten slice of pizza. Taste! He yelled as he scarfed a huge bite. He threw the rest of the pizza through the air. It just missed the mall cop who was closing in on him. Axe couldn't care less. He found a piece of Cinnabon. This was the smell, he cried. He jammed the roll into his mouth. Taste, wonderful. Boom, boom. They do make good sticky buns, I muttered to Jake. We have to get him out of here, Jake hissed. Too late. Look, 3 mall cops. The cops jumped at Axe. Axe decided it was a good time to throw the rest of the bun away. It hit the nearest cop in the face. Axe, run! Run! I yelled. I guess I got through because Axe ran. Unfortunately, he couldn't run very well in his 2-legged human morph. So as he ran and stumbled, chasing by huffing, puffing mall cops, he began to change. Great. All right. How's Chad doing? Yeah. Axe is a young, impressionable child. We are his parents, but Dawn can go die in a ditch. Ellery says, Avery, you don't exist verbally. So it looks like he's demorphing. Chat, if you can hear Avery, let her know. Ellery pointed out that she can't be heard, so just let her, just type in the chat if you can hear, or once you can hear. Maddie says that we cannot. Yeah, the Nightbot and Tech Ghost seem to tag team, and they're not letting sound get through, apparently.
Are we back?
Not yet.
Back in a sec.
Still like buffering, so.
Hey guys, OMG, hi.
There we go. Okay.
Sorry guys. We've reached the end of all the things I know. We're just going with it tonight.
Okay. Can everyone hear me and it?
Thank you. Ellery, thank you. I have had such a night tonight trying to battle with all this. I genuinely was just like, oh, I feel like I could
Don't
cry.
worry. You know what'll make you feel better?
Reading.
After stream and reading another chapter of Power Rangers Power.
Yes. Space
I
voices.
will. Don't worry. When we're done with the book, I'll be happy to read another chapter.
Holy Echo Batman. Are we super echoey? Let me hear. Let me see. That can be fixed. That can be dealt with. Before we had no audio whatsoever.
Don't worry. It always starts with the echo.
Oh, I see.
Don't entice the echo.
Microphone. What if I turn? Does that fix it? That might fix it. I think I isolated what the problem was with the echo.
Ellery, like, leave the echo. It's better than the void.
Now it's too much audio. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this much. Lower the volume on your devices if it's too much audio.
I think I fixed it according to what I'm seeing on my readout, but I don't know. It could still be very echoey. But yeah, there was like a duplicate capture of like the audio input capture, and I think that might be why it was so echoey for a second. Let me know if it's not.
Last time on Animorphs.
Which is just this time on Animorphs because we're just this.
And now back to Animorphs.
And now back to Animorphs. We need buffers. Like I need like to make bumpers in case like things break, so at least we can have some fun with it.
Yeah, like Gem and the Holograms. When I used to watch Gem on Hub, which was this cable network, I would always see like Gem will be right back after these messages. They'd always play the bumpers in the cartoons.
Okay, well I can be. Whoops. What if we do that? And what if we do that? How about that? Is that better? Yes, the hub, Daddy says. We just need to start a Patreon to pay Spencer to run the streams. Honestly, yeah, it's not the first time I've had the thought. Audio fix or something.
Gem too, Natty. It's the movie that I can't stand. That movie was a very transparent cash grab. I never see that movie ever.
Oh, I think okay.
I remember like
there's a big echo.
When Gem and the Holograms, the movie first came out, they were like, oh, Instagram users, tell them how much Gem means to you. And then they used that in the movie without the consent of the people that like it was dumb.
Okay, I think I figured out what was happening. I think. Is the echo any better?
What are you talking about, derp? Just have Perry with the sunglasses as a Native American and just have Perry screaming as the audio.
I fixed the audio. I think I fixed it.
Okay. Shall we go? All right, and now back to Animorphs. On what would be the network that they would show a cartoon of Animorphs?
Oh boy.
On Kids WB.
Kids WB would absolutely try to play the cartoon version of Animorphs. Where did Animorphs like the live action show play?
Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
All right then.
Mostly better, definitely better than none audio. Okay, we're just gonna deal with this. Okay, sorry, continue, Daniel.
Stop! The cop yelled. I am ordering you to halt. But Axe wasn't interested in halting. He was panicking. A woman stepped out of the body shop, Bath and Body Works for people of the 90s, holding a bag full of colorful jars. Axe plowed into her, and the bag went flying. The stalks began to grow out of the top of his head. The extra eyes appeared on the end and turned backward to watch the people chasing him. Jake and I were those two people. We were ahead of the cops, but not by much. Fortunately, I guess the cops assumed we were just idiots running along for fun. I could hear one of the cops yelling into his walkie-talkie. Cut him off at the entrance. Legs began to grow from the chest of Axe's human morph. His own front legs, small at first, but growing rapidly. He was slowing down as his human legs began to change. His knees were reversing direction, his spine elongated into the beginning of a tail. That's when the screaming started. Ah! What is that? What is it? People were screaming and running, dropping their bags as they caught a glimpse of the nightmare creature Axe had become, half human, half Andalite. A fluid, shifting mess of half-formed features. I couldn't blame them. I felt like screaming myself. We were getting near the exit, racing past the shoe repair place. Suddenly, Axe fell forward, tangled up in his own mutating legs. He skidded down the polished marble floor. Most of the ground had been left behind, but the mall police were still with us. You kids get out of the way, one of them yelled at us. This guy could be dangerous. Axe sprang up. He was much more sure of himself now that he was on his 4 Andalite hooves. The morph was almost entirely complete. His mouth was gone, his extra eyes were in place. His 2 arms and 4 legs were fully formed. Then, at the very last, the tail appeared. It was then that I heard the nearest mall cop in an odd, frightening whisper say, Andalite! I quickly turned and looked at him. Only a controller would recognize an Andalite. The controller cop drew his gun from his holster. Run! I yelled at Axe. The controller stood between Axe and the door. Big mistake. The Andalite tail flashed, faster than my eyes could follow. The cop's gun went flying through the air. Oh, I thought he was going to chop his head off. He clutched at the hand that was red with blood. Out of the door, we blew, running for our lives. Sirens. Those are real cops coming, I said, not mall rent-a-cops. Where should we go? Axe demanded, reverting to thought speak. Oh, now he wants advice. I looked around frantically. The bus was not going to be an option. The mall cops poured from the glass door. City police screamed towards us in their black and whites. All we could do was run, so we ran. Up rows of parked cars, 2 kids and a guy who did not belong on this planet. The grocery store, Jake yelled. What? I gasped. I was getting tired. In there, he pointed. It was the grocery store across the parking lot. It was the only way we could go. The police cars screeched to a halt all around us. Freeze! I don't think so, I said. We jetted through the big glass doors of the supermarket at full panicked run. Halfway, expected to hear guns firing and bullets whizzing. Jake, I yelled, help me here. Wait, can you hear me or no? Because I was like, I saw your hand, and I was like, wait, did something happen?
No. Sorry, it did that like stutter thing where it just sounded like you went and then it just came back and we were just like but you're good.
Where was I again? Where before I went
the mall cop had a gun and we were all very concerned, but also it's America, so we weren't surprised.
Jake, I yelled, help me here. I had an idea for slowing down our pursuers. I grabbed a big row of parked grocery carts and shoved them back towards the doors. Jake grabbed on and helped. Then we were off and running again, with Axe skittering shakily on the slippery floor and banging into groceries. Cans of olives and tomatoes crashed behind him. Customers screamed and crashed their carts into each other. It's a monster! Mommy, it's a monster! Some little kid yelled. It's just a pretend monster, his mom said. Yeah, a pretend monster, right. Then I saw our way out. Just like how your mom took you to Spirits. When she took you to Spirits and you saw the Grim Reaper. Okay, let's see.
That was a core memory. I turned my microphone off so that in case there was any leftover echo, they wouldn't hear. But yeah, that was a core memory.
It was at the end of the aisle, but I needed some time. I needed to get everyone out of the way. We couldn't have witnesses. There's a bomb! I screamed at the top of my lungs. Bomb! What? There's a bomb! A bomb in the store! Run! Run! Everyone out! A bomb! What are you doing? Jake yelled. The cops have the place surrounded. There is only one way out. I snapped. I pointed. I pointed at the live lobster tank at the end of the aisle by the seafood counter. Oh no. Jake groaned. Oh, yes. I grinned. The shoppers were running in panic, either from the supposed bomb or just from Axe. But the baskets in the doorway and the people shoving to escape slowed the cops down for a precious few moments. I had a feeling the controller cops were making sure that no real cops came in after us. They wanted us for themselves. No human witnesses. Let's go for a swim, I said. It was a big lobster tank, fortunately. I hoisted myself up the side and climbed in. Jake was right behind me. We each grabbed a lobster and threw one to Axe. It was not easy acquiring the lobster. It took concentration. And all I could think was there were an awful lot of cops outside the store, probably getting ready to rush in. And they would all have guns. The lobster went limp and passive, the way animals do when you acquire them. I dropped him back in the water. We stripped off our outer clothes and shoes and stuffed them along with the Radio Shack bag in the trash can. Axe had already begun to morph. Jake and I waited till he had shrunk a little, then hauled him into the tank with us. He was already hard like armor, and his arm had begun to split open and swell. Then I began to morph. I've been afraid a lot since we became Animorphs, but I have not gotten used to it. And I can tell you, I was so scared my bones were rattling. At any second, they were going to rush in. At any moment, they were going to catch us half morphed. I looked over at Jake. His eyes were gone, replaced by little black BBs. Ugh! As I watched, 8 spindly blue insect-like legs erupted from his chest. Oh! I yelled in shock. Jake's face seemed to open up, to split open into a complex mess of valves. I think I could have thrown up seeing that, except that I also no longer had a mouth. At that very moment, I felt antennas explode from my forehead like impossibly long spears. I was shrinking as I morphed, falling down into the water, which had been around my thighs and was now around my neck. I had the terrifying sensation of knowing that all the bones inside my body were dissolving as hard fingernail-like crust covered me all over. My human body was melting away. My human vision was fading. I could no longer see the way a human sees, which was a good thing because I really did not want to see what I was becoming. Wait, what happened?
It just keeps doing that stuttering where it just sounds like you're being remixed, and we're just like, oh my god, it's like something out of The Exorcist. And then it just stops, and then it goes back to normal, and we're just like...
I don't know why. Let me just make sure all my mic can... Okay.
I think it might just be Discord being Discord. We are technically on opposite ends of the country.
Yeah, I hate... Sorry, so I have a pop filter, and it keeps like sliding off, so I'm trying to get it back onto the... There. And it's not for my JLab microphone, but like I like to use it that way. There's not much of a noise. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, they turn into lobsters.
Everybody's like, I'm getting a cross, I'm getting attention candles, I'm getting whatever. And I said, this may take a multi-religious collaboration to conquer. And Anton says, like, the Utah governor asking for all religions in the state to pray for rain. It's like, yeah.
Like those South Park Super Friends where it's got like, what is it, Jesus, Buddha, and Allah. Okay, there we go.
Have all of them.
Okay, testing. Okay, all right, there we go. Okay, chapter 7. I think I might have just started screaming and never stopped. But I no longer had a mouth, or throat, or vocal cords capable of making sound. I had 4 sets of legs. I had 2 huge pincers. I could see them, kinda. They were a fractured image in my lobster eyes. I couldn't see much of the rest of it, but I could see the other lobsters in the water. It was very frightening. Eat, eat, kill and eat. The lobster brain surfaced suddenly, bubbling up within my human awareness. It had 2 thoughts. Eat, eat, kill and eat. I was getting input from senses I couldn't begin to understand. My extraordinarily long antenna felt water temperature and water current and vibration, but I didn't know what any of it meant. My eyes were almost useless at first. They showed fractured, incredible images, but none of the colors I knew. I could see my pincers out in front of me. I could see my antenna. And behind me, I could see a curved, brownish blue surface with humps and bumps on it. My body, I realized with a sickening sensation, that was my back, my hard shell. I could not look down and see my belly or the hairy swimmerettes scurrying away. Back beneath my tail, I could not see my 8 spider-like legs, but I could feel that they were propelling me suddenly, scrambling along the glass bottom of the tank. Jake, I called out. Yeah, I'm here, he said. He sounded shaky, which was fine because I was on the verge of crying, if lobsters could cry. You okay? Yeah, this is not my favorite morph though. No, I agreed. It was good being able to talk to him. I mean, you'd think you were losing your mind otherwise. Axe, Jake called. I feel I am hungry. This animal wants to eat, Axe answered. Yes, well, that's pretty normal for morphs, I said. Most animals care about food and not much else. I don't think lobsters are exactly genius. It wants to find prey, Axe said wonderingly. I know. Who'd have figured lobsters were predators? It's easier to deal with the predator brain than with the prey. That prey fear can be overwhelming, Jake said. I saw a lobster close by. Is that you, Jake? Wiggle your left pincer. The left pincer did not move. I realized this lobster had rubber bands around his pincer. None of us had rubber bands. Rubber bands were not part of a lobster's DNA. I was wondering that. I was like, if they morph into those lobsters, do they like get the rubber bands around their hands? But like, no.
Yeah.
I saw a lobster on my left unbanded and another behind me. That was the 3 of us. There were half a dozen rubber banded lobsters floating or just sitting. Speaking of fear, I said, can anyone see out of the tank? Just shadows, Jake said. These are pathetic eyes. Yes, even worse than your human eyes, Axe commented. This is really creepy, I said. I've never had an exoskeleton before. These pincers are most excellent, though, Axe said. I saw him opening and closing them. Axe, Jake said. You say you can keep track of time accurately. Start tracking. Yes, Prince Jake, Axe said. So far, 10 of your minutes have passed. That much? I was surprised. 10 minutes? The cops must have come in by now. I was thinking the same thing, Jake said. We better wait as long as we can. Close to a full 2 hours, I said. Although I really don't want to spend any more time than I have to in this creepy morph. According to Axe, an hour had passed when it happened. I felt a strange disturbance in the water. Something large had splashed in. I sensed something above me. Before I could think or react, I felt pressure on my shell. I was rising rapidly through the water, being lifted. Jake, something has me. Sudden shock. I was out of the water. Dryness, heat. My antennas waved wildly as I tried to understand. My eyes registered nothing but bright light and huge indistinct shadows. Something large closed my right pincer forcibly. I could not open it. Then he left. Rubber bands. I couldn't see them in my waterless environment. I was nearly blind, but I knew what had happened. Someone had picked me up and rubber banded my pincers. Then I was tumbling, sliding, rubbing against things I couldn't tell were other lobsters. Jake, are you in this too? Yeah, and don't ask me what it means. I can't see or hear very well. Is it them? Is it controllers? Something very cold dropped on me and slithered around my body. Ice? I felt a sensation of swinging back and forth for a while, like being on a swing. Axe? Yes, Marco, I'm here too. What is happening? You got me, I said. Maybe the cops have us. Maybe the controllers have us. I don't know. Let's stay in morph as long as we can, Jake said. Maybe we'll figure it out. But if the controllers have us, the last thing we want to do is demorph. The ice seemed to be making me sleepy. Or not exactly sleepy, just slow. Sluggish? I guess I kind of zoned out for a while. I didn't know how long until I became suddenly alert and heard Axe's drowsy voice in my head saying, "We only have 7 minutes left." That jolted me. I was not about to spend the rest of my life trapped as a lobster. Okay, I am out of this morph. I don't care who sees, I yelled. Agreed, Jake said. Time's up. We have to take our chances. At least it's warmer now, I said. I took a look around, but my antennas felt nothing in the air. My eyes only saw meaningless, blurry gray forms. I focused on demorphing. I wondered if I could close my human eyes when Jake started to reappear. I really did not want to watch Jake and Axe demorph. Once had been enough. I would already have nightmares for months. Here goes, I said. I began to change. But just then, I again felt a sensation of pressure on my shell. My pincers became free. Someone or something had removed the rubber bands. And suddenly, I felt a warmth billowing up around me. Steam? Oh, no. Yep, you're right, Natty. They're probably being cooked.
Yeah, not me being almost 2 chapters behind on the scroll, but that's all right.
That's why you use Lumen. Lumen is a free PDF reading app that is used in conjunction with Google Drive. It has an outline feature, which allows you to fast forward to any chapter within the book for your free trial of Lumen.
That would have been so smooth if that was actually a sponsorship that we planned.
All right, then.
Whenever I think about lobsters being cooked, I think about we have this old home video of my aunt and uncle visiting, and my uncle, he was making lobsters, and like you know how like they're supposed to scream, right? And so it wasn't, and so like they're like cook, scream, damn it! And I just think about that all of the time.
Oh my god! If you were expecting them to scream dying.
Isn't that like apparently that's what they thought was supposed to happen? Like, because they say otherwise it's like dangerous to eat them. I don't know.
That's why some people put them in the freezer first, so that way they can put themselves to sleep. And then they put them. Or some people do the very merciful thing, and they take the knife and then just like split their head down the middle.
Yeah. I don't really eat lobster, and I feel like that's a good choice that I've made.
I mean, apparently lobster was a jail thing for a long while because they were the cockroach of the sea.
I have heard that.
Okay. Chapter 4. No! I screamed silently. I knew what it was. I was in someone's hand, about to be dropped into a pot of boiling water. No! And maybe it was because I was so desperate to scream, or maybe it was just luck of the morph, but my human mouth was one of the first things to emerge. Small open lips appeared in place of my lobster mouth. I didn't have normal lungs or vocal cords yet, so I couldn't make a sound, but I guess I didn't have to. I guess suddenly having lips appear on a lobster was enough to make the woman drop me. I fell. My front pincers caught the edge of the pan. Sheer dumb luck. I hung onto the edge of the pan as my tail curled up inches above the boiling water in the pot. I grew rapidly, becoming a baby-sized creature half covered in a hard cuticle, half flesh. Human eyes grew in place of the useless stalk eye. The antenna sucked back into my forehead. I heard a grinding sound as my spine reappeared inside me. With a desperate surge of energy, I tumbled over the side of the pan and landed flat on my shell. Back atop the stove, I was looking up at the stove hood. I rolled away from the heat and fell. But the fall wasn't far because I was now the size of a toddler, more human than lobster. I was one nasty looking kid, though with 8 legs growing from my stomach and chest. My human hearing returned with shocking effect. Ah! 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 Someone was screaming uncontrollably. My legs were back. I stood up. I looked around and saw a woman, sort of pretty, except for the fact that her eyes were wide in terror as she was screaming, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" I glanced over and saw a plastic bag filled with ice. That's how she carried us from the supermarket. Now we were in her kitchen. Jake was already mostly human, standing with one foot still in the grocery bag. The 8 legs sucked into his chest. His human eyes appeared. Axe was a truly disgusting combination of Andalite and lobster. But as I watched, he eliminated the last traces of crustacean. Unfortunately, this did not make the woman feel any better. It's okay, ma'am, I said. We're not going to hurt you. Calm down, ma'am. Please calm down. Her eyes darted wildly from me to Jake to Act. She still kept screaming, "Look, it's okay. We're going to leave. No one is going to hurt you. You lobsters!" She managed to say. Yeah, it is slightly weird, I'll admit, I said, but it's okay. It's just a dream. A dream? Yes, ma'am. Just a dream, Jake said reassuringly. I looked at Axe. Can you morph to human yet? We need to get out of here. It can morph again, he assured me. And he stared and he started right away. Error, because it says I can morph again in quotes and it needs to be in carrots. Grammatical error. We're going to leave now, Jake said. You can wake up later, okay? But I wouldn't tell anyone about this dream. The woman shook her head violently. See, it could get you in trouble with certain people. Besides, folks would just think you're crazy. She nodded with extreme conviction. Axe was almost human. We were all dressed in our slightly ridiculous morphing outfits, but they would have to do. We headed for the door. Then I caught sight of 3 more lobsters, still in the bag of ice. I guess it was supposed to be a dinner for 6. Ma'am, I asked, do us a favor, would you please? Take those other guys down to the beach and let them go, okay? Alright, so what happened so far? I was too into the moment.
Everybody's just like, what is this conversation? Ellery goes, you lobsters, it's just a dream. What is this conversation?
Okay. And I morphed back. They could literally just say, and I morphed back.
But they don't because they hate us.
Wait, what are you talking about? And they morphed back.
Oh, I think they just mean like they could just say and then we morph back, but instead it's like and then my spine was crunching as it morphed, and then my tail disappeared and it went up into my rear end like spaghetti or whatever he said. You just have to make it weird.
Paolo said that he legit thought the cockroach was attacking me.
Oh yeah, our cockroach? We haven't seen our cockroach. I think it died or left.
Nah, speaking of cockroaches, because like I said, I always bring it up, but the kids would always freak out, and then just so that way the kids wouldn't freak out, because I had to be like the adult in the situation, because like they'd see a bug. I literally would, like, even if I thought the bug was disgusting, I would literally have to look like I didn't care. Would have to pick up the bug and then put it outside the door. So I was like, no, we don't kill bugs. We don't kill bugs. They are living creatures. So I would like literally take a piece of paper, or I would take my hand and then I just like escort it out.
Escort it out. Yeah, I tried to be that way with the cockroach, but then it was like I was like, I don't trust that thing. It's too big and it's on the wall. And I tried to kill it and then it got away.
All right then. Chapter 9. The first half is really long. I bet you when we get to like chapter 12, after chapter 12, it's gonna be like super short.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, the what, like, because I just saw chapter 18. It looks like a page and a half, and then like, yeah, these.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
But I mean, these are good. I get to be Marco. I'm telling you, Marco's my favorite.
I mean, I'm sure I will stop giving Marco crap eventually.
Marco's just me, but I have life experience.
Marco, I feel like Marco has a lot of good points. He just has an interesting way of expressing it.
Marco's a Capricorn.
Yeah.
He's a January Capricorn. He's not a December Capricorn.
He's a January Capricorn.
He's like me. He's a January Capricorn.
That's funny.
We are very out of pocket with our stuff, but we are very much straight to the point.
It is true.
Like,
I have noticed the.
If we have an itinerary, like if we're going to San Diego to see family, we're like, okay, we're gonna drive there, and then like they decide, oh, let's go to the big. I'm like, no, we said we were going here, so we're gonna go here. You can go after, but I want to get to where we're supposed to go.
I'm known for being sarcastic amongst my family, and like the two signs that are notorious, like they say are like the most sarcastic are Capricorns and Gemini. And it's like, okay, what's your sun sign? Capricorn. Okay, Avery, what's your moon sign and rising sign? Both Gemini. They're like, that's it. There it is.
I wouldn't know what mine is, so all I know is that I'm a Capricorn. An odd day Capricorn. I was born on the 11th, and I'm a January Capricorn. I don't know if it was AM or PM.
I'm also an odd day Capricorn. Mine was the 23rd. I was supposed to be a Sagittarius, but then I was born late.
You were born. I'm sorry. All right. There we go. Okay. Chapter 9. Jake and I were playing video games at the mall. I was kicking his butt. He was distracted because he was eating. He was eating a big red bug with huge pincers. I told him not to eat it. It would upset his stomach. But he just ignored me. Then suddenly, his stomach exploded. It just exploded outward. Guts flying everywhere. 8 huge spider legs appeared, like something in him was trying to crawl out. I tried to get away, but the steam was rising. It was burning up. I tried to run. My legs were gone. Replaced by a tail that jerked and kicked, I screamed and screamed, Marco, Marco, wake up. My eyes opened very suddenly. Darkness, someone holding onto me. I was confused. Mom? I asked. Silence. Then, no. My brain snapped back into reality. I was in my room, in my bed. My dad was sitting on the side of the bed. He looked concerned and sad. It's just me, he said. He let go of my shoulder. I felt sweaty all over. Cold sweat. I guess I had a nightmare. I guess you had a nightmare, my father said. Yeah, I said shakily. Sorry, I woke you up. I wasn't asleep, he said. I glanced at my clock. The red number showed 3:18 a.m. I didn't have to ask why my dad was awake. He often sat awake late into the night, sometimes watching TV, sometimes staring into space. He'd been that way since my mom died. My dad looked very different from me. For one thing, he was pretty tall. He's paler than me, too, and had light brown eyes. My mom was Hispanic, very dark hair and eyes. Everyone said I look like her. I know it's true, because sometimes when he's thinking about her, my dad will just glaze over and stare at me like I'm not even there. Like I'm a picture of someone else. I'm okay now, I said. You should try to get some sleep. He nodded. Yeah, I'll do that. Look, Marco, you weren't dreaming about her, were you? No, Dad. Why? Because the first thing you said when you woke up was, Mom. I guess I was confused. Do you ever dream about her, I mean? Sometimes, I admitted. But they aren't nightmares. He almost smiled. No. I guess they wouldn't be, were they? He picked up the little framed picture of my mom that I keep by my nightstand. Then he got that twisted look of sick grief I had seen on his face every day for the last 2 years. Part of me is mad when I see him that way. Part of me just wants to say, Dad, get it together. Let her go. She's dead. She doesn't want us spending the rest of our lives mourning. But I never do say that. After a few minutes, he got up. He made some last remark about how I shouldn't worry about boogeymen and left. I knew he would sit up in the living room alone and eventually fall asleep in his chair. I lay there in the dark and tried to get the dream out of my head. But it's hard to forget a nightmare that's true. There, it is finished. Axe held up a small mess of electronic components for all of us to see. It looked sort of like an exploded remote control, but smaller. It was the next day. We were out in the woods, grouped together beneath a huge old oak tree. It was like a strange sort of picnic. Jake and Cassie had each brought hand tools for Axe to use. Screwdrivers, a solder gun, a battery-powered drill, a hammer, wrenches, pliers, and, of course, we had the electric parts we had stashed in the trash before the lobster incident. Rachel had brought sandwiches. I'd brought a 6-pack of Pepsi. Man, Marco, why did I say Pepsi? I was so feeling you. I was like, yeah. And then you said Pepsi, Mark. Come on, man. Why'd you have to like it's Coke or nothing? Pepsi is
Thank you.
Like Pepsi's too sugary. Coke has a mature flavor. And Dr. Pepper is Coke, but with more of a licorishness to it.
Oh, we've got a little bit of fight in chat. Derp says Pepsi is better.
Pepsi's too sugary.
We respect your opinion. We just have a different opinion. I was raised in Atlanta. I have no choice but to be partial to Coke.
Yeah, if it's going to be Pepsi, it might as well be vanilla or cream soda or cherry Pepsi.
Pepsi used to make, back in the day, like a lemon twist specific Pepsi, and then they stopped making it, and it was genuinely good, and I loved it, and ever since they stopped making it, I stopped drinking Pepsi.
The only thing I bought Pepsi recently was cream soda Pepsi, which we got at my store, a 12-pack for $3. And that stuff was good, but it's like cream soda Coke is way better. But cream soda Pepsi is adequate enough.
when we went to the when I went to the Coke factory, which is just a glorified advertisement for Coke, but they were trying to unroll out something that was, I think they thought it was going to be huge, and then nobody liked it. This was last year. It was called Coke Starlight, and they like this the slogan was like "Tastes like space," because apparently, according to scientists, space tastes like raspberries and vanilla. So it was like a vanilla raspberry Coke, but it was like I didn't mind it, but it was just definitely a weird taste. It was not what I was expecting.
I stand by Ellery when she said that the only time Pepsi is good is when you go to Del Taco and get the cherry Pepsi. And like it's good, but my Del Taco never has enough syrup in their soda machine. I only taste like the carbonation. I only taste the carbonated water and barely some cherry Pepsi.
Been to a Del Taco.
Del Tacos are good. Like I've been to Taco Bell and I love Taco Bell. Flavor's good, but it doesn't sit well in my stomach. Del Taco is good and it doesn't bother my stomach, but like, and it's cheaper too. But it's not as like flavorful as Taco Bell.
Wait, what just happened? I missed something in chat. I looked away for 2 seconds. Oh, I get what happened. I get what happened.
What? What happened?
I think somebody got booted from chat for saying that we were boring.
It's probably the same person.
Thank you, Pablo. I wasn't going to boot them, but I do find it funny that they always show up and say that we're boring, and I'm just like, what?
A hateful fan is still a fan. If they make time in their schedule every Friday to come see us and say that we're boring, hey, I consider them a fan. Not a very good fan, but they're still a fan.
It was over Dr. Pepper. Wait, what happened? See the early message or the Dr. Pepper one? Oh, wait. I thought it was. I thought that person was. Okay, I think what happened was somebody called us boring and then said Dr. Pepper is better, and then Paulo timed them out as a mod, and then everybody thought he just got timed out because he said Dr. Pepper is better. I think that's what happened.
Dr. Pepper is good. I love Dr. Pepper. That's my number 1. Then Coke is my number 2. And then Pepsi is obviously my number 3. But RC never, like, RC stands for remote control. And that's all it should stand for. It should not stand for cola.
Thank you, Paulo. We appreciate all the boys in the Knights of Bot. But thank you, Paulo. I was kind of joking with them, but honestly, I've had a night and I just didn't. I just was like, oh, I feel like I might cry. Not because like somebody saying I'm boring is gonna bother me, but just because I've just got more things to deal with tonight.
Don't worry, Avery. Like I said, after we're done reading, I will be happy to read another chapter for chat or for live.
No, Paulo, you're not petty. I think Derp just genuinely thought you timed somebody out over Dr. Pepper. Which would have been petty, but that's not happened.
I mean, I would have timed someone out for if they said like RC's the best. I'd be like, no.
we don't time people out for differing opinions, but
no. If you say RC is the best, you obviously live in a small town in the remote of the Midwest. If you think that Royal Cola RC is anything but good.
Yes, thank you, Knights of Bot. We have 3 guys running Knights of Bot as AKA our mods, and they're all great.
Yeah, like my teacher likes RC. Like he always brings RC to our potlucks. I'm like, why do you always get RC? Just because they have it at grocery outlet?
I'm just thinking of, does anybody remember when we played that one Nancy Drew game where we have to rearrange the generic brand Coca-Colas and they're called like Combo Cola? And when you finish the puzzle, Nancy goes, oh, look, it's a smiling fish. Because, like, the way that we set it up, it looks like a little fish. And she goes, it's obviously never tried Combo Cola before. And I'm like, I love it when Nancy gets spicy.
But did you know that cola? Sorry, I know that we were reading. Got distracted because he said Pepsi. But did you know that cola is just lemon lime with spices in it?
Honestly, that makes sense because, like, yeah, when I like when I was a kid, I was like, what is the tastes that go into cola? And I'm like, it definitely tastes like lemon. It definitely tastes like. I always thought there was a little bit of vanilla in it.
But yeah, because I was watching this science YouTuber who was like, he was trying out these things like, oh, how to make transparent wood and how to make grape soda out of medical gloves, and then like all this other stuff. And then one of them was like, oh, that he was going to try and recreate like cola. And then like yeah, so then it's lemon lime, and then you add like a bunch of spices and then caramel coloring.
Interesting. I know
So
Anton was telling me that he knows somebody. He was telling me once that somebody will, like, when they're sick, they basically make tea out of Coke because, like, Coke was meant to be medicinal when it was first made, and apparently it works.
yeah, Coke, not cocaine. We're talking about Coke, a cola.
YouTube,
For
if
you,
YouTube, if
for
you give me
people,
limited ads,
for
and then
people
you,
whose ears are perking and their tail was wagging about Coke, we're talking about Coke, a cola, not cocaine.
So YouTube, I think they've finally done away with it in the newest update. I'll have to check back, but they were for a long time doing this thing where when you enable subtitles on your videos, any like any words that have been flagged by YouTube as inappropriate just get blanked out, which is like super. It was like super big in amongst like the deaf community because it was like, well, that's offensive because we can't even choose like what are you saying we can't like choose what we feel like consuming or not? But then anyway, it was just super unhelpful. And so then I liked to go and back and look every once in a while and just see what it would try to when I would enable comments, what it was trying to blank out. And on my first read stream, we read the very first Nancy Drew book that was ever read. And it might have been, maybe it was the second stream that we did because we needed more than one for that book. But in one of those streams, Nancy was playing shuttlecock with a little kid. And it literally said shuttle and then blanked out cock. And I was like, it's not, it's YouTube.
The badminton ball. It's like, no, that's not the word. You say badminton ball.
It's like YouTube.
All right. Okay. All right. We gotta get through this book because you got stuff to do, and we don't want it to get too late.
And no, Paula, you're great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, we appreciate everyone in chat. Oh, Peyton, yes. Yes, when the blank. One of the worst captioning practices I have ever seen.
It's just so stupid and it's just patronizing and it's just like you're not bleeping it out for the hearing audience. You're not being like, oh, we can't hear it. You're just being like, oh, if you need the captioning, you don't get to decide what you can and can't hear. You're not an adult.
Well, everyone acts as their child. I adopt Marco as my child. Marco is my young son, and I shall not let anyone tarnish his well-being.
I will say this is a very humanizing book for Marco. I will say that for all the crap that I've been giving him these past streams.
Derp, do not start with Beyond New Coke. Do not start with the 80s New Coke nonsense.
It was chaos.
All right, it's like basically when the Dollar Tree became the $1.25 tree. People were rioting.
It's a riot.
So let's not open another can of worms with the whole new taste of Coke nonsense. Because that basically is just like when the Dollar Tree became the $1.25 tree and everyone was in a huff and puff about it.
That's where I got the Imagines book, because it's going to be about 4 or 5 streams of chaos for me and Gabe at the $1.25 tree.
The $1.25 tree.
It was trying to be sold for $17 according to the old sticker, and then it looks like it got sent to like an outlet, and then the outlet couldn't sell it, so it got sent to the Dollar Tree.
Ellery, if I said I adopted Dawn, that would be me having bad taste. But Marco is a complex young man. He is very smart, but he hides it under a facade of sarcasm.
Joking. I'm just waiting for the day because I know there aren't that many of them, but I know there are diehard Dawn fans, and I'm waiting for one of them to find our streams because I was looking up the covers for California Diaries when we did yesterday's stream, and the stream from the week prior came up as like one of the most recent things because we are the most recent people I think to talk about California Diaries, and I was like, oh, we're gonna have random Dawn fans that just hate us. And that's
Look, the only
okay.
reason why Dawn people like Dawn is because Dawn is not Mallory.
Fair. Very fair.
And people don't want to admit to themselves that they are the Mallorys.
Aren't we all? Who among us has not been Mallory?
I'm more of a Claudia, but
Fair.
I'm very much a Claudia, and I'm sure a good portion of chat who's creative is Claudia.
That's
but
true.
there is a good majority of Babysitter Club fans who are Mallory, but they refuse to admit to themselves that they are Mallory.
I feel like nowadays I am a Claudia because I'm a lot more comfortable in myself being kind of just the eccentric person that I am. But as a kid, I was not there yet, and so I was very much a Mallory.
Yeah, as a kid, I was more of a Marianne as a kid.
Yeah.
But as the older I got, the more like I became a Claudia. Like I paint, I write, I do a lot of stuff that's creative. But when I was a kid, I was very much a Mary Ann. I was too scared to go up to people and talk to them. I was freaking shy as hell.
Yep. I just remembered someone got extremely pissed because I used a tone tag. It's like the people that get pissed when you just like tell people your pronouns, and it's just like, oh my god, imagine being mad that we're making things more accessible. Imagine.
Wait, what is she? What is I was gonna say what she? What is Peyton talking about in terms of like? I just remember that someone.
I believe Peyton is talking about like when you use like the slash joking slash genuine slash.
Oh, you mean like the r/whoosh? What does that even mean? r/whoosh.
And then people get mad. They're like, "How dare you use a thing that I don't personally need?" It's like, okay, sorry, didn't know we were getting mad about accessibility today.
Yeah. Okay, getting back to the story after digressing from Pepsi. This is not a sponsorship from Pepsi or Coke or any of the other big soda companies. So, but if you'd like to sponsor us, you know, Avery's email is in her YouTube channel, so reach out to her that way.
Yes, I'd like to get some legitimate sponsorships instead of the ones that are just like, we'll give you this product for free. And it's like, but are you going to pay me? No, we'll just give you the product for free. Okay, then that's not okay.
Okay. It was a nice day, sunny and warm. I needed a nice day. I needed sunlight. I had a bad night with too little sleep. So ask, I said, what is it? It is a distress beacon that can broadcast on Yerk frequencies, he said with satisfaction. I know this is a Yerk frequency. We used it to trick them before, to send false instructions. I just imagine it be like, is your refrigerator running? Then it means that Prince Albert is in a can. All right. All it needs is a Z-space transponder, Jake said wearily, rolling his eyes at me. I think Jake may have been a bit ragged out. I think Jake may have been a bit ragged out by the lobster incident too. He seemed snappish and kind of unfocused. Not at all Jake-like. And since we can't get a Z-space transponder, it's basically useless, right? Rachel asked. Yes, totally useless without the transponder. Rachel threw her hands up. Then what exactly are we doing? Jake just shrugged. Cassie sidled? Cassie sidled up next to him and gave him a small little sideways hug. Aw. No one was supposed to notice, but right away, Jake's harsh look mellowed a little. That wasn't doing anything for my bad mood. Well, I'm guessing that in about 2 centuries or so, humans will discover zero space and make a transponder. Whatever they are. But in the meantime, I'm going to have a sandwich. Tobias came drifting down through the branches and leaves, almost silent. He landed on a low branch of oak. No one anywhere near here, he reported. Looks safe, at least as far as you guys are concerned. But there's a golden eagle about a quarter mile south. I think I'll stay out of sight for a while and hope he goes away. Not for the first time, I realized how tough Tobias' life is. He shares all the same dangers we do, but he also has all the dangers that come with being a red-tailed hawk. Golden eagles sometimes prey on hawks. They are bigger and faster than he is. So, what's up? Tobias asked. We have a completely useless distress beacon, Rachel said. We need a transponder that probably won't be invented on this planet for a century or two. How about Chapman? Tobias said. What about Chapman? I asked. Chapman is the assistant principal at our school. He's also one of the most important controllers. I used to hate Chapman. I mean, once I knew he was a controller and all, but then we learned that he surrendered his freedom to the Yerks as part of a deal to keep his daughter, Melissa, safe. It's hard to hate someone for protecting their kid, even if he or she ended up being a deadly enemy. That's one of the terrible things about fighting the Yerks. The real enemy is just the evil slug in the person's brain. The host is often totally innocent. We know that Chapman communicates with Visser 3, Tobias said. He talks to Visser 3 on the Yerk mothership, or on the Blade ship. Wherever Visser 3 is, doesn't that mean that Chapman's secret radio thing must have one of those V-space transponders? Yes, Axe said instantly. If this controller speaks to any Yerk ship, he would have to have a Z-space transponder. The Yerk ship are all cloaked. Cloaking technology requires a Z-space deflection. Jake caught my eye. That's pretty much what I figured. I smiled, despite the fact that I had a bad feeling about the way this conversation was going. How big is the Z-space thingy? Cassie asked. Axe held two of his fingers close together, indicating something the size of a pea. There would be several redundant units in any transmitter. We could take one without it being noticed. At least not right away. Rachel stood. We are not going into Chapman's house again, she said firmly. The last time we did, we almost got Melissa made into a controller. We cannot morph her cat again. Chapman is on guard now. It won't be easy this time. She realizes what she'd said and added, not that it was exactly easy the first time. A historic first, I observed. Rachel saying no to a mission. Rachel's right, Jake said. We do nothing that will endanger Melissa again. So the cat is out. Also, any other plan that means major risk that Chapman will discover us. For a while, no one said anything. Finally, Axe spoke silently in our head. I cannot ask anyone to take risks for me. You rescued me from the bottom of the ocean. You sheltered me, and my foolishness almost got Prince Jake and Marco killed yesterday. What he said surprised me a little. I guess I'd expect him to argue that we should try and help him. What if, Cassie began. We all looked at her. Yes, Jake asked. What if there was a way to get into Chapman's basement room? The secret room where he keeps the transmitter without even going through the house, with almost no chance of getting caught. My heart sank. I felt my heart sink. As long as it doesn't involve anything with an exoskeleton. I'd meant another joke, but Cassie just looked at me solemnly. What? I demanded. A lobster again? How is a lobster? No, she said. Think smaller, much smaller, much smaller.
pull up an actual cockroach, not the cockroach in the sea, just like the actual cockroach.
Okay. Sorry, Thomas is still going on about the soda thing, and I think we were past that point already. 7-Up or Sprite. I mean, I don't drink either, really. And
I'll go for
didn't
Sprite,
change
but I'm not.
Didn't they change Sierra Mist to like Starry?
Maybe. I know that we're still big on Fresca in this house. You don't hear me?
Fresca.
Yeah, Fresca. My it's like grapefruit, calorie free.
Oh, we have Squirt.
Yeah, my mom and grandma are big on Fresca. It's actually pretty good.
But I'd say between 7-Up and Sprite, I'd say Sprite, but without the Patron from McDonald's.
Peyton, yes, these books were published by Apple, which is basically around the same time. They're basically like if you were to pick one up physically, they're about a Goosebump size, which puts them at like if you were to read them not formatted for online, they might be like 120, 130 pages, but because we're reading the ebook versions,
Yeah, because the ebook cuts them at an 8x10. No.
it's technically like it's technically gonna because it's 8x10. You're getting more words per page, but I'm gonna let you in on a secret. When I log them on our Goodreads, I still log that we read like the physical amount of pages because it's literally the same amount of words.
Yeah, it's the same amount of words for the original version. The modern versions change a few things, so they might be a little shorter. But yeah, because these are 8x10, the amount of page numbers is reduced. Because like, isn't a book like 4x6 normally?
Yeah, it's the same amount of content. It's just because it's like because this book, if it were printed out, would be much thinner and shorter. You just need more pages. But because we have this giant layout.
Also, in the isn't it like in Goosebumps in these books they like have the text printed bigger?
I believe so. Here, I keep referencing. This is just The Beast from the East, which we haven't gotten to yet. But like, yeah, I mean, I would say this is a slightly bigger font on a slightly smaller page. So yeah, I can definitely see how the maths on that. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, while she gets back, I'm going to go ahead and take a really quick lap break, so that way you don't have to worry about where I am in the story.
Okay.
So, intermission. Everyone go take a stretch
Talk
break.
amongst yourselves, chat.
Stretch break and lab breaks for everyone.
Stretch break.
Well, that, like I said, that's what Jason and Angel were saying. But if you want.
Hello, chat. I'm back. Oh my god, we're both back at the same time? That was weirdly good timing.
One eternity later, what are you talking about?
That was weirdly good timing. I literally just came back at the same time you did.
Okay. And we're back. So, chapter 10. Ants. That was Cassie's brilliant idea. Ants. See, ants could get into Chapman's basement, and ants could carry away the small transponder. Ants. This was what my life had come to. We ended up spending a couple of hours debating whether we should be red ants or black ants. And I finally left in disgust. I didn't want to be an ant, red, black, or any other color. I saw Jake the other day in school. I had just come out of a history class where I had blown a pop quiz. I wasn't in the best mood. I was opening my locker and muttering about the Mexican-American War and how was anyone supposed to remember the difference between the war and the Texas War of Independence. Hi, Jake said. The answer is black. Turns out most of the ants near Chapman's house are black. Tobias checked it out. I looked over Jake's shoulder to make sure no one was close enough to overhear. Jake, I don't want to be a bug. I've been a gorilla, an osprey, a dolphin, a seagull, a trout, of all things, a lobster. And I'm probably forgetting a few. Gorilla was fun, dolphin was fun, osprey was fun. Ant, not fun. Basically, bugs are a bad idea. Jake shrugged. I was a flea. That was no big thing. He grinned like he'd made the world's funniest joke. Seriously, it was like nothing. I couldn't see anything. I could barely hear anything. Just vibrations. All I knew was I liked warm bodies, and whenever I got hungry, I just poked a hole in someone's warm skin. And sucked blood? He looked a little uncomfortable. Well, it's Rachel's blood. Kinda. I mean, okay, it was a cat's blood, but Rachel was morphing the cat. K.A. Applegate, you need to stop with this nonsense of Rachel and Jake.
K.A. Applegate.
We don't need an Applegate scandal. Jake, do you ever listen to yourself? Thank you, Marco. See, he knows. He knows what's up. I try not to think about it, he admitted, but look, we want to try and give Axe a chance to get home. And if he stays here, he's a danger to us. We've got this big and he looked around to make sure no one could hear and lowered his voice. We have this big Andalite running around Cassie's farm. What if someone sees him? Any controller is going to know what he is, and they're going to wonder why he's on Cassie's land. I nodded. Yeah, you're right. But I almost died the other day, and I was almost boiled alive. I know you're the big hero type, Jake, but I'm not. I grabbed my books out of my locker, slammed the door, and headed down the hall. Jake kept pace. You know what next Saturday is? I asked him suddenly. I hadn't planned to say anything. Sunday. Sorry, I meant to say Saturday. I meant to say Sunday. Sunday. I don't know what. 2 years. To the day. 2 years since my mom died. And I don't know what to do. I don't know whether I should talk to my dad about it or just let it pass. But I know one thing. This would be a really bad week for me to turn up dead. I kept walking. He didn't follow me. 2 years. She'd taken a boat out of the marina. She'd sailed it out into the rough seas. No one knew why. She'd never done it before. We'd always gone out together, 3 of us. That night, after the high winds had blown past, they found the boat driven up onto the rocks. The hull was shattered. There was no sign of my mother, except for a frayed safety rope. They never found her body. The Coast Guard guy said that it was not unusual. The ocean is a big place. So is space, a voice in my head said. Somewhere very, very far away, a mother and father wondered what had become of their children. For a long time, I made up stories about how my mom had survived. Maybe on a desert island or something. But I'm a realistic person, I guess. After a while, I accepted it. And after a while, Axe's parents would accept that he and his brother, Prince Elfingor, would not be returning. That they had been lost forever in space. Lost fighting to protect Earth. To help the human race. To help me. I spotted Cassie up ahead, walking with some of her friends. She smiled vaguely when she saw me. We were supposed to kind of ignore each other in school, so no one would ever figure out that Jake and me and Cassie and Rachel were hanging out a lot. As I brushed past her, I muttered, "Tell Jake I'll do it." Sometimes I really hate having a conscience. Okay, then.
Chad is concerned about that detail.
What?
The what we were talking about with the we don't need an Applegate scandal. But yeah, I completely agree.
Patrick, how dare Patrick, oh my gosh.
I was waiting for you to see that one, yeah.
Apparently my voice is rather soothing and it puts people to sleep.
Yes. I think what we're hearing is that you should become an ASMR artist.
I mean, that's why I tapped the microphone, so that way I know people are hearing. All right, then. Chapter 11. I wonder why these people moved, Cassie said. Maybe they didn't like living next door to a controller who is part of a conspiracy to take over the world, I said. Or maybe they just don't like assistant principals. I could understand that. We were standing in the backyard of the house next to Chapman. It was empty. There was a for sale sign in the front yard. It did make you kind of wonder why these people had decided to move. Not that Chapman ever acted strange. That's the big problem with controllers. You can never tell who is and who isn't. It's convenient for us anyways, Jake said. It was night. The moon was high and full and bright. So we were hiding beneath the tree. There was a high wooden fence between us and Chapman. Axe was just changing from his human morph back into an Andalite body. He had already acquired some ants earlier at Cassie's barn. We were getting ready to do it. I was scared. Badly scared. I guess the others were too. Everyone was talking too much. The way you do when you're nervous. Cassie was shivering like she was cold. Only it was about 70 degrees out. Tobias, I asked. He was in the tree, just a few inches over my head on a low branch. How well can you see? I think I'll be able to see you as long as you stay above ground, he said. The moonlight helps, but I'm not nearly as good at night as I am during the day. My eyes aren't much better than yours in the dark. Swell, I said. Jake glanced at his watch. It's time. We know Chapman will be at the meeting of the sharing starting about now. The sharing is a front organization for controllers. It's a way for controllers to get together without anyone being suspicious. Supposedly, it's just a sort of Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. In reality, it's a way for the controllers to recruit willing hosts. Yes, believe it or not, some people choose to accept your controllers. We didn't have to ask how Jake knew about the meeting of the sharing. Jake's brother, Tom, is one of them, a controller, who is very into the sharing. Are you ready, Axe? Jake asked. The Andalite had to be back in Andalite form before he could morph. Just like all of us had to be in human before morphing into another being. Once Cassie had tried morphing straight from one animal to another. Nothing had happened. And Cassie is the best morpher. I am ready, Axe said. Everyone ready? Jake asked. Yep, Rachel said. Even she sounded tense. There was a bad feeling hanging over this whole thing. Or maybe I was just paranoid. Okay, Jake said. Soon as we're all morphed, we head across the grass, down along the wall underground. We find a crack or a hole and enter the basement. Yeah, nothing to it, I said. I concentrated on the ant I had acquired earlier. There wasn't much to think about, really. When I'd held the ant in my hand, it had just been this tiny little dot. You could see that it had a sectioned body and legs. That was about it. The morphing began very quickly. Whoa! Falling. There was the first sensation. I was shrinking rapidly. The ground was rushing up at me. It was like one of those nightmares where you're falling and falling, but never seem to hit the ground. I was still maybe a foot tall, then my skin seemed to turn crisp, as if it had burned. It became harder than fingernails and glossy black. I looked over at Cassie and nearly screamed. She was farther along than me, only a foot tall, hard-shelled, black all over, glistening, rigid, plastic-looking skin. Her legs were shriveling rapidly. So were her arms, although they had become longer to match her legs. The third set of legs were growing out of her chest. And her face was no longer human. Her head was sort of a teardrop shape. Wickedly curved mandibles were growing out of her mouth. Huge, flashing, deadly-looking serrated jaws. Her eyes had gone flat and dead, just black dots. Antennae, looking almost like another set of legs, sprouted from her forehead. Her waist was pinched tight. Her lower body swelled to look like as big as a watermelon. I didn't want to watch because I knew that all these same changes were happening to me. I knew it. I didn't want to think about it. I just wanted it to be over. I wanted the changes to be done. Suddenly, all around me, huge, raspy spears shot up out of the ground. Grass. I was diminishing to true insect size. The rough, sharp shafts that were writhing all around me were just blades of grass. They weren't growing, I was shrinking. One exploded directly under me. I tumbled, end over end. And then my eyesight failed. My eyes simply stopped functioning. I was blind and falling, rolling, cartwheeling down the side of a blade of grass. Okay, let's see.
That was the end of the chapter.
Yep, that was the end of the chapter. All right, last chapter before we tag team.
Yay!
the last chapter before Side B. If you would like to continue to Side B, turn this cassette over after the chapter.
Good night, Patrick.
All right, then. Good night, Patrick.
Cool.
Okay, chapter 12. I was standing upright. I knew that. I had stopped falling, but I was blind. No, not completely blind. It was just blackness. But my eyes saw no detail. I could see patches of light and area of darkness. They were misty and fragmented, and my ant brain was not interested in them. No. The world was not about sighting. It was all something else. I knew I was getting something. Something. Sense. Feeling. Almost. Then I could feel my antennae waving back and forth, searching. Searching? No. They were smelling. My antennae were smelling. I was looking for a scent, several scents. It was not like human smell. Not like Jake had described dog scent when he morphed into his dog Homer. The kind of scent is full possibilities, subtleties. And this was different. I was looking for just a few scents. Just a few smells. I tried to prepare myself. I had been through this before. There the usual time, a brief few seconds, before the animal mind appears with all its fear and hunger and intelligence. I needed to be prepared. Ants were tiny and weak. Surely their fear would be extreme. I would have to be, then wham! The ant mind erupted inside my own. There was no fear, none. There was no hunger. There was no self? No me? No me? No. My antennae swept the air, strange. Not home, not the colony. Enemy territory. Smell them. Smell their droppings. Smell the acrid odor they smeared along the ground to mark their boundary. How are you guys doing? It's Tobias. How are you guys doing? Strangers. Smell of others. They would come. They would be killing. Killing. Soon. Move. Jake. Marco. Rachel. Cassie. Answer me. It's Tobias. Talk to me. I began moving. My 6 legs picked their way nimbly. I was a nearly blind insect picking his way through the forest of giant saw-edged grass blades. Food. The smell of food. Find it, take it, return it to the colony with it. Change direction instantly. Move towards the smell of dead beetle. Others around. Us. Ours. They had the right smell. They were not the enemy. You guys are heading the wrong way. Moving faster now. Feet feeling each blade of grass. Antennae sweeping the air, searching for the scent of the enemy. Searching for the scent of the dead carcass that we had to find and return to the colony. Listen to me! You are going the wrong way! The ant minds are controlling you! Close now. The scent of food was stronger, mandibles working. We would touch the carcass. We would judge its size. If it was too big to carry, we would hack it into smaller pieces and carry the chunks to the colony. You have to take control. You have to fight. You have to get a grip. Or enemy would come and kill. The smell of enemies were everywhere. There. We had reached the dead beetle. I scented the air. I touched it with my legs, touching again and again to learn the size. My legs, confusion. Fight it. You have to get control. It was big. The others were with me. I opened my cutting mandibles wide and bit into the beetle, slicing through the tough shell, biting into me. Listen to me. You are losing. You have to fight. fight? Suddenly, I realized that there had been some thing. A sound? Yes, not a smell. A sound. Or, yes, not a smell. Not a smell. Not a feel. You are human. You humans, listen to me. You are not ants. Fight it. Fight it. Yes, not a smell or a feel. In my head. Me, Marco. Ah! I screamed inside my own head. Tobias said later that it scared him half to death. He thought I was being killed. That wasn't it at all. I had been reborn. Ah! 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 What's the matter? Tobias cried. I lost myself, I said. I was gone. I was lost. I didn't even exist. Get out of that morph, Tobias said. But I could hear the others now, snapping back into reality, becoming again, crying. What are these? What kind of creatures are these? It was Axe. He sounded terrified. Terrified. They have no self. I was lost. There was nothing to hold on to. They are not whole. They are only parts like cells, just pieces. What kind of foul creature are these? Listen, you guys morph back, Tobias said. This sucks. This isn't right. Hive, Cassie said, sounding shattered. They are social insects, part of a colony, a hive. I should have guessed. I should have known. Axe is right. Each of us is only a part, like a single cell within a human body. Guys, I see other ants. They're coming your way, Tobias said. How far away? Jake asked. Can you see them up there? I'm not in the tree. I'm right here. I'm standing right over you. You're only a few inches from my right talon. I don't want to have to do this all over, Rachel said. Let's do this. Let's get it done. Are we all in control now? Jake asked. One by one, we said yes. It was only partly true. Yes, I had gained control over the ant mine, but it was still there. It was powerful in a totally new way. It was the simplicity that made it hard. The ant was a piece of a computer, just a tiny switch, a part of a much bigger creature, colony. Guys, Cassie's voice in my mind. If you try, you can kind of use these ant eyes, a little anyway. If you concentrate, you can notice the light and dark. It's like watching a really, really bad black and white TV that's almost all snow. And you can only see what's right in front of you, but you can almost see a picture. She was right. I could kind of see, but nothing I saw made any sense anyways. I could recognize blades of grass, but a long sloped wall that seemed almost about 6 feet high was a mystery to me. Someone just ran over my talon, Tobias said. The wall. Tobias's talon? That's good. You're heading in the right direction, Tobias said. You're coming up on the fence. If there was a fence, you couldn't prove it by me. I saw nothing. The bottom of the fence was 7 or 8 body lengths above me. Irrelevant. I don't want to go into Chapman's yard, Tobias said. It would look fishy if anyone saw. Just keep going in the same direction. We did. I barreled through the forest of grass. Then, very suddenly, it ended. We were out of the grass and racing across a moonscape of boulders, each the size of my head. In my brain, the alarm bells were still ringing. Enemies! Enemies! Their scent was everywhere. But it was not fear I felt in my ant brain. It was not capable of emotion or anything like emotion. It simply knew there were enemies close by, and it knew that it would come down sooner or later to kill or be killed. This is the end of side A. If you would like to continue to side B, please flip this cassette over.
That was a very intense cliffhanger for side A. How we doing, chat? Good night, Paulo. Sorry you feel like trash today. Good night,
Paulo. I'm not discouraged, Paulo. Even if I put all the effort into my voice, I still sound like Mr. Rogers. So
like the way that you read.
That's how I spin it. I don't have a monotone voice. I just have a voice of Mr. Rogers. All right then.
This has been come back.
What?
It minimized my book and I was like, no. All right. Yeah, like almost it's so I love when it's even number chapters and it always ends up being like, oh, exactly half the book. That's wonderful.
All right then. So right now it is 11:30 your time. We started at 8. Hopefully these chapters aren't as long on the second half.
These chapters seem to be shorter, and also I have this thing where I tend to read very, very fast. I have ADHD brain when I read, and I'm just like, we gotta read. That's why when I got to read Rachel or no, when it was Cassie turning into a squirrel, I was like, ah, this is great.
Ah, okay. They look about the same. They're like 31 pages, so.
Yeah. I think it's just broken up a little bit differently because, like you said, some of the pages are like, some of the chapters are like a page and a half.
All right, then.
Okay. Let's just see. Chapter 13. No. I said chapter. There we go. Come on. Hang on. You want to read
chapter 13 or chapter 13? Or do I want to read my what?
I was jokingly gonna say, oh, do you want to read your sponsorship for what was the reader that I need? The PDF reader?
Oh, Lumen PDF is an app that is built into Google Drive that allows Google Drive users to read PDF files and section them accordingly. Need to jump to a certain chapter? There's an outline feature for that. For your free trial of Lumen, go to your Google Drive, click on the three dots after you highlight the thing, and then open with Lumen PDF. Lumen PDF. Edit or sign document.
Beautiful. All right. Chapter 13. We hit the wall. I knew it was the concrete wall of the foundation. I knew, logically, that just a foot or so over my head, the wall became wood siding. But I could not see that kind of distance. What I saw and felt and smelled was that of horizontal world had simply stopped. Reality had a corner. The entire world, as far as I was concerned, was a corner between concrete and sand. One vertical, one horizontal. The concrete was full of cracks and pits enough for me to climb inside of. Head down, Jake reminded us. Look for a way to follow the wall down. There's a tunnel here, Rachel said, but it smells bad. Real bad. She was right. I found the tunnel, too. It was one of theirs. It belonged to the enemy. I knew there is an enemy. I can sense it, Axe said. But who? What? I don't know, Jake said grimly. Let's just hope they're not around. We headed down the tunnel. The smell of the enemy was powerful. Their stench wrapped around us. We were an invading force. We were going deep into enemy territory. The tunnel was narrow. Builders brushed constantly against my abdomen. My legs kicked some away. Others had to be moved aside. I should have felt cramped and claustrophobic with the earth all away. Others had to be moved away with the earth all around me and my friends close ahead and behind me. But my mind was at home in tunnels. I was traveling down. I knew my head was pointed down, but gravity seemed less important than it did when I was human. There's a side tunnel up here, Rachel said. She was in the lead. Big surprise. There are a couple of side tunnels. It's starting to branch out. Should I? Yeah! What? Oh, an ant. What, Rachel? He's running. He's running away. It's okay. It's okay. He was smaller than me. He ran off down a side tunnel. I guess we're the baddest ants in the tunnel, I said, trying to joke away the sudden clutch of very human terror. Let's hope so, Jake said. I feel air, Axe reported. A breeze down the next side tunnel. Follow it, Jake said. Quickly. We were out of the sand boulders and in a canyon. That's what it seemed like anyway. Like a deep, deep canyon, a crack in the concrete foundation. We clambered over craggy rocks and squeezed along the narrow crack, all the while the breeze grew stronger. Then we were out of the canyon. We were on a flat, vertical plain. I think we're there, Cassie suggested. I sense opening space all around, air, and it's dark. Okay, morph out, but be careful. Wait, get horizontal first, I said. Humans can't cling to walls, and we don't know how high up we are. Marco's right, and someone should go first. For once, I volunteer, I said. I couldn't wait to get out of that ant body. First, I moved away from them. It was totally dark, so I didn't have to watch the changes in myself, but trust me, feeling them was bad enough. Once I was human again, I began to look for a light. Then I froze. Don't sing the Beauty and the Beast song. My huge human feet could crush my friends. I stood perfectly still and ran my hands along the wall. Nothing. A bulletin board, a desk, phone, some kind of machine, probably a fax. There, a lamp. The sudden light was blinding. I blinked and covered my eyes with my hand. As soon as I could see, I looked around. I was in a very small room, like a windowless office. I was alone. Then I looked down at my body. Arms, legs, feet. Yes, human. Completely human. We see light, Jake said. I know you can't thought speak now, so if it's safe, flick the light. I could see them now. 4 tiny ants huddled against the corner of the wall. It took my breath away. Had that been me? Had I once been one of them, down here? I flicked the light. Seconds later, they began to demorph. I turned away and focused on rifling the desk. That was gross beyond belief, Cassie said. She was the first to complete her change. Yeah, I agreed. I don't want to do that again, she said. I could hear the shiver of fear and disgust in her voice. I didn't answer. I was too scared to want to talk about it. If I talked about it, it would become real, you know? Better to not think, better to shove it out of my mind. This is the place, Rachel said, when she had grown eyes and a mouth again. I recognize it. Chapman's office. I was a cat when I was in here, but this is it. Let's get this done in and out, Jake said nervously. Axe, find that transponder. Axe, now fully Andalite again, immediately began removing a panel from the thing I thought was a fax machine. I continued looking through Chapman's desk. Nothing much there. No papers, no files. Axe looked at me and smiled in the way Andalites have of smiling with just their eyes. He smizes, guys. I forgot about that. He touched a small cube I thought was a paperweight. The paperweight lit up and projected a picture into the air in front of me. Cool, I said. A computer, right? Yes, a computer. I poked the air, pointing at a symbol that looked like it would be a folder. It opened. The document was written in some totally alien alphabet. You can use a computer? Sure, why not? This is a few hundred years more advanced than ours, but... Stop, Axe said suddenly. Go back to that last document. You can read this stuff? Yes. He stared intently. It's an announcement. The Yerks have an important visitor arriving soon. Visser 1. Visser 1? That would be like Visser 3's boss? Yes, Visser 1 is more powerful than Visser 3, just as Visser 3 is more powerful than Visser 4. There are 47 Vissers in the Yerk Empire, or so we believe. Great, I said. 47. Not all like our friend Visser 3, I hope. Axe was back at work, getting the transponder out of the fax-like machine. No, he answered. Only Visser 3 has an Andalite body. Only he can morph. Visser 1 has a human body, I believe. Ah, here, I have it. He held up a tiny, shiny disc, no bigger than a pea. Okay, let's get out of here, Jake said. Put that thing near the crack. Put that thing back where it came from. Where's that? Help me. Sorry.
I was about to say that.
We won't have to carry it as far. Everyone morph back. Let's bail. It was the moment I dreaded. I didn't want to return to that ant body. It made me want to cry just thinking of it, but there was no other way. If we tried to sneak out of the basement by going through the house, we might be caught. Boy, I don't want to do this, I muttered. But at the same time, I focused on that ant shape, and as I watched, my friends began to change. Once we had shrunk back to ant size, the transponder seemed enormous. It was far bigger than we were. Standing beside it, feeling with my legs and antenna, it felt about as big as a 2-car garage. Everybody says ants are incredibly strong for their size, Cassie pointed out. Let's see if that's true. It seemed impossible, but Cassie, Rachel, and Axe managed to lift the monstrous load off the ground. I mean, it was like seeing 3 people walking down the street carrying a city bus. That's how big it was. But it's true what they say about ants. For their size, they are some strong little bugs. When we reached the vertical wall, the 3 of them had to push ahead to roll it up the wall, like some gigantic steel donut. We reached the crack. They shoved the transponder in. Jake and I were in the lead. It took all 5 of us to drag the thing over the crags of the concrete canyon, but we made it through and back to the dirt tunnel. The transponder was so big it blocked the tunnel. It was like a spit wad in a straw, but with Axe, Rachel, and Cassie behind pushing, and Jake and I clearing boulders, grains of sand, out of the way, we made progress. It happened suddenly. There was no warning. 1 second, the tunnel ahead of me was empty. The next second, it was full. Full of a charging, racing army of ants. Enemies, my ant brain said. Now the killing would begin. Oh, good. Oh, good.
You get the best part, huh?
Oh, God. Ah. How much longer until the book is done? We are more than halfway done.
Yeah, we are on page 39, so technically 25 pages.
Yeah, we're like 2/3 of the way done.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, Earth is the only planet with so many living creatures for the Yerks to invest. That's true. All right, chapter 14. Let me pick up my drink. They're behind us, it was Rachel yelling. Breaking through the side of the tunnel, Cassie screamed. They're everywhere. Help! Help! Ah! The speed of the attack was incredible. The force of the attack was impossible to explain. There were hundreds of them, ahead, behind, flooding up from side tunnels, bursting from the walls. My leg! They bit off my leg! Oh, my neck! Oh, help me! There were 3 of them on me. They were pulling me, trying to force me down so they could tear me apart. Tear me apart. The 4th scampered over my head, brushing my antenna. He locked his mandibles on my narrow waist. He was trying to bite me in half. There was no defense. We could not win. We would all be dead in a few seconds. They were machines. Absolutely, without fear. Unstoppable. Morph, I yelled. It's the only way. Morph. One of my legs came loose, torn away, ripped out by the root. Arrgh! No, help me. I could feel my waist being sawed through by grinding, sharp mandibles. I could feel A searing liquid was fired at me, a poison. They were stinging me again and again, and ripping me apart. Human. I wanted to be human again. Please, just let me live long enough to become human again. Do 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 do. Sorry. More. Jake's voice. Then no. My waist would snap. The mandible would not release me. Then suddenly, the pressure around my waist was gone. Instead, I felt the sandy soil pressing against me. I was growing. I couldn't breathe. Sand blocked the air. Pressure. Then the ground around me opened up. I swear it was like climbing up out of a grave. The air. Fresh, clean night air. I exploded up out of the sand. Jake... No, go back.
Camera. Lumen.
No. Okay, wait, I lost my place.
Then the ground around me opened up. I swear it was like climbing up out of a grave. The air. Fresh, clean night air.
I exploded up out of the sand. Jake was on top of me, pushing against me as he grew, and the others who had been only inches away in the tunnel also pressed together in a rapidly growing heap of misshapen bodies. I tried to squirm away, but it was awkward. I was only half human. But at last, I lay there on the ground, staring up through human eyes at the stars. Are you guys okay? It was Tobias. Cassie, Jake asked. I'm okay, Cassie said. Me too, Jake. Thanks for asking, Rachel said. We were all alive, all in one piece, 4 humans and an Andalite. I looked down and saw the disturbed sand where we had pushed our way up and out. Thousands of ants, almost too small to see, were racing wildly around. There, too, in the dirt, was the transponder. I picked it up. Rachel was stomping the ground back down, trying to flatten it out so it wouldn't look strange. Jake, I said, let's not do that again anytime soon. He nodded shakily. One day I'm a lobster, the next I'm an ant. I figure the next step down the evolutionary ladder is a virus or something, and I just want to say right now I'm not doing it. I'm not going to become phlegm, even to save the world. It wasn't much of a joke, but there was a kind of lame little laugh from everyone, and Rachel stopped stomping the ground. That night, when I went home, I took a shower. I found the head of an ant. It was still locked onto the skin of my waist. Lots of people think only humans fight wars, that only humans are murderers. Let me tell you something. Compared to ants, human beings are full of nothing but peace, love, and understanding. A month or so after the experience with the ants, I picked up a book about ants. The author said if ants had nuclear weapons, they would probably end the world in a week. He's wrong. It wouldn't take them that long. I mean, fair. We're asking ourselves the real questions. What if ants ruled the world?
Yep. Sorry, I was like, sometimes my phone accidentally likes to click the little ad links below it, and so like it just pops up.
Oh no, you're good. I've been dealing with ADHD acting up all night, so it's good.
So yeah, ant mutilation.
Ant mutilation. We got there. It only took us
Isn't
5 books.
there like I remember seeing a video in science class when I was in middle school saying that how the South American ants, rather than them fighting each other, they just join the same colony that is marching up towards North America or something.
I think so. It's been a long time since I was in grade school and learned about
ants.
It's
not cutter ants. I think they're like South American soldier ants. Hold on. Soldier ant.
Let's see.
Joining together.
Oh yeah, my chapters are flying by.
I don't know, but I remember hearing that. It's like, the whole killer bee thing. Imagine just like this big old, like, black, it's just coming at you, and they're also, oh my god.
It'd honestly be terrifying. Like, ants are terrifying when you think about, like, their ability to like the description of the poison was actually horrifying. I did not let 10 out of 10 will never read again.
10 out of 10 won't read again. I think it's interesting how like the Applegate is able to get like these really interesting descriptions of how animals see, yet it doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility that that's probably how they either react or see or all that stuff.
I wonder what kind of research he did. I was just reading this chapter thinking about how much Rod Serling would have loved Animorphs if he was alive to see them published. It would probably be like his favorite thing. Because the man loved some sci-fi, and the man also loved a good commentary on war. And that's all.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Rod Serling, the creator of the Twilight Zone, Twilight Zone. The man had two loves in life. It was sci-fi and like moral social commentary, especially if it had to do with war, because he fought in World War II and he was really, really anti-war.
I was gonna say, but didn't Roald Dahl also, wasn't he like a pilot in the Air Force?
Probably. Roald Dahl is a much more complicated character than Rod Serling, but Rod Serling would absolutely love these books. Rod Serling would read these books and then read them to his kids and then read them to everybody he could and then probably want to make a show about it.
Yeah, he'd be like I totally lost what I was gonna say. Anyways.
But yeah. Alright, chapter 15. I was cool. I was fine. I slept okay. There were dreams, but I just put them out of my mind. When I got up the next morning, I ignored the fact that my dad's eyes were red, like he'd been crying. He was getting worse, not better, as we got closer to Sunday, to the 2nd year anniversary of my mom's death. But I had to put that out of my mind, too. I had to put a lot of things out of my mind. It was getting to be a habit. I saw Jake in the hallway at school. I pretended not to notice him. I saw Rachel, too. She had a dark look in her eyes, like she hadn't slept, like something was really wrong. Even Cassie seemed grim. It had gotten to all of us, so it's not so easy to just forget terror. It's not easy to just ignore the memory of your leg being ripped off, of being dismembered, torn apart. One of these days, I thought, one of us is going to go crazy. Totally lock me up in a rubber room. Nutso.
I mean, Tobias went crazy. He had an episode.
Tobias already had his existential crisis. He's like, you'll come out on the other side. You'll be fine.
Yeah. But Marco's like, yeah, but you don't count. You're a bird.
you don't count. You're a bird.
I'm talking about as humans, not you raptors. Jeez, be a little more sensitive.
It was too much. This wasn't how life was supposed to be. One of us would snap. One of us would lose it. It could happen, even to strong people. I knew it had happened to my father. I used to think nothing could ever destroy him, but my mom's death had. He used to be an engineer, a scientist, really. He's incredibly smart. We had a nice house. We had a nice car. I used to live practically next door to Jake. I know all that stuff isn't important. I know having things isn't what life is about. But it was still hard when my dad just stopped going to work. Jerry, his boss, tried to be nice. He gave him a couple of weeks to deal with losing mom. But a couple of weeks was not enough. My dad's a janitor now, part-time. He gets jobs with a temporary service. He unpacks boxes at department stores, that kind of thing. But I don't care what kind of job he has. That doesn't matter. What matters is that when I lost my mom, I lost my dad too. See, people can snap. People can lose it. I know. I cruised through the morning classes, no big deal. At lunch, I ended up at the table with Rachel. She didn't seem to notice me. She was just hunched over her meal, eating mechanically. A girl named Jessica came walking past with her tray. She bumped into Rachel, which made Rachel drop her fork. It splattered down the food on her in the food on her tray.
I don't know if Jessica did it deliberately or not.
She's not the kind of girl who thinks she's tough. Watch it, Rachel snapped. What? Jessica demanded, acting outraged. Are you yelling at me? Don't give me any of your mouth. I might have to slap it for you. Then she shoved against Rachel's back. In a flash, Rachel was up, out of her seat. She spun around, she grabbed Jessica by the
Yeah.
collar of her sweatshirt and pushed
Do
the
it.
girl back against the neck table. What?
Do it. Let those intrusive thoughts win, Rachel.
Violence is sometimes the answer, Rachel.
I knew how this would be settled in the animal world, but this was girl world, so all the fighting had to be sneaky.
Jessica probably outweighs Rachel by 50 pounds. But it didn't matter. Rachel had her on her back on the table, scattering dishes and food everywhere. Rachel leaned over Jessica in a voice of cold steel and said, "Don't touch me." I saw Jake across the room, too far away to intervene. Cassie was with him. It was up to me. Hang on, my cat is launching herself at the door.
She's like, what? Violence?
Violence is always the answer to Terry. Nothing on
Perry heard you read about a cat fight. He's like, what? Cat fight? Where?
Violence, chaos, me. No, violence is the question and the answer is yes. Yeah. Violence is the question and the answer is yes. Come on, Perry. Come on. Come on. I know you want to come up here.
If Marco lived near more family, I'm sure his family would tell his dad, you know what, you got 2 more days to be upset, and that's it. You got to get back to life.
Yeah.
Because I know some people's family is like that, like, hey, you know, I'm sorry for you. You've had 2 weeks to do it, but you know what? You got 2 more days of this, and that's it.
Yeah.
No more of this crying nonsense.
I jumped up and raced to Rachel. I took a deep breath and shoved both my arms between them. "Back off, Marco," Rachel said. "Get her off me, she's crazy," Jessica cried. I pushed against Rachel, trying to force her off Jessica. Suddenly, Jessica started lashing out. I assume she was trying to hit Rachel. She missed. Ow! I grabbed my left eye. "What are you hitting me for?" And that was when the first teacher showed up. 5 minutes later, Jessica, Rachel, and I were sitting in the assistant principal's office, Chapman's office. Jessica. No, Dragon Bean. Harry.
Hi, Milo. Yep, we're still on it. It's almost over, Milo. We're 2/3 of the way done.
Milo, we had tech issues to end every tech issue we've ever had tonight. It's been.
Yeah, but the first few the first few chapters too were a few pages.
Yeah.
The second half tends to be shorter.
Chapman's office. Jessica was acting outraged in a very loud voice. Rachel was staring stonily ahead. I was wondering whether my eyes would just keep swelling up. Chapman glared at us. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "Fighting in the lunchroom? And you, Rachel, of all people. What, like you think she's better than me?" Jessica demanded. Chapman ignored her. He focused on Rachel. "Is something the matter? Mr. Holoram says you started the fight. Are you okay, Rachel? Is there some kind of stress in your life?" For a split second, I was afraid the look in Rachel's eyes was dangerous. I had this terrible flash of her saying, "Yeah, Mr. Chapman, I'm a little stressed. I nearly got killed turning into an ant to sneak." Perry, you're kicking everything over. Perry. "To sneak into your basement to fight you and the rest of your evil Yerk friends." I knew Rachel was too cool for anything like that. But then I would have said she was too cool to start a fight in the lunchroom. "It's my fault, Mr. Chapman," I said. "Your fault?" His eyes narrowed. "Yes, sir. They were fighting over me. See, they both want me. They're
Shut up, Marco!
Marco! And I can certainly understand why, can't you? Are you crazy, you little toad?" Jessica shrieked. But
damn!
Over at Rachel, I saw just the slightest little tugging at the corner of her mouth, the beginning of a smile. Chapman yelled at us for a few minutes and told us to make appointments with the school counselor. Then he let us go. In the hallway outside his office, Rachel walked with me. "I wish I could do that," she said. "What? Always think things are funny. It's why you're so, cool and in control." "Me? Cool and in control? The idea surprised me. Rachel thought I was in control.
Derp,
Yesterday.
he did a Chad move. He took the blame from the
somehow
fight.
took the blame and took the credit in a way that only Marco
That's
can.
such a Chad move, though. It was such a Chad move. He's like, you know what? It's my fault. They were fighting over me.
Fighting over me, and I
Couldn't
totally
help
see
themselves.
why.
Such a Chad.
Yesterday, last night, it got to me. She said. She shrugged. Then she smiled, her supermodel smile at me. You grind my nerves sometimes. Sometimes, Marco. Always joking the way you do. But keep it up, okay? We need a sense of humor. Humor? You thought I was kidding? You mean you and Jessica aren't both insanely in love with me? Dream on, Marco, she said. Perry, you are sitting on the mouse, and I can't scroll if you're sitting on the mouse. There we go.
Like I said, Marco is my son.
Yes, hi, that's Daniel. Hi. She sees you on the screen, and she's like, hey, person, there's a person over there.
Like, I love this person. He's stylish, and he's very attractive.
There's fur everywhere. All right, how's chat? Did I miss anything?
Derp said that. Can I slap him?
Yeah. Everybody's just like, Marco. Oh, hi, Sean.
Nah, Marco said, I love Marco. Marco, I adopt him as my son. He is under my metaphorical wing. Y'all can have Axe, but Marco is my child.
Yeah, Sean, we did, in fact, have to go live 3 times tonight just to get here.
And then Milo just came back from watching Scream.
Oh, so did Patrick. Patrick just got back from watching
Scream. Jenna Ortega did a good job of being scared for the movie. Every time I see Jenna Ortega, I think of High School Musical's choreographer Kenny Ortega.
Yes. Are they? Yeah, I always
No, Ortega's just a common last name, like Garcia and Lopez.
True.
And Gonzalez. There we go.
Kind of like Silva is a very common Portuguese last name. Brazilian last
name. I didn't know that. Smith's the very common white person name.
Yes.
But Vanderhouten, I don't think it's very common. Or Alberto, I don't think it's very common.
No, it's not. My mom's maiden name was Conway, which is a super common name if you come from an Irish family. And so she went from that to Vandenhouten. So, like, raise a glass. She's like, my name was so easy.
All right. Sword lasers. What does that mean, Derprek? Sword lasers.
Harry, are you keeping all the tech ghosts at bay? Are you like, I will cause chaos so it doesn't have to?
Yes, Milo. The Descendants movies are not as good as High School Musicals, but they are the High School Musical was a catalyst to open up for Descendants and the zombie movies and the Teen Beach movies and the Camp Rock movies, and I was never for that stuff.
I've never watched Descendants or anything, but I own a couple of the Descendants books.
Like High School Musical, like if you watch the first movie compared to the third movie, you could tell they got the budget. But damn, that first movie is rough with the budget.
But it's classic. Same thing with Napoleon Dynamite. No money, but cultural impact.
But like it was a Disney Channel original movie in the sense of old Disney Channel original movies, where it's like they had little budget and they didn't like to make these lavish sets. They just filmed wherever they got permission to or paid for the day, and that was it.
Oh yeah, High School Musical literally. Are you getting up or down? You gotta choose.
It had humble beginnings.
Yeah, and it also changed the landscape of Disney movies because Disney went back and said, hey, kids really like musicals, and Disney Channel executives went, really? All right. And then
I thought Cheetah Girls kind of did that. I thought the Cheetah Girls did that. Like the Cheetah Girls were like kind of the
You're right. Cheetah Girls were
but then High School Musical was the catalyst.
Yes. Cheetah Girls opened the door for High School Musical, which then opened the floodgates for everybody else.
Mm-hmm. They're like,
Harry?
what? We can make music off of an actor who sings and dances. And we don't have to pay for extra actors who can do either.
Also,
but not both.
That reminds me, Milo sent me a whole bunch of collections of the Cheetah Girls books, so we need to read. We read the first one, we need to read the second one.
I still haven't gotten over cannoli.
Nope. It still lives with me every day. I wake up and go to bed at night with the with the emotional turmoil that is. Harry, that's next week's book.
That is Perry.
Yes, Perry.
She's a semi-aquatic, egg-laying mammal of action.
Yeah. I sometimes put, when she jumps up on my desk in videos and I'm editing, sometimes I will put the Perry the Platypus theme song in there.
She's a semi-chaotic, non-laying mammal of action.
Yeah.
Not aquatic, but chaotic. And non-laying, as opposed to egg-laying.
Really like some. See, I feel old because I haven't watched like a Disney. All the Disney Channel movies that are big with like kids now, I've never seen. I've never seen Descendants. I've never even seen Zombies. Like, you know.
The latest Disney Channel movie that I saw was Spin, the one about the Indian girl who becomes an EDMD.
Huh, I haven't seen that one. I apparently need to just see more Disney Channel movies.
That one is.
Oh, she's literally our age. I mean, I know Zombies are a little bit older than Descendants, but still.
Like I said, it's Spin is very good. It kind of harkens back to the old original Disney Channel movies that were about kids trying different sports and activities. And that was like kind of their wheelhouse back in the day, Disney Channel.
Oh my god, all the ones that were like meant to kind of make you cry because they were kind of like an after school special. Like they were great.
When I showed my brother Aquila and the Bee, if you've ever seen Aquila and the Bee, he thought it was a Disney movie. I'm like, that is not a Disney movie.
Yeah, it just always aired on Disney. I thought the same thing. It was like Hocus Pocus. I always thought it was a Disney Channel original, and then it's just like, no, it was just a movie that then ended up being played all the time.
Yeah, like Life Size. Life Size is a wonderful world, but it's not a Disney Channel movie.
Life Size, I consider that because it's Wonderful World of Disney because it predated the DCOM.
It's not even on Disney Plus. Only the second one is on Disney Plus.
I still have no idea why they did that. It's like Mr. Boogedy and Bride of Boogedy. It's like those were Wonderful World of Disney because I was back in the 80s before DCOMs were a thing. Like Disney Channel was barely a thing. But it's like the same principle.
But yeah, I like the late 90s, early 2000s ones that were about like sports and other things like Rip Girls was about surfing, Johnny Tsunami was about snowboarding, Brink was about skating,
Hockey 6 was about hockey.
Yeah, stuff like that. And then you have this whole like modern Disney is just musicals and about getting famous and about already having the talent and all that stuff. Except for like I said, except for Spin. Spin was like a kind of attempt at trying to go back to the original stuff where it's like this Indian girl who her dad runs a restaurant and she's like a STEM student. And so she meets this but this English kid who like transfers to her school and teaches her how to DJ. And then he gets like weirdly jealous of the fact that she's naturally better than him at DJing. And he's like, and didn't credit her for the music that they made. It's like, but you're not even a DJ, so why does it matter to you?
Oh my god, I just learned that Radio Rebel, last thing, and then I'll get back to the book, I swear. Radio Rebel is apparently on PureFlix, the Christian streaming service, and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Literally just a Disney Channel movie, why? It's the same thing as like when they had Saddle Club for a while. I was like, why?
Well, speaking of which, I still don't get how Debbie Ryan can be taken seriously as an actress. She really just makes a fool of herself sometimes.
Debbie Ryan is actually, I actually worked on Insatiable, so I got to see Debbie Ryan in action. She's actually very funny and just very sarcastic.
I don't know, that whole like, I went up to the president of Disney and said, I want to make history. I'm like, girl, take several seats.
Yeah, she's very quirky.
The only person whose sarcasm I accepted one time was Demi Lovato, when the person said, "What is your favorite dish?" I like mug, and I'm like, you SOB.
Daddy, I
You
love
are
it.
so smarmy for that. I love you. I like mugs, because you can drink out of them and they like hold hot and cold things and they got a hand. My girl.
I think just
I,
in general,
I
Radio
both
Rebel
hate
was a
you
very
and love you
inoffensive
for that.
film where the whole message is just like be yourself, but in a very vague, very heterosexual way. Yeah. They're like, we know that people are not going to watch these like Christian movies. No one wants to watch those. I know. I used to have to watch the Christian movies in church, and so they're like, let's put on things that kids do want to watch. Maybe.
Wait, what are you talking about, Christopher B? If Perry is an egg layer, are they trans? Um, that's an interesting question. Perry's female, so she's obviously an egg layer, but she's not like a traditional bird laying raptor egg layer or like a reptilian egg layer. No, because they said, oh, if Perry is an egg layer, are they trans? Like not transgender, but they would be like trans bestial.
Oh no, Perry is short for Miss Peridot. She's a girl. So if she was a platypus, she would lay eggs, but she is in fact a catapus who does not lay eggs. She had one litter of kittens, and then when she was barely a year old, and then she got fixed, and we were like, no more kittens, and she was like, thank God.
Same thing with my dogs. We fixed them all.
Mm-hmm. Well, we always fix ours, but we found her when she was a year old, hiding under somebody's porch, and she was already pregnant. So we were like, okay, you're gonna have your kittens, and then you're never gonna have kittens again.
The Derprex, a Radio Rebel reboot, but it's gay. Yes, call it Gadio Rebel.
Oh my God!
Drive home the point.
Anyway,
that would be so Disney though. Yes, we decided to make a reboot, but for the gay audience, and we decided to call it Gadio Rebel to reach out to all the little boys and girls out there who are not brave enough to, and
God,
I feel like that's something that they would do, and they give it to Disney.
In all earnest, with their whole chest, be like, "Be proud of us for this," and we would all be like, "Don't, no, please don't."
Yeah, and the love interest is trans, huh?
They're just like hitting all the buttons of like performative representation, and
I'm not gonna lie, that's how it kind of was with Spin. They had a guy who was gay, or I think they went by he her, or no, she her.
Wait, what
pronouns.
Are we talking about?
The Disney Channel movie Spin.
Okay.
And like he had painted nails. I don't know, because in the movie when that character was around the other girls, their other friend was like, "Girls, what do we call a man?" Like, I guess they are, or they identify as she and her in that movie. That character.
Oh, so it was like a gender non-binary character that they just did badly. Like it wasn't very accurate. Is that what
I don't know. Yeah, but like that was the only thing that kind of bothered me, was that they were shoehorning in the wokeness of like, oh, it's a person of color, and then they use non-binary pronoun, whatever, like it's a male that uses she, her.
Probably had like no, like usually the thing that gets me is like when they're like, we're gonna have all these representation, but then the people that are like minorities don't have any real storyline other than to just be the friend of like the
that was exactly it. That was my one big thing with them. Same thing with that 90s show. I saw that 90s show and I was like I was mad about the writing, because like you can't have the person of color also be the one who is outwardly out of the closet gay in the Midwest in the 90s of Wisconsin. That makes no sense at all.
We'll call it woke and hated. Well, I mean, like, representation is good. It's just like when it's clear that like corporations don't care about representation, they just want the credit, so they just kind of like throw in a character that's very badly written. And
as soon as they saw the black and white Skittles bag, the rest of the companies were like, "Oh, fair game, sure."
Oh boy, I don't even want to know. I'm gonna go back to reading the book.
Yeah, let's not go down this rabbit hole, because I will end up getting very heated.
Fair enough. Chapter 16? Are we on 16? I think we're on 16.
Yeah.
Axe finished building his distress beacon. I almost read distress bacon. Distress bacon would be a great name for a band. He had it ready the next day, now that he had the Z space transponder. Now we just had to figure out where to lay our trap. It couldn't be any place that would ever be connected with us. Not Cassie's farm, not the nearby woods, not even anywhere in town if we could help it. A couple days after the ant episode, we hooked up again in the fields of Cassie's farm, up against the trees of the forest. This was one area we definitely had to keep safe. It was the only place we had to keep Axe if this mission to help him escape failed. It was Tobias who came up with this answer. There's a gravel quarry. It's further inland. There's never anyone there, and it's just about an hour's flying time away. As the crow flies. If we're flying somewhere, we'll have to get Axe, a bird morph of some type, Jake said. He looked at Cassie. We have a few choices in the barn, she said. She bit her lip thinking. We have a northern harrier that was poisoned, about your size, Tobias. Axe, do you mind picking up a bird morph? Jake asked. I have admired Tobias's shape. It's truly wonderful in every way. The shape, the sharp talons, the beak, much better than the human body. No, not that I mean to offend. It's just that humans have no natural weapons. I miss my tail when I am in human morph. No offense taken, I said, but you're wrong about humans having no natural weapons. You marinate human feet in a pair of old tennis shoes for a few hours on a hot day and you'll see a deadly weapon. The dreaded stink foot. I hate that he said marinated in this context.
Okay. I mean, stinky feet just smell like corn chips.
Okay, that's settled, Jake said. Now let's get down to details. If we're going to call down a bug fighter, we need to have a plan ready. Saturday should be the day, I think. As long as it doesn't involve ants, I said. I meant it as a joke, but no one laughed. No ants, Jake agreed quietly. I shook my head in amusement. You know, we're talking about taking on Hork-Bajir and Taxons. I used to think they were the scariest in the world, but it's the little ant that scares me worse now. When the meeting broke up, I hung around till Jake was done saying goodbye to Cassie, and Jake and I walked home together. For a while, we talked about the normal kinds of things we used to talk about before our lives changed.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
We talked about basketball and disagreed over which was the best NBA team. We talked about music. Neither of us had bought a new CD recently. We talked about whether Spider-Man could kick Batman's butt or vice versa. I was stalling because, stupid, normal, everyday stuff. I was stalling because I didn't want to have to tell him what I had decided. But Jake's been my friend forever. He knows me. Marco, what's the problem? What do you mean? I mean, you haven't said a single mean yet funny thing the whole way. That's not you. I laughed. Then I just blurted out. This is my last time, I said. What do you mean? He knew exactly what I meant, of course. I'm in for this time, but that's it. No more after this. And I'm serious. No one is going to guilt me into it. I've done enough. He thought about this for a while as we walked. You're right. You have done enough. You've done 1,000,000 times more than enough. It's just been too many close calls. Yeah. One of these days we aren't going to pull it off, 10 more seconds and those ants would have had us. And before that, it was a pot of boiling water. And before that, it was practically killed by sharks. I mean, come on, enough is enough. You're right, Jake said. Yeah. I was surprised that he took it so well. I guess I shouldn't have been. We all kind of treat Jake like he's the leader, but he's never been pushy about it. What are you going to do Sunday? He asked. That took me by surprise again. I don't know. Some Sundays we go to my mom's grave, leave flowers and all, but this is the 2-year thing. I shrugged. I don't know, man. He just nodded. But I'll tell you one thing, Jake. A year from now, I don't want my dad going to leave flowers at 2 graves. Damn.
Oh, Marco. Have you met Sunny yet?
What?
Then Marco, have you met Sunny yet? Sunny or Daydream Winslow?
Oh boy. That's right. Sunshine Daydream Winslow is her full name. I always forget about that.
Sounds like a horse.
Sounds like a cartoon horse.
Sounds like a My Little Pony horse. Oh yes, my favorite horse is Sunshine Daydream.
Yeah, it does. Ah, I see this book is the first mention of Z-Space. That comes back a lot. I'm sure it does. I'm very excited. I just have established since you weren't here earlier, Milo, Axe is my son. I will die for him. I love Axe. Poor little kid who's been through so much. Would be woke by their own logic. Yeah. My feet smell like blue cheese, apparently. Oh. It changes when the dome ship crashed. Construction. Yup. Perry the platypus was always male coded, called he at every turn, yet egg laying was still a common adjective. It's probably just bringing up what platypuses are known for, but still, Sunshine Daydream and so. Oh good, I love Axe 2. Sunshine Daydream definitely sounds like a My Little Pony.
I'm sure if you put Alex, Sunny, and Marco in a room, they would just have a ball of a time, huh?
Probably, yeah. I'm googling something real quick.
I'm sure Sunny would probably slap Marco within the hour, and Alex would just be in the corner by himself in an awkward silence. Wait, what are you googling?
I was just looking up something about platypi, just because chat made me curious.
He's a semi-aquatic, egg-laying mammal of action.
And then I just found a picture of one just literally flying through the air. It was very funny. Okay, sorry.
Oh, derp. Alex is from California Diaries. He's Ducky's friend.
Oh yeah, Alex is really going through it. Really, really going through it, man.
If you'd like to know what we're talking about, please refer back to book 1 of Ducky. Content warning for that.
Yep. Although this past California Diaries one just gave me so much anxiety. That 5 and 8 have been so anxiety inducing.
Yeah, but like Dougie's book, that there's the content warning of self-deletion is brought up near the end of the book.
Oh, it just goes 1 to 10 out of nowhere. It's like 1 minute they're just like doing normal teenager things, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, we're
they're at
there.
a party, and then the water is going onto the carpet of the bedroom, or not the bedroom, the upstairs hallway.
No one dies.
And
for that
brief second, Ducky and his old Cro-Mag friend Jay come together to bust down the door.
It's very intense.
To the rescue.
All right, we are close to the end here, guys.
8 more chapters.
6 more chapters. 6 more chapters? Wait.
No, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Thank you. My head hurts apparently too much to math. All right, this is wonderful. Wonderful. Flying. The 6 of us were all together flying. It was the first time for Axe. He just kept saying how wonderful it was. He wouldn't shut up. He was the most excited he'd been since he'd discovered coffee. Do not be mean to my son. Which was cool because flying really is wonderful. These are excellent eyes, Axe said. Far better than any human eyes. Even better than my Andalite eyes. Yes, birds of prey usually have great daytime vision, Tobias said. I think mine may actually be a little better than yours, though. I doubt that, Axe said. It's hard to imagine better vision than this. Remember the good old days, I asked, when we used to argue over who had the best jump shot? Now it's who has the best bird eyes. We were sailing above a patch of woods. It was almost solid green below us. We had risen high on a beautiful thermal. A thermal is a warm bubble of air that acts like an elevator, letting you soar high with almost no effort. We hoped there were no bird watchers down in the woods. We made a very unlikely flock: a red-tailed hawk, a falcon, a harrier, a bald eagle, and 2 ospreys. We kept some distance between us so it wouldn't be too obvious that we were together. Also, the eagle, who was Rachel, was carrying something that looked like a small TV remote control. She was the biggest bird. She got stuck lifting the weight. I have an idea, I said. Let's just blow off this self-deletion mission and spend the day flying around. Sounds good to me, Cassie said. She meant it to be lighthearted. It sounded just a little too serious. There's a quarry, Tobias announced. Dead ahead. Dead ahead. Excellent choice of words, I said. We made a large circle over the area looking for anyone who might be in the woods, but there was no one. We spiraled down from the sky, down into the deep, open gash in the earth that was the gravel quarry. It was a desolate place, just a big hole in the ground with some water in the lowest spots. A few minutes later, we were back in our usual forms, minus shoes, of course, and wearing our motley collection of morphing clothes. Mighty Morphing Power Rangers. Now I can't stop thinking about it. We look like a trapeze act from a cheap circus, I said. Way too much spandex. Don't start with the uniforms again, Rachel said. It was an old debate. I would say how we needed some decent superhero uniforms, you know, like the X-Men or whatever. But now I realized I shouldn't be talking that way, as if we were all going to be together in the future. I couldn't tell if Jake had told any of the others that I was quitting. Probably he had told Cassie. I doubted Rachel knew, or she would have said something the same with Tobias. And Axe? Who knew with Axe? He was still a mystery to us. It was one of the things I would miss after I quit. I mean, how often do you get to hang out with a real alien? That and the flying. I would miss the flying, but if I was out, I had to be out all the way. I guess I must have looked morose, sitting there on the pile of rocks, thinking. Jake came over and kind of gave me a shove, you know, in a friendly way. Come on, we need you to go back under that overhang, out of sight. Great, I said. The rocks will fall and crush us, and we won't have to worry about the yerks. They were sort of shallow. There was a sort of shallow cave in the quarry wall. Not deep at all, but it would hide us from anyone flying over. Well, Jake said, let's try this out. Axe, you ready to trigger this thing? Yeah, I'm very ready. Prince Jake. The prince and princess is so cute. Jake looked around at everyone. You all ready to go into your various morphs? We nodded, all except Axe. See, we were all going into morph, our strongest, deadliest morphs, in order to take care of the Yerk crew when they came. But Axe didn't have anything but a shark, a lobster, an ant, and a harrier. We figured he was better off in his own Andalite body, which was plenty dangerous. Okay, Axe, do it. Everyone, morph. And let's keep our fingers crossed, I added, or talons, claws, or hooves, as the case may be. Axe pressed a button on the distress beacon. As far as we could tell, nothing happened. Is it working? He reassured us. So Rachel, Cassie, Jake, and I began to morph. These were all morphs we had done before. There would be no battle to maintain control over the animal mind. Rachel went into her elephant morph. We figured we might need that brute strength and size. Jake slowly became a tiger. Cassie used her wolf morph, and I focused on my gorilla. That is actually a terrifying crew. Any one of those animals could absolutely crush you to death.
Hmm. Like we spoke about in the first book, what would our battle morphs be? I think I said hippo.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did you say?
I think wolf is also pretty wolf is pretty cool too, but yeah, I forget what I said when we first had this conversation, but yeah.
I think you said elephant.
I think I said elephant was probably good, yeah. Or rhinoceros or something like that.
Yeah.
In terms of like, if you need like a brute strength, that's absolutely the animals you go for.
All right then.
All right. What a freak scene this is. I laughed as the changes began. Anyone who stumbled onto this would think he lost his mind. It was definitely odd. You haven't seen weird till you've seen pretty blonde supermodel Rachel grow a trunk as thick as a small tree and ears the size of umbrellas. Or Cassie growing gray fur over every inch of her body, falling to all fours and bearing long yellow teeth. I feel sad for Cassie that Rachel is always like seen as the pretty one and nobody says anything about Cassie. I feel like that's gonna like give her a complex as she gets older.
It's the colorism. It's the colorism.
It's that too, but like yeah. I feel bad.
It's the colorism for me.
It's the colorism for me. And then it was Jake. And then there was Jake. Huge curved claws grew from his fingers. A snake-like tail whipped out behind him. Orange and black fur covered him. And when he was done, he was a full-grown tiger. Almost 10 feet from his nose to his tail, easily 400 pounds. If something deadly can ever be beautiful, it's a tiger. Bet I could kick your butt, I said to Jake. Yeah, monkey boy, don't think so. Hey, I could stomp both of you, Rachel said. She walked closer, swinging her trunk and flaring her ears out. A moving mountain. This is so mature, Cassie said, arguing over who could beat who. Ha! You're only saying that because we could all kick your butt, Wolfie, I pointed out. As if, Cassie protested. You don't have to catch me first. You'd have to catch me first, and if I could still be running long after the three of you were worn out and fast asleep. Also, people forget how big wolves are. People imagine wolves as just being big dogs. They're very much so bigger than that.
Might as well just be a mastiff. A mastiff.
I mean, it's like wolves are gonna stand like several feet high. They're big.
I was gonna say I'm gonna retract my earlier statement when I said it's the colorism. I think it's because the boys see Cassie as one of the guys in terms of like she's always wearing overalls and like just the opposite of Rachel, who's like very girly in the traditional sense, and Cassie is like more of a Helga type.
Maybe, but still, I feel bad for Cassie. All the girls who are like, wolves are all the girls who were never like seen as like the pretty girls are over here just like, oh, poor Cassie.
Yeah, I think the guys just saw Cassie as more of one of the guys with her flannels and her baggy clothes.
Maggie Diary 2 basically doesn't follow any of the guidelines for not triggering ED. It mentions specific weights, calorie counts, and diet foods, all of which are no-nos. I mean, as somebody who's dealt with it, I very much felt the anxiety, and I very much don't, I 100% know why some people would just be like, that's not for me, like we had last night on chat. I will say that it's very important to, I appreciated the rawness of it, because it really, I think if you've never been through that, it's a very good representation of like what somebody, like what a loved one might be going through. So I felt, I respected it in that way. But yes,
yeah, I've never had an ED, but I definitely still struggle with body image issues. Mm-hmm. And at one point I was contemplating like maybe it's okay to like only eat lunch and that's it. But that was just a contemplation.
Like I don't think it's necessarily like a negative, like whatever. I just think it's something that needs to be stipulated for anybody who might read the book. It's just like, hey, just so you know.
But I feel like because it's so raw, it's able to relate scarily well, and at the same time give a like basically someone who struggles with it might read it, and then because they see the character, they might be able to, because like Maggie at the end of the book saying, because that admits to having a problem, and then you get what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, this it's justifiable, but it's like I think because it's so creepily relatable, if people might, like the fact that it's so matter of fact and very accurate to what it's like to have that internal struggle.
I think there's definitely a time and place for that amount of rawness. I just think there needs, like, that's why I put so many, like, trigger warnings, like, right away. We went cat camp right away, because I was like, we need to not beat around the bush. This is what this is going to be.
Yeah.
I have a ribbon to say, I just beat Cage 2 on critical mode. Nice.
That's true, Milo. There is a fine line between raw and real.
No, that is very true. That is definitely true.
That is true. I feel that we do it. I don't think Anna Martin ever makes it out to be a how-to guide, but she captures. She doesn't pull the punches when it comes to this is what the struggle is, and I'm going to portray it as accurately as possible, just to be respectful of the topic, as opposed to, let's say, an episode of Lizzie McGuire where Miranda had like body dysmorphia, and then she starts to develop EDs, and then like by the end of the episode, like, you get what I'm saying?
I definitely, I see both sides of it. It's, again, there's a fine line, like Milo says, but it's also probably like for me, I feel like there was no point in that book where it was like glorified. I feel like that's a big thing to consider. Like it was always at every point. Like you get like if you're a kid reading that, I would think you would immediately be like, oh, this is not what I want to be, you know? And I think that's a good thing to consider too. But yeah.
But I also think that Anne M. Martin is also being respectful of like the maturity and knowing that children aren't, you know, like young adults, tweens, teenagers are not babies, and that they have the means per se to handle the subject matter, like Animorphs. Animorphs goes into detail, doesn't pull the punches because it feels like just because they're kids doesn't mean that kids are too, like they're not babies.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's just like, that's why I think content warnings, trigger warnings are so important, because it's like I feel like that kind of media should be made. Like there's a time and a place for it, but there definitely should be warnings because it's not for everybody.
Yeah, there definitely are warnings. There should definitely be warnings.
Yeah, you have to be at a place where you're able to deal with it. And even for me, I felt very like, I was like, ooh, I'm gonna talk about these other Clue books for a second, just because I feel very anxious. But I was also at the same time, I was very grateful for a space to, you know, revisit those feelings. And it, for me, I saw it all over as a positive thing. I mean, like you keep saying, all this is made realer stuff and kids can handle big subjects, but that can be true. And at the same time, as the fact that a psychologist who specializes in ED have these guidelines to avoid the specific calorie counts.
Very true.
You're totally right. You're totally right. Like that's, you know, not really saying like it's, you know, we're
again, I'm not trying to justify it, but I'm also I'm seeing it from the perspective of Anne M. Martin, but also seeing Milo's perspective of this could potentially further the damage that's already started for someone who might be struggling with this issue.
I definitely don't think the California Diaries, unless for under a certain age, I definitely think it should be something where if a young kid is reading it, I think a parent or teacher or somebody should know, because there's definitely some things in there, you know, and obviously I'm not a psychologist and, you know, I don't, you know all that stuff. Just from my personal experience from dealing with it, I appreciated that it was very raw. I appreciated that I was like, a lot of times I've seen people try to be too flowery with how they talk about it, and it just feels kind of patronizing because like that's not real. So yeah, the specific calorie counts and stuff probably weren't needed, but also like I very much related to I just know I read a lot of books about the subject as a young girl, and a lot of them gave me ideas. That's true too. Like that's totally valid. And it's like one of those things where it makes the whole thing hard, right? Because it's like, you know, it can be hard to know like how to deal with it. And like my perspective right now, I will say, like I respect it as an adult looking back, but like it probably would not have been a good idea for me to read that, like some of the specifics, like as a young teenager. So like I totally get what you're saying. I will say though that the, as far as like the writing down specific calorie counts and things in my diary, something I totally relate to. And it was very much like, I was like, she did her research on that one. I know what that's like.
Yeah, so Milo, again, appreciate the, you know, the pointing out the holes in what I'm saying or what Avery's saying, just because it's important.
We're not disagreeing with you. We're just...
Yeah, we're not arguing. We're not justifying. We're not making excuses. But it's important to, you know, have these healthy discussions of pointing out like the explanation in someone else's case. Because my brother and I do that. Like sometimes my brother and I, he'll say some stuff, and then I'll say some stuff, and sometimes we just don't agree. But at the same time, at the end of the day, I still love my brother, and we have a healthy relationship.
Just making sure you know, like we're not disagreeing with you. I think every single point you made is valid and correct. It's just it's a very broad subject, and I'm grateful that we as a community are able to kind of deal with.
I'm very grateful that we have Avery has built this community Avery, not we, but Avery built a community of safe space, actual safe space of healthy discussions,
Yeah, these
for people
discussions.
to disagree and at the same time still be able to get along.
Well, these kind of discussions are vital for keeping our space safe because it helps us keep in mind when we're dealing with these things that deal with these bigger issues, all the potential harms and things. So I'm very grateful for it, and I'm not disagreeing really with anybody. I think all these perspectives are interesting as somebody who's been there, because it's a very complex issue. You know, it's just one of those things. Like, unfortunately, there's some things that in life where it's like, how do we handle this? Because I can see point A and I can also see point B at the same time. You know. So, yeah.
And there are some things that I don't talk about because I'm not an expert on. But there are some things that I feel like I have enough experience where I can, per se, put my hat in the ring just a bit from personal experience.
So
there are definitely people who have more experience. But at the same time, people that might not have as much experience shouldn't see that as a challenge to argue, but as an experience to open their eyes to more experiences from other people. And that's how I see it as.
Yeah.
So appreciate it. Thank you very much, Milo.
Yeah, Milo's awesome. We love Milo. All right, I need to figure out where I was in the middle of this. In the middle of this war book that we segued to talking about EDs. I need to figure out where I am. Let's see.
We were at it's because I detracted because I took back my earlier statement, and that's why. So someday when the Yeerks are defeated, Andalites will come here simply to try out the many animal forms. It would be like a vacation.
Okay. Let's see. Wait. I know where that is. I'm just trying to figure out where I am on this page. Hang on.
Near the bottom.
It would be like a vacation. Okay. Okay. Joe Andalite, you've won the Super Bowl. Now where are you going? I said, mimicking the Disney World commercials. I'm going to Earth to turn into a lobster. I don't understand, Axe said. I started to explain, but just then a red light began to flash on Axe's homemade distress beacon. The response signal. They are coming. Quick, everyone. In your places, Jake said. He slunk away liquid power to hide in the shadow of a boulder. Rachel pressed back under the shallow overhang. Cassie trotted to a spot to the right of Jake. I tried not to look like a 400-pound gorilla behind a pile of gravel. Tobias flapped hard, struggling to gain altitude. Swoosh! Nike swoosh! He came in low, just above tree level, then disappeared before turning to come back. A bug fighter, just as we'd planned. Here's your ride home, Axe, I said. This is probably not going to go as well as they
When you wish upon a star, makes no You know those ABC commercials? Where are you going to now? We're going to Disney.
Yeah, no, I feel like we're all valid in this chili tonight. Yes. We're all, yeah. Imagine like actually fighting a tiger. That would be so scary. Oh, it like no.
You wouldn't even be fighting a tiger. Here's the thing that tigers do that's really damn scary. They have a frequency of growl that can paralyze you because the vibrations on your bones make it hard for you to move. It paralyzes you.
Yep. Yeah. Also, I'm sorry because I know that some people in chat have expressed a specific fear of monkeys and chimpanzees, and so I'm sure the gorilla form is just a whole other level of scary in and of itself.
I was gonna say monkeys and chimpanzees are different. No, it's true. It's true, Milo. It's real. The whole tiger route thing is real.
I feel like I need to go back to my days of like being Animal Planet. I feel like that's made up. There's a lot. I can't say one way or the other. I do know that there's a lot of things in the animal kingdom that feel made up. I used to like watch the Animal Planet documentaries for school. and be like, "That's not real." Just straight up, just be like, "No, that's
Like,
fake." There's
I was
no
gonna say,
way I'm
like,
actually looking at this.
hippos don't swim. They walk under the water. They sink. And that's their advantage in the water, that they don't swim, they sink, and they just walk underneath.
Ooh. Oh yeah, hippos are just terrifying. Swoosh, the bug. We're on chapter 18, I believe.
Yes.
The bug fighter flew over once again, seemed to pause, then settled down toward the floor of the quarry. Bug fighters are the smallest of the Yerk ships. They aren't much bigger than a school bus. They have a cowled, insect-like look, except that on either side they are very long, serrated spears pointing forward, so they look a little like a cockroach holding two spears. Don't talk about cockroaches. I'm still not over it.
You're just gonna see it like, what cockroach? Where?
Where is it?
The other cockroach in your room's gonna be like, what? We're talking about cockroaches?
I'm fearing the day where I find the dead cockroach body somewhere and I'm just grossed out all over again.
You're just gonna see a cockroach funeral.
I told my dad when he got home, because he'd been out of town for a couple days, I was like, "Dad, there was a huge cockroach." He's like, "Did you kill it with fire?" I'm like, "I did my best." Anyway. The bug fighter landed as gently as a feather. I held my breath. "Wait for it," Jake said. "Wait for it." The hatch opened. Out stepped a Hork-Bajir controller. The Andalite prince, Axe's brother, had told us that the Hork-Bajir were a good, decent people who had been enslaved against their will by the Yerks. Maybe so, but what they looked like was a whole different thing. Hork-Bajir are big walking razor blades. They're about 7 feet tall, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a nasty spiked tail similar to Andalite tails. They are sword-like blades raked. There are sword-like blades raked forward from their snake heads. There are blades at their elbows and wrists and knees. I mean, let me put it this way. If Klingons were real, they would be scared of Hork-Bajir, not the Klingons. Get ready, Jake again. The Hork-Bajir stepped clear of the bug fighter. Then he just stood there. There will be a Taxon inside. Okay, I didn't skip anything. Axe reminded us. "Yeah, we know," I said. Why was the Hork-Bajir just standing there? He should be looking around. After all, he was answering a distress beacon. Why was he just standing there like he was waiting for something? On the count of 3, Jake said, in our heads. 1, 2, 3. Forgets old. Tobias swooped, falling from the sky, and close to 100 miles an hour. He raked his talons forward and hit the Hork-Bajir's face. Jake leapt from cover. He sailed through the air and hit the Hork-Bajir with paws outstretched, claws bared. The Hork-Bajir went down hard. Jake rolled away as the Hork-Bajir slashed the air like an out-of-control Cuisinart. I almost said croissant, and I was like, that's not what they said. But just then, Rachel rumbled up as big as a tank. "Okay, back off, Jake," Rachel said. "I have him." She pressed one big tree stump leg on the Hork-Bajir's chest and pressed him down against the ground. She did not crush him, just held him like a bug who could easily be squashed. The Hork-Bajir decided it was time to stop struggling and lie very still. Too easy, a part of my mind warned me. Too easy. No Hork-Bajir controller had ever just given up like that. But I had other problems. My job was to get inside the bug fighter, get the Taxon pilot. "Let's go," I yelled. I ran forward, loping clumsily on my squat gorilla legs, swinging my massive, mighty gorilla arms. Cassie and Axe were right there with me. Taxons are disgusting, oversized centipedes, but I wasn't worried. We were more than enough to handle a Taxon. But then, zap! A brilliant red beam of light sliced the air just inches from in front of me. It blocked my way. Zap! Another beam of blinking red light. This crossed behind me. It exploded gravel into steam as it traced the path. "A draken beams," Axe cried. I spun around, looking for cover. Zap! Look! Cassie screamed. In our heads, up on the edge of the quarry. I looked as the Draken beams formed a cage of deadly light around us. The edge of the quarry above was lined with Hork-Bajir. I looked left, more, to the right, more. The entire quarry was lined with Hork-Bajir warriors, each armed with a Draken beam. There must have been 100 of them. We were surrounded. Completely surrounded. Stay and morph, Jake snapped. Don't let them know we're human. Let's charge them, Rachel yelled. No, you can't even climb up the rock face. Don't be stupid. Cassie called Tobias. Tobias, you can get away. I don't think so, he said. No headwind would take me a couple of minutes. No headwind. It would take me a couple of minutes to flat my way up out of here. They'd fry me before I got clear. The reality settled over us, the despair. What are we going to do? Cassie wailed. There has to be a way out. There has to be, Rachel yelled. Not this time, I said grimly. We were trapped, outnumbered, outsmarted, finished. And that was when he came. When he came to the little house on the... What is that? House on the bed. The Grinch quote where he's like... Anyway.
When he's like, what?
When he says, then he came to the little house on the square, I think is the quote. Or something like that. Anyway. Speaking of Klingons, want to know one of my favorite pieces of Star Trek lore? When Worf was a kid, he fucking tackled another kid to death during a soccer match and then went to score and a winning goal. That's funny.
I mean, Kay Applegate is a fan of Star Trek, it seems like.
Yeah, that it's definitely giving that vibes. LMAO, I'm the monkey phobe, but I'm not afraid of gorillas for some reason. Okay. I couldn't remember who exactly expressed fear or which, if it mattered, but yeah, gorillas. I was obsessed with gorillas as a kid because of Tarzan. I was definitely a Tarzan fangirl.
Oh, I love Tarzan, but oh my god, Phil Collins, his music spoke to my soul.
He didn't have to go that hard on that soundtrack.
He didn't, but oh my god. I have the Tarzan soundtrack on CD, and like every now and again, I'll just pop it in and just close my eyes and just like lip sync to the whole thing.
Yeah. Just holler if there's a bot. Thanks, Derprax. Appreciate you.
But yeah, Phil Collins still toured. I would go see him in concert.
My dad loves Phil Collins. Oh my god. I think that's the majority of the reason why I was into Tarzan, like why I was exposed to Tarzan, was because my parents were like, Phil Collins is doing the soundtrack and Minnie Driver is one of the voice actors. Our kid has to watch that.
Let's see. Is he doing any concerts in 2023? I heard he wasn't, apparently.
Always more into Sheena myself.
Sheena or She-Ra?
Sheena is what it says. Neither of which is something that I'm knowledgeable on.
Oh, Sheena. It's like Tarzan, but it's like what's it called? Sheena is basically the Tarzan, but in the comic book world.
Okay. Yeah.
Where she's like a lady of the jungle.
All right, chapter 19. We're getting there. 14
5 more
pages.
chapters. No, 6 more chapters.
He looked so much like Axe, so much like Prince Elfingor, and yet so totally different. The difference wasn't something you saw, it was something you felt. A shadow on your soul, a darkness that blotted out the light of the sun, evil, destruction. Not the impersonal programmed destructiveness of the ants. This was warm-blooded, deliberate evil. His body was Andalite. He was the only Andalite controller in existence. The only Yeerk ever to infest an Andalite body. The only Yeerk with the Andalite power to morph. Visser 3. Visser 3 who had murdered the Andalite Prince Elfingor while we cowered in terror. Visser 3 who even the Hork-Bajir and Taxons feared. Well, well, he said through speaking to us. I have you at last, my brave Andalite bandits.
You gotta say it in the mustache twirler voice, Avery.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Well,
He's got that fabulous voice, yes.
Like a
What do we
1920s.
have here?
Like a 1920s or 30s bad guy.
He's a cabaret announcer.
I have you at last, brave Andalite bandits. Is that better?
There you go.
Fools! Don't you think we never change our frequencies? Yerk, Axe said in a silent voice, loaded with hatred. Visser 3's main eyes focused on Axe. A little one, he said, surprised. Are the Andalites now reduced to using their children to fight?
Yeah.
I was there, see? Axe started to say something, but Jake snapped. Shut up, Axe. None of us communicates with him. Give him nothing. Axe fell silent, but he practically vibrated with rage and hatred for the Yerk Visser. It wasn't surprising. Visser 3 had killed his brother. But Jake was right. We couldn't get into a conversation with Visser 3. The rest of us still wanted to hide the fact that we were humans, not Andalites. We could too easily slip and reveal the truth. Visser 3 seemed to be enjoying his moment, his big moment. What a colorful assortment of morphs, he said. Earth is such a wonderful animal, don't you agree? when we have enslaved the humans and made this planet over in our image, we will have to be sure and keep some of these forms alive. It would be entertaining to try some of these morphs myself. None of us said anything. At least not anything that was human. Jake did snarl, drawing his tiger lip back over his teeth. Especially you, Visser 3 said to Jake. That is a beautiful, deadly animal. I approve. In fact, I was going to demand your demorph, but I have a better idea, you see. We have a guest aboard the mothership. We will be entertaining to show you the Visser 1. It will be entertaining to show you to Visser 1 as you are. I was sick with dread and fear, but not so afraid that I didn't notice a sneer in Visser 3's tone when he said, Visser 1. Did you catch that? Jake asked me in ThoughtSpeak, version of a whisper. Yeah, Visser 3 doesn't like Visser 1. Visser 3 must have given some signal because that moment his blade ship appeared overhead, shimmering into view as it decloaked. My brain really took out a couple of letters there. The blade ship is far larger than the bug fighters and very different. It's jet black. It's built some kind of battle axe from the Middle Ages with 2 curved axe head wings and a long diamond-pointed handle aimed forward. We're better off making a run for it, Rachel said. It would be suicide, I said. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Yeah, Visser 3 is taking us to the Yerk mothership to show off for his boss, some hope. But Rachel did nothing, and I did nothing, and we all just stood there, under the watchful eyes of 100 Hork Bajir. They must have landed out of sight while we were busy watching one of the bug fighters. Axe had used the wrong frequency. The Yerks had figured out we were laying a trap, and our trap had become Visser 3's trap. A couple of dozen of the Hork Bajir leaped down from the high walls of the quarry and surrounded us. They kept their Draken beams leveled at us in the blade ship, landed on the quarry floor. Go obey Barharash. The Horlittle. One of the Hork Bajir said in the strange mix of English and their own language that they use. He pointed to the blade ship. A door had opened in the side. I can't find it there, Rachel said. But as she approached the door widened to her size. It stretched and grew as if the metal skin of the blade ship were alive. What a pathetic little crew we were trooping inside the blade ship. Weak and pathetic and stupid to imagine that we could have resisted the Yerks. Visser 3 was right. We were fools. This wasn't even the fight, I thought. Not really. This wasn't my time to die. I guess I wanted to feel angry, but what I felt was numb. as I trooped into the blade ship with the others. Like I wasn't really there. Almost I was past feeling anything. I guess I just kept thinking, it's happening. It's finally really happening. The next day was Sunday. My dad would go to my mom's grave alone. It would be a while before he would admit that I too was gone. Just like when my mom died, there would never be a body, just like my mom.
On a lighter note, I just imagine Visser 3 would like wear Jake's fur as a coat. You like it? It's made of 100% Andalite band.
He's definitely a Disney supervillain. Like,
he is definitely a Scar. He is the moment.
He is the moment. I definitely
Skinny legend.
Like, when I picture his voice, I picture that guy that was in Trick or Treat, and he was one of the murderers in an episode of Monk, and he just has that very old-timey voice, and it's just he plays it up very much because he always gets cast for that, to play that type of guy.
Come out and see me sometime, Andalite band.
Yes, exactly.
Come up and see me sometime. I'd rather you than Vessel 1. The dreaded Vessel 1.
There's an interesting interpretation of his character. Wait, let me go back.
No. It's because Christopher B was saying what we learned later on, later of how he started. It's a little weird, actually. I think his host had a bad influence. They're talking about the later books.
Okay.
So I just imagine if Visser 3 learned about, I don't know, like kitten heels, ooh, he'd be like, I want those. Yes, so that way I can stand above you even more. What is this? A fur coat? This is what you call fur? Sensational. I shall take one in every color.
Humans big on environmental osmosis. When I think of the Hork-Bajir specifically, what I think about are those, and I know this isn't what they actually look like, but it has the same energy as like the I always forget what they're actually called. The alien dudes in Doctor Who like hide as politicians by like wearing their skin. It's very Doctor Who. Like these big slug creatures, but they zip up like the human skin around them, and then they're just like politicians.
I wouldn't know. I don't watch Doctor Who.
Doctor Who is so fun. I need to do more Doctor Who stuff.
But it is better 3 voices of fun. Come out and see my cabaret show, boys.
He's on a cruise liner.
President Johnson, bring our boys back home from Southeast Asia. It's an unwinnable war.
That also happens on The Simpsons. I have not seen too much Simpsons. My brother's big into Simpsons.
Oh, he's got kind of the Eartha Kitt. I forget who that was in that one. You know which one I'm talking about?
Who would play Visser 3 in a movie or a TV show? Like if they made it today.
Who was it? Divine. That's their name, Divine. Like, I just imagine Visser 3 having a cross voice of Eartha Kitt and Divine.
I like it.
The drag queen. Legalize cannibalism. Yucks for everyone.
No, Milo, Daniel was just saying that's who.
That's how I imagine Visser 3's voice as. I know Divine's dead. I performed in drag, and I know my history very well.
Rest in peace, Queen. But yes. You said today. No. I was saying if we played it today, as Daniel was saying, like that's who he's always been reminded of when he thinks of Visser 3. So he wasn't answering my question about like who would play him today. I don't think. I think you were just saying like that's who.
No, I was just saying it. I just imagine Visser 3 as a cross between Eartha Kitt and Divine. Just like that. Like the Alaska, who did Mae West comes to mind because she played Mae West in Snatch Game on Drag Race. And so I feel like Alaska, hi. would be like the closest to doing a good Mr. 3.
Yeah, I think in true chat fashion, in true our community fashion, we were having two different conversations at once and they overlapped.
Yeah. 5 more chapters.
Spencer's come into chat and been like, I love how whenever I go into chat, there's like 4 conversations going on, and you're like answering one conversation. Whoever's hosting with you is in another conversation, and the chat's having 2 other conversations in chat.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's how we roll. That's how it goes.
Yeah, the whole Pepsi conversation comes to mind. The whole Pepsi conversation.
The what?
The whole Pepsi conversation, remember? I'm like, oh man, Marco, why'd you have to say Pepsi?
Oh yeah, the Pepsi conversation.
Alright.
Chapter 20. This is not looking good, I said. I couldn't take the silence anymore. No, it isn't, but we're not dead yet, Jake answered. Yet. Why doesn't that make me happy? I asked. I looked around at the others, all crammed into a windowless steel cube. Black, dimly lit steel walls on all 6 sides. No door. It was like a coffin. We look like some kind of circus, I said. An elephant, a tiger, a gorilla, a wolf, and a freak of nature. Hey, do not insult my son.
Don't insinuate insulting my son. Don't insult my son, because I'm gonna start with my don't insult my son.
I'm not saying anything against you, son. I'm saying, hey, leave my son alone.
That's how fights start. Are you calling my son a cheater? No, I'm just saying my son was better.
That got some half-hearted laughs from the others. I don't know why I was making jokes, I guess. That's the way I am. When bad things happen, I tell jokes, but inside I felt sick, like I had swallowed broken glass. Maybe we should just demorph, Cassie said. Maybe if they realize we aren't Andalites, they'll let us go. She knew that was dumb, of course, but when you're scared, you start grabbing at anything. You want to believe there's a way out. The truth was, there were only 2 possibilities. Visser 3 would kill us, or Visser 3 would turn us into controllers. He would infest us with a yerk. We should stay in animal morph, Jake said. I mean, the thing is, if Visser 3 learns we are human, he may go after our families next. He may figure we told them something. Prince Jake is right, Axe said. The yerks will not want to take any chances the other humans know of them. It was true. I knew it was true. I guess I'd known all along, but hearing it said, it made me want to crawl into a corner. My dad, Cassie's parents, Rachel's mom, and her sisters, Jake's parents, maybe even Jake's brother, Tom, although he was one of them. Their lives were at risk too. Suddenly, a window opened in one of the walls. It just grew, the same way the door had before, like the steel was alive. It formed a round porthole, large enough for all of us to see. Even Rachel, who could only turn her massive head enough to look with one eye. I gasped. Below us, blue and white and so beautiful it brought tears to your eyes, was Earth. Sun sparkled off the ocean. Clouds swirled over the Gulf of Mexico. A big spiral. Maybe a hurricane. Look, Cassie said simply. We looked through the eyes of the animals of Earth, but with the minds of human beings. We looked down at our planet. Our planet. This is why the yerks opened the window, Axe said. This is what they wanted us to see. So that we would despair. The mothership. It was a gigantic 3-legged insect. The center was a single bloated sphere. The sphere was flatter on the bottom from the bottom hung a weird, mismatched series of tendrils, like the tendrils of a jellyfish. Each one must have been about a 1/4 mile long. Around the sphere were 3 legs, bent up, then back down, exactly like a spider's legs. The legs are the engines, Axe explained. The tendrils hanging down below the belly are weapons and sensors and energy collectors. That is also where the shipboard Kendroma is. The yerks must bathe in the yerk pool every 3 days to absorb Kendrona rays. There must be one on the planet below, too. Pause. I just want to say, there's a lot of sci-fi jargon in this, but they do it much better than when we read Star Trek Corona. That's all I wanted to say. Moving on.
Oh yeah, I wanted to add too, since you paused, that I told you this place takes place in Florida because how the heck does Marco know about hurricanes?
I mean, they probably know about hurricanes, but it seemed to be right at the forefront of his mind. So, like,
Because like California, we don't really talk about. We are an earthquake state. We don't really bring up the conversation of hurricanes. So
it's to the point where I'm just like, I've accepted so much that this is Florida that K.A. Applegate herself could look me in the eye and be like, "No, it's California," and I'd be like,
and I'd
I'm
say,
sorry, but you're wrong.
have you ever been to California, Applegate? I don't think so. I lived there. Okay,
I've been to Florida a bunch of times, and it sounds exactly like Florida.
I went to Vista High School. I can have my friend Dawn over here and convince you otherwise.
Yeah, we know, I said. Your brother told us. For all the good it did us. It just hung in orbit like a predator gazing down hungrily at blue Earth below. I can't believe people on Earth don't see this on radar, Rachel said. I mean, it's huge. It's a city. It's shielded, Axe said simply. It cannot be seen by radar, and it would normally be invisible to us. Visser 3 is showing it to us to terrify us. He's doing a good job, I said. I've never been in space before, Cassie said. I always wished I could. I always wanted to see Earth all in one piece like that. It's a lovely planet, Axe said gently. Not so different from mine, except that we have less oceans and more grassland. I'm sorry I brought you all to this. This is my fault. I wanted to yell, yes, it is your fault. But Cassie said what we all knew in our hearts. Axe, you're only here because your people wanted to protect us. Your brother and a lot of Andalites died trying to save us. Nothing is your fault. It was true, but sometimes when everything hits the fan, you don't want the truth. You just want someone to blame. One too many missions, I muttered. This was going to be my last one. Now, well, it will still be my last one. I could see an opening on the side of the Yerk mothership, a docking point. As I went, do you want to pause?
I'm just going to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Do you want me to pause reading?
No, keep going.
Okay. Where was I? Now this still be my last one. I could see an opening in the side of the Yerk mothership, a docking port. As I watched a pair of quick bug fighters flew in, dwarfed by the size of the opening. A minute later, we entered the docking point and were suddenly bathed in deep red light. All other alien species. Through the window, we could see Yerk crewmen, Hork-Bajir, Taxons, and 2 or 3 other alien species in simple red or dark brown uniforms, and there were humans too. My first reaction was hope. Humans. But then I realized the truth. No human controllers. Yerks. No different than the Hork-Bajir. There was a slight shudder as the blade ship came to a halt. Axe? Jake asked. What's our morph time? We have been in morph for 40% of our allowable time. I did the math, so we've used up 48 minutes. Leaving what, 72 minutes? Yeah, Tobias confirmed. Not a lot of time for you guys. Maybe Rachel is right. Maybe we should just go out in a blaze of glory. Attack as soon as they open the door. At least we can let them know we were here. I saw Jake extend his claws as if he were thinking about using them. He glanced at where the door had once been, like he was measuring the distance. I knew that he was listening to the tiger in his head.
Okay.
Then he seemed to relax. No, he said, we have to have hope. Cassie sidled up next to him and nuzzled him with her wolf's muzzle. I guess it should have been funny, the wolf and the tiger sharing a tender moment, but all it did was make me a little jealous. They had each other. We gave them a pretty good fight, didn't we? I said. Our little circus. We did some damage to them. Yes, we did, Rachel agreed. Axe hesitated, then, do humans fear death? Yes. We're not crazy about death, I answered. How about Andalites? We're also not crazy about it. Through the window, we could see a lot of Hork-Bajir and Taxons and humans running around, racing to get somewhere. They were lining up, and now I noticed they were distinct kinds of uniforms. One red and black, the other gold and black. The brown uniforms were all around the edges like they were less important. Which ones always die? It's the red uniforms. One, red shirts? It's the red shirts. Suddenly, without warning, the window stretched open to a large arched doorway. Fetid air rushed in, smelling of oil and chemicals and something else. A ramp rose up from the steel floor outside to meet us. We were standing like a display at the top of the ramp, all around, filling the side of the docking bay. We were uniformed Hork-Bajir, Taxons, and humans. Most were in red and black, perhaps 200 creatures, standing in stiff rows, arranged by species. About a quarter of the total were in gold and black. There were more humans in this group, but also some unusual, massive Hork-Bajir. Jake? I have a feeling I don't think the reds like the golds. I think they are troops of two different Vissers, Axe said. I think I overheard my brother talk about that. Each Visser has his own private army in their own uniform. Swell. I wonder which group gets to have us, I said. Far at the back of the rows of alien troops, there was a movement, a party of creatures walking to the front. Visser 3 was at the center, followed by two big Hork-Bajir in red. And just to his left was a human woman with dark hair and very dark eyes. That's when I stopped breathing, because I knew, even before I could see her face clearly, I knew. Oh my god. They marched up to the bottom of the ramp. A dozen soldiers leveled Draken beams at us, just in case we wanted any trouble. Then, in thought speak that all could hear, Visser 3 turned to the woman beside him. You see, Visser 1, I have taken the Andalite bandits. The crisis is over. Your trip here is wasted, and you can return to your home world. The cartoon villain voice really does help break up the tension.
Mm-hmm.
Visser 1 nodded. She looked up at us with those dark brown human eyes. Eyes I knew. Eyes I remembered. The same eyes that watched me sleep every night from the framed picture beside my bed. My mother, Visser 1.
Damn it, I ran out of popcorn.
Damn it!
That's interesting.
Falling glass. Oh, me too. No, me too. Because I used to watch. When I was a kid, I loved watching.
Please.
Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and somebody kills somebody else by grinding up glass really fine in their food and putting it in there. It has scared me since middle school. How's that for plot? That's a good one. I should have seen that coming when he said there was no body, but goddamn. Yikes.
So, do you think that she was infested before or after?
Oh, how did they think she died? I completely forget.
Boating accident. She went out to sea when the tides were rough, or the waves were rough. I think she was infested beforehand, and she just planned it so that way she didn't have to worry about going back to Marco and them. That's
actually smart. That would be a smart plan if that was her plan.
Because I remember Marco earlier in the book, he said she was acting it was so unlike her.
Yeah, you're right. The should have seen it coming twists are the best ones. Oh, the should have seen it coming twists are the ones where I'm just like, get out. And that's the other thing too, right? People we talk about this all the time, reading and reviewing like kids YA nostalgic books. Like a lot of them have really good twists like that, better than some books for grown-ups. And I'm just like, you guys are missing out. The kids sci-fi is where it's at.
Fuck. I have hiccups. I hate it.
Oh no. You said
Don't
popcorn,
worry.
and now
Good
when
thing
I
I'm
get
not
off stream,
reading.
What?
Good thing I'm not
reading. When we get off stream, I need to go and make some of my popcorn with everything in a pickle seasoning, the way that I do.
Not your Mexican pizza.
No, not tonight.
Oh my gosh, I hate these hiccups.
Thing about hiccups, everybody has a million different strategies for what cures hiccups, and none of them work.
Nah, I just whenever the kids get hiccups, I just say breathe slowly with your mouth, like that. Then it slowly go away. What other thing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of Mexican pizza, freaking it. Someone brought bread from the Mexican supermarket to school one time, but they brought ham, and I don't eat ham. So we had spaghetti sauce in the fridge and some cheese, so I just made myself some French bread pizza.
Oh, that sounds good, actually.
Freaking A.
I like
I
ham, just not ham and pineapple on the pizza. I hope that's not a. I hope that's not a hot take.
You like or you don't like?
I'm not big on, like, I don't hate it as much as some people do. Like in the in the good place where they're in the bad place and they're at the party and they're at like the cocktail party and they're like, all they serve here is pineapple and ham pizza.
I mean, even if you take that stuff off, you still have the lingering taste of it.
I really love fruit that's like cooked and hot. There's just something about the consistency. That
Milo, you and I are in the same boat. I don't like pineapple at all either. It gave me a headache one time, and that's why I never liked it after that.
Oh, see, I love pineapple, like, but it has to be like chilled, like not cooked pineapple. I don't like the grilled. My mom loves to like grill like grilled pineapple, grilled fruit. I feel like that defeats the purpose of fruit. But anyway.
I mean, pie's hot, isn't it?
True. Although I've never.
But then again, I don't eat pie.
So maybe that's it. Yeah, I was like, I don't eat pie either.
The only pie I eat that I will eat is key lime and lemon meringue and maybe like Boston cream, because those don't have fruit pulp in it.
Same. I would also like to add like a chocolate or a derby pie, although the derby pie has to have no nuts in it because I will die. But but those are good.
All right then, chapter 21.
I sat down very suddenly. I'm sure it looked funny. A big, hairy gorilla simply falling down. I would have laughed if I'd seen it. My mother, not dead. Alive. I wanted to yell, Mom! Mom, it's me, Marco! But Jake was in my head. A loud, urgent whisper. Marco, don't say anything. Don't do anything. Do you hear me? So I wasn't just imagining it. Jake had recognized her too. Marco, listen to me, man. You have to hold it together. My mother. Alive. My mom. Come on, Marco. Stand up. Don't make them suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I'm trying to
Damn
set
hiccups.
up the tension. It's a lot.
Damn hiccups.
He was speaking just to me. I could hear Jake. I could. But it seemed to come from far off. He didn't understand. It was my mom. My mom. Marco, that is not your mother. Not anymore. That is not her. Jake, it's my mom. Look, it's her. No, it isn't, Marco. Not anymore. They have her. She's one of them. One of them. Why, Visser 1? Visser 3 sneered. Why, Visser 1? Visser 3 sneered. You see,
Why, Visser 1?
The humanoid one. It's called a gorilla, Visser 1 said coldly. If you are going to be in charge of Earth, Visser 3, you should at least learn something about the planet. And take a human host body like you did? No, I think not. Human bodies are weak. I much prefer the Andalite host. My mother looked at him and curled her lip. I took a human host and learned about the planet and the humans, and because of that, I was able to begin the invasion that you have now endangered with your criminal incompetence. Visser 3's deadly Andalite tail twitched as if he was going to stab my mom. Visser 1, The red troops tensed up. The gold troops let their hands edge toward their weapons. Okay, Rachel said. I think we were right. These two definitely don't like each other. She didn't know, I realized slowly. Rachel didn't know. But she had never met my mom. Neither had Cassie or Tobias, and Jake had kept our talk private. Visser 3 slowly relaxed. You would like to provoke me, Visser 1, he said. But the fact is that I destroyed the Andalite force. I shot down their dome ship. I killed Prince Elfingor myself and heard his dying screams, and now I have eliminated the last pathetic rabble of Andalites. My mom, Visser 1, just smiled. You want to be Visser 1? You think you can take my title? We shall see. The Council of 13 does not like Vissers who make mistakes, and you have made mistakes. Be careful of your own ambition. She snapped her fingers, and every one of the soldiers in gold turned. Then she walked away, followed by her gold uniformed troops.
She's Beyonce.
She is the moment. she is the iconic.
We live for a skinny legend. Damn hiccups.
I believe in you.
Oh, Viola's like, Visser 1 is so girl boss, I slave for her. What do we get when we get a girl damn it, a girl boss and a queen? Because Visser 3 is such a queen.
I don't know, but they're both fantastic.
What do we get? Who would win in a fight? A girl boss or a queen?
I don't know.
I mean, Visser 1 is pretty subtle with her shade, and Visser 3 is just outright with her shade.
Yeah. That was not my mother. At least not the creature who called herself Visser 1. Visser 1 was the yerk inside my mother's brain. But the sickening thing is, you see, that the host mind is still alive. It is still aware. Somewhere inside that head, behind those painfully familiar eyes, my mother still lived. Take it easy, Marco, Jake said. I know how it is. I know how much you want to do something, but now is not the time. They'd cut us down before we got 2 steps. I know, I said dully. I hated myself for not trying, but I knew there was nothing I could do. I had to hide inside my morph, never let my mother know it was me. Never let her know. Slowly, heavily, I stood up. I felt weak, a very strange feeling for a gorilla. I thought right then, if I had been in any other morph, I would have just surrendered and let the animal mind take over. Let instinct rule and wash away my human emotion. But the gorilla was too much like a human. Its instincts were gentle, like humans. It was a creature with emotions. It could not protect me from the pain. Don't tell the others, Jake, I said. You're the only one who recognized her. Okay, Marco. You can't even tell Cassie, okay? It's okay, man. You're my oldest friend and best friend. You know that. No one will ever know from me. Visser 3 still stared at us. I think he wasn't sure what to do next. 6 Andalites. 6 Andalites, he said. 6 Andalite bodies that could be used by most loyal lieutenants. Axe exploded. And then there would be others like you filth, other Andalite controllers, more unnatural abominations like your vile self.
Damn it, Axe!
Damn it all, but good on.
No,
man.
Axe, no. Why would you... Ugh, Axe. Your pride blinds your judgment.
Visser 3 cocked his head thoughtfully. Why are you the only one who speaks? You're right, of course. Why would I allow anyone to acquire Andalite morphing powers? But you are a child. Why do the others remain silent? And why do you all still hide in your morphs? Curious. Very curious. He seemed to think it over for a minute. Would he realize the truth? Would he figure out the reason we remained silent was so he wouldn't guess that we were human? Would he figure out that's why we stayed in morph? He seemed to shrug. Take them back to holding cell. Triple the guard. If there is the slightest trouble, kill them all. You know what voice I'm picturing? Do you guys remember when we played the last time? I know we're gonna play them again, but do you remember when we played Nancy Drew's Secret of the Old Clock? And it starts out with that narration voice because it takes place in 1930, and it's like the year 1930, the place, the road to Titusville. Like that's the voice that I'm picturing in my head.
Milo says Visser 1 is literally mother. Yes, Visser 1 is mother, and Visser 3 is their drag daughter.
Visser 1 voguing, yes. I also hate hot fruit and I don't like pie. Thank you. We're all in it. We're all in a group. We're all in a club.
The hot pie haters club.
Cake for the win.
Oh my god, these hiccups! I'm gonna friggin' hit my head against the wall because of these.
No, don't do that. Oh my goodness. Okay.
3 more chapters. 3 more.
3 more.
I hiccup.
I'm probably gonna need to tell the Sailor Moon fam that I'm gonna catch up tomorrow because that's not gonna happen tonight. This book is
good. You need to get sleep.
I do need to get sleep. I also have to do revisions for a project tonight before I go to bed, so that tomorrow Gabe can come over and we can read, and I don't have to be worried about not getting the revisions done.
Yes.
Chapter 22. They marched us down a hallway. Rachel, still in her huge elephant body, filled the hallway like our ant bodies had filled the tunnels in the sand. Tobias rode on my shoulder, unable to fly in the cramped space. The place we ended up was just like the bare, black steel prison we'd been held in on the Blade ship, but this time no window appeared. There was dim light that seemed to radiate from the ceiling, but nothing else at all. I slumped down in a corner. What's our time look like, Axe? Jake asked. You have only 30% of your time left. 36 minutes, Jake translated. 36 minutes, and I'll spend the rest of my life as an elephant, Rachel said. Not that the rest of my life is likely to be much time. For a while, everyone talked about various plans for escape. It was all just talk. We knew we were trapped. We knew it was over. We knew we were aboard the York mothership. It was huge. If we had a week to learn our way around, we'd still have been lost in its maze. There were hundreds, probably thousands, of armed Yerks, Hork-Bajir, Taxons, and a few other shapes we'd never seen before. And of course, humans, like my mother. My mother, Visser 1, most powerful of the Vissers. When had it happened? Had the Yerks taken her much earlier? Had she already been a controller for those last years? When she was with us? When she had come to my bedroom to say goodnight? Had that been a Yerk slug, just playing a part like an actor? When I tried to fake sick to get out of school, had it been a Yerk who saw through my story and kidded and joked me into admitting it? Was it a Yerk handing out the presents on Christmas morning? A Yerk singing in the church choir? A Yerk pulling the puppet strings of my mother's body when she dragged me through J.C. Penney's and made me buy a school clothes I didn't really like? Was it a Yerk I used to find making out with my dad like a teenager when they didn't think I saw them? Ugh.
Good for them. They got a healthy relationship. Life.
I wasn't expecting that.
Blanche Devereaux.
Oh God. All of it an act? All of it fake. For how many years? How much of what I'd thought was my mother had been one of them? One thing was sure, her death had been faked. The so-called drowning accident, nobody recovered. But the body had been recovered, hadn't it? The Yerk's mission had been accomplished. The invasion of Earth had been started. Visser 1 was leaving Earth in the hands of Visser 3, and so she had to disappear and not leave anyone asking questions.
I knew it.
There has to be something we can do, Rachel was saying. Axe said, my people have a saying, grace is the acceptance of the inevitable. Yeah? I said suddenly. Well, I don't accept. That's what they want. They want the entire human race to lie down and accept the inevitable. Jake turned his big yellow tiger eyes at me. I saw Tobias's eternally fierce glare. I stood up. I have a saying for you. I got it from a fortune cookie. Fall down 7 times, get up 8. You know what that means? That means you don't ever just lie there. You always get up. You always come back for more. You never surrender. Maybe you die, but you never surrender. They were all looking at me now through the eyes of a wolf, a hawk, a big sad and the big sad eyes of an elephant. Ants, I said. We can morph ants again. Cassie was shocked. You're saying that? You? I thought you hated those ant morphs as much as I did. I did, but it may work. We morph into ants. Maybe there's a crack here somewhere. We can escape into the walls and the machines. We can hide, then morph into something more dangerous, attack, and then disappear again. Maybe even find a way to destroy the Kendrona. That's nuts, Rachel said. I like it. At least we can hurt them a little before they catch up with us, Jake agreed cautiously. Except for Tobias. You have to do what's right for the group, Tobias said. I'll have to take my chances. I'll feel better knowing you guys were still out there somewhere making trouble for the Yeerks. It may work, Axe said. The Yeerks are not very familiar with morphing, except for Visser 3. They may not expect an insect morph. All right.
All right then.
All right then, said Jake. The door opened. It simply appeared silently in the wall. Standing there were 3 Hork-Bajir. They were wearing gold uniforms. Lying on the floor were 4 other Hork-Bajir. They were each uniformed in red. They were either dead or unconscious. Don't move, Jake snapped as he saw Rachel and me tensing up for a charge. The lead Hork-Bajir, a huge creature, maybe 8 feet tall, with head blades that were more than a foot long, eyed us. He spoke. It was surprising because he did not speak the usual strange mishmash of languages the Hork-Bajir used. This one sounded like he'd been educated at Harvard. The hallway goes that direction for 100 feet, he pointed to his left. Then comes a guard station where they will go 2 Hork-Bajir and a Taxon. From there, 4 hallways. Take the one furthest to your left. Follow it to a drop shaft. Take the drop shaft down 15 decks. Directly ahead of you, you will see an escape pod. He looked right at Rachel. You are too large in that morph to fit the escape pod. You will need to demorph when you get there. The pod is programmed to return to your planet in the same area where you were seized. The pod will then self-destruct. Do you understand? We all just stared. It's a trap, Tobias said. No, we're already trapped. They could kill us at any time, I said. Marco's right, Jake said. Why let us escape if they want to kill us? This was one of Visser 1's soldiers, Axe pointed out. It would be very embarrassing for Visser 3 if his prisoner should escape, no? Politics, Cassie said with a laugh. It's about politics. Visser 1 is making Visser 3 look bad. If we escape, it'll be blamed on Visser 3. You will have to deal with any of Visser 3's troops you encounter between here and the escape pod, the gold-clad Hork-Bajir said. Leave. Now. Axe? Jake asked. Only 15% of your morph time is left. That's about 18 minutes. Let's do it. Visser 1's troops turned and marched away. I'll go in front, Rachel said. Okay, and let's move, Jake said. Rachel squeezed her massive tonnage into the hallway. All right, now let's see who wants to try and stop me. 4 more pages.
It ain't a Deus Ex. Mila said this is a Deus Ex Machina. Nah, this is how it works sometimes. You know, sometimes people just don't want to see other people succeed, and they will undercut you.
It is a Deus Ex Machina, but it's a realistic one, I would say. Like,
yeah,
I fully believe. If you want me to believe anything, it's that politics prevail even in like an alien society.
She's like, oh, so you want to be Visser 1 then? Okay, well, we'll see about that.
Because we're all like, yeah, it's a Deus Ex Machina, but we're gonna allow it because we like it. That's basically what we're all saying.
You want to be Visser 1? Okay, then prepare to be undercut, because that's what's gonna happen.
I fully believe that.
We just see
Especially coming
Visser
from
one
this
just sipping her tea in her lounge, like, you know.
She's probably like watching from some kind of monitor, just like kicking back.
Yeah.
It is very funny. It's genuinely funny.
So petty, but so funny.
Okay. Whoomp, 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 whoomp. Rachel made the steel floor vibrate with each massive step. Her leathery sides scraped the corridor wall so that I could only catch occasional glimpses past her. The hallway was empty until we reached the guard station. Just as the concierge had said, Rachel didn't even slow down. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. I saw a flash of a Taxon foolishly running as if to cut her off. A few seconds later, I had to jump over the crushed remnants of the big centipede.
Yeah.
Hork-Bajir, Cassie yelled. He exploded out of the side corridor, a red uniformed Hork-Bajir. Swoosh! A razor-bladed arm sliced the air inches in front of my face. More coming, Tobias warned. Both directions, all of them in red. I can't turn around, Rachel moaned. She was too big, too tight to fit in the corridor to turn and help as if a dozen Hork-Bajir in Visser 3's livery came screaming onto the scene. I knew it couldn't be that easy, I said. Battle, Axe said, sounding like he was announcing a party. I just feel like, I just picture Axe with like the EDM, like the little... Yeah.
I'm saying.
Get ready to rumble! That's Axe. I felt the same way. I was ready. I was mad and tired of feeling helpless. The closest Hork-Bajir swung at me again and sliced a 6-inch long cut into the matted fur of my huge shoulders. That was all it took. Like I said, gorillas are peaceful, almost gentle creatures, but don't go making one angry, especially not when a boy who wants very badly to hurt some yerks is sharing space in the gorilla's head. Cried and swung. I cried and swung a fist at the first side. Wait, I cried and swung a fist the size of a cinder block into the stomach of the Hork-Bajir. I gave it all I had. I put every ounce of the gorilla's muscle into the blow. The Hork-Bajir was lifted clear up off the deck. His head slammed the ceiling. He was down and out of the game. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw another Hork-Bajir leap at Axe. The Andalite's tail flashed forward so fast I didn't even see it move. The Hork-Bajir staggered back, minus an arm forward. Wait.
Minus an arm. Good one, Axe.
Thank you. Well, good one, Axe. You as well. Haha. I decided right then I kind of liked Axe. Yeah. See, our children are getting along.
Yes, our children are getting along.
Jake yelled, keep moving. Left tunnel. Look for a drop shaft, whatever that is. The longer we stay here, the more of these guys are going to show up. Just then, right on cue, 2 more Hork-Bajir came up from behind us. You guys move. I'll deal with them, Jake said. The Hork-Bajir rushed us. Jake let loose with a roar that must have been heard from one end of the mothership to the other. It even scared me, and it sure made the Hork-Bajir hesitate. It was one of them.
She was on them.
Well, it was on them, sorry, thank you. While they were still thinking about what to do next. Hork-Bajir are very fast, but so are tigers. One Hork-Bajir was down with Jake sinking fangs into his snake-like neck. The other Hork-Bajir looked around, making sure that no one could see him, then decided he'd like to live. He kept his distance. Jake blocked away, but kept his face... Try that again. Jake backed away, but kept his face turned in the Hork-Bajir behind us. We trotted as fast as we could down the hallway, now a scene of devastation. It was like the ant tunnels. We could only try to escape. The longer we tried to fight, the more odds would turn against us. Suddenly, ah! Rachel! I heard Tobias cry. It's okay, I found the drop shaft. I am dropping. What is it? I asked. An elevator without a floor. An elevator without a floor, Rachel answered. Then I was there, at the edge of a long shaft that went down and down, maybe forever. Rachel already looked small, which was not easy for her to do. He said to stop after 15 levels, I reminded her. Yeah? And how do I know that? Think the number. It hears speech and understands simple thought speak commands, Axe instructed, then added, at least that's how it works on our ships. I'm slowing down. Cool. More Hork-Bajir came back here. More Hork-Bajir back here, and some of those other ones. The little wrinkled ones, Cassie yelled. They're coming fast. Here goes nothing, I said. I took a look down the drop shaft and jumped off into empty space. You know, if it hadn't been for the fact that I was just a few minutes from being trapped forever in a morph, and if there weren't a dozen or so walking salad shooters after me, it would have been fun. I fell, but not too fast. 15 levels, I thought, as floors zipped past me. 12 levels down, I plummeted past a human controller who was getting ready to step into the drop shaft. He had a very human look of total amazement on his face, possibly because, while standing there, he'd seen a flying elephant followed by a gorilla, a wolf, and an Andalite and a tiger. Hork-Bajir, coming fast, Tobias warned. I looked up in the shaft. A big Hork-Bajir warrior was gaining on us, but there was nothing I could do until he reached us. He's mine, Tobias said. He flared his wings, flapped hard, and was shooting back up the drop shaft toward the falling Hork-Bajir. Tobias' talons came forward, outstretched, and slashed the alien's eyes. Grrr! The Hork-Bajir clutched at his face. I guess he was too distracted to think about what floor he was heading to. He shot past us as we slowed to a stop on the 15th level. Hard floor under my feet again. A very good feeling. Rachel, you have to demorph, I reminded her. Already working on it, she said. She was shrinking even as she lumbered along. The escape pods! Ahead there! Axe cried. They were only a dozen feet from us. A few seconds more and we would make it. Rachel stumbled. She was half human, half elephant, a nightmare of pink and gray, with huge ears and human hair and fat arms and legs that had no feet. I reached down and swept her up with my powerful arms. She was still large, maybe 300 pounds, but not too much for me to carry. We reached the door of the escape pod. It closed behind us as we wedged our oversized bodies inside. Axe! Time! Jake yelled. 5% of the time remaining. 6 minutes! Morph out! There was a surge as the escape pod ejected from the underside of the Yerk ship. My dense black fur was already starting to disappear by the time the pod rotated. I could see Earth below. Earth! And as the tiny ship turned, I could see the Yerk mothership. It was kind of a joke now, I thought. The Yerk mothership. My mother on the Yerk mothership. Ha ha! Before I became fully human again, before I lost the ability to thought speak, I had to return to words spoken out loud, I said, Jake. Yeah, Marco? No one ever finds out. No one can ever know. Okay, Marco, he said. My mother died 2 years ago tomorrow. That's how it will be, my friend. Yeah, but someday, somehow, in some way that I could not foresee, we would win this battle. Humans and Andalites together would defeat the Yerks, and we would free all of their slaves. All of them. Someday, I whispered again. Someday, Marco, Jake said.
I just imagine Phineas and Ferb. You know how like they make those things? They'd make an elevator without a floor. Oh, you just use your mind, Candace. And then you have somebody like just some random cutaway of somebody inside the building. And then you just see Perry using the floorless elevator.
Building a tidal wave, creating nanobots. That's exactly what they would do.
Hey, Candace. Oh, you are so busted. Mom, Phineas and Ferb created an office space without an elevator.
Oh, there you are, Perry.
Uh-huh. That's nice, Candace.
And so many more. Though not sure what to do if they ever morph aliens. Oof. I feel like you need a sound effect for each main battle morph. Hawk Screech. I need to add it. I keep meaning to, and every week I tell myself I'm going to do it by next week. I need to actually take some time and do it. I might actually work on that while Gabe's taking his turns reading tomorrow. So I have something to do with my ADHD brain. Born when this came out. I wouldn't know about back in the day because I wasn't born. When did these books start being published?
I believe like right 5.
95, yeah, so. Yeah.
Let me double check.
I wasn't born either.
Let's see.
Buttons. I feel like you.
Animorphs.
Yes. I really do want to have a bunch of sound effects so that as we're reading, we can almost do it like an old-timey radio show where it's just like you got the soundboard going. I think that would be very fun.
I was off by a year. June 1996.
June 1996. So I was not born yet. I was 6
I was
months away
born.
from being born. I was 6 months away from being born.
I was 6 months old.
Yeah, you're almost exactly a year older than me, but we were born the same year because you're literally
same
like,
year.
What did you say?
January 11th.
Yep, and I'm December 23rd, so like right at the beginning, right at the end.
Mm-hmm. Last chapter.
We got it. One more page. I guess there's no such thing as a nice graveyard. I find graveyards to be kind of peaceful. But that's just me, Marco. But the place where my mom is remembered is as nice as it can be. The grass is green, there's a tree nearby, it's always very quiet, you can smell flowers. I hate going there. Very understandable. My dad stood for a long time looking down at the white marble headstone. It has my mom's name, the day she was born, the day she died, and a message that says, no wife, no mother was ever more loved or more deeply missed. My dad and I stood a few feet apart. We didn't say anything. We both just kind of cried. You probably wouldn't think I was the kind of guy who would cry. Everybody cries, Marco. It's okay. Mostly I don't. Mostly I make jokes about things. It's better to laugh than to cry, don't you think? I do. Even when the world is scary and sad, especially when the world is scary and sad, that's when you need to laugh. 2 years, my dad said. It surprised me. Yeah, I said, 2 years. He took a deep breath, like it was hard for him to breathe. Look, Marco, I've been thinking. Yes? I haven't been a very good father to you. It wasn't a question, so I didn't say anything. Your mom, he had to stop for a moment to get his voice under control. Your mom would not be happy about the way that I've been these last 2 years. What could I say? I decided to say nothing. Anyway, I talked to Jerry the other day. Jerry was his old boss, back when he had a regular job. My dad shrugged. I guess we have to live, huh? I mean, we can't, another heavy breath. Your mom wouldn't want us to give up, would she? Anyway, I'm going in Monday to talk to Jerry about getting back to work, See if I still remember how to even turn on computers.
Let's go, responsibility.
Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go, personal acceptance of responsibility.
Character growth.
Yeah, let's go, acceptance of responsibility than taking care of your children.
Acknowledgement of mistakes and conscious change. Let it go.
That's why these parents are way better than Babysitter's Club parents and Goosebumps parents.
Goosebumps parents would never, ever apologize to their kid. Like,
it's giving maturity for me. It's giving parenting for me. It's giving personal accountability and showing your son that you must live in the world for me.
It was a big thing, a big decision. I guess what I should have done was run over to give him a hug and tell him I was proud of him. I was proud of him, but that's not me. Oh, Dad, you never could figure computers out, especially games. He stared at me with his blank eyes I had seen for the last 2 years. Then suddenly, he laughed. You punk kid. I've forgotten more about computers than you ever knew. Oh, right. So why did I always kick your butt whenever we played Doom?
Doom is a single-player game, Marco.
I let you win. I made an extremely rude noise. Yeah? How about if we just go home and play some so I can show you how totally wrong you are? I couldn't stop him from giving me a hug. I guess I don't mind all that much. We walked away from my mother's gravestone, the stone that marked the death of a woman who was not dead. I raised my eyes up to the sky, the blue sky of Earth, my home. She was probably gone from the mothership now, off to some other corner of the galaxy. But wherever she was, no matter how far, I would find her someday. Right,
I think the extremely rude noise Marco made was a fart.
Probably. Or just like a, I don't know. I can't do that.
A raspberry? Then it would have said raspberry, no?
Maybe.
5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. Just right off the bat, 5 out of 5.
Yeah, I do kind of like Marco now.
See, I told you. He is my child.
Mrs. Applegate is definitely not a gamer and just looked up gaming magazine once to figure out what people play. She did, and that's okay. Honestly, that's
like,
fine.
I too also like The Doomed.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Yes. How do you mortal a combat?
Maybe they like, I don't know, maybe they like take turns playing and like brag about who does that. I don't know.
No, I think Marco kind of like would be like freaking funny in that he gives his dad a controller, like, oh, come play Doom with me.
And
knowing his dad
doesn't. Controller does nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, his controller wouldn't be plugged in. Oh, I win.
That was good. The past we're 5 books in. 4 and 5 have been my favorites so far as like story progression. Those have been fun.
See, I told you like Marco by the time it was book.
Yeah.
My son. My prodigal son. My son.
Look at our children being friends.
Yeah, look at our children being friends. Look at my child progressing as a human.
I mean, he is a kid. He is a kid, right? So he's like stupid behavior. You kind of want to see him grow.
He's a tween. He's 13.
Yeah. True. We're reading so many different series where the kids are all different ages slightly, so I can never remember where we are.
The California Diaries, all the girls are in 8th grade, so they're like 13.
Yeah, California Diaries and this, I believe everybody's the same age. It varies in Goosebump books. They're older, obviously, when we get into like the teen detective world of books, and then Monoland was 15, so it's all a little bit different. I used to my sister LMAO, give her the player 2 controller, but not set up a player 2, and be like, no, that's you're playing, and point the CPU.
I know, that's what I did when I babysat my sister's kid, like, because one of them's like 3, and my niece is, she's like 10. So I brought over the Wii a few times, and so I'd give him the controller that doesn't work. So that way you feel like he's playing.
One time to my brother when he was really little, and then like got in mad trouble for it, and like had to have a talk about like honesty, sportsmanship.
All right then, but yes, 5 out of 5.
That was a good one.
Would read again. The only book I've said so far would read again.
On Goodreads, but I will log that we finished reading it, so it'll go on our red bookshelf. I love moving books from the want to read to the red bookshelf. It's so satisfying.
Yeah. The next one is called The Capture. It shows Jake as a fly. Next week.
Then we get another Rachel one, and then we get this is 7.5. This is Megamorphs 1.
Yes, the season 1 mid finale. The mid-season finale.
I absolutely love that you got these like right from the creators, so they are all in order. Like they're all exactly where they need to be. Like all the
this is the mid-season finale.
I love that we don't have to like continuously look up. That's wonderful.
And then the Andalite Chronicles is the season finale.
That's a funny OG. My mom was also big. My mom used to always say, "I can forgive anything you say except for lying. I can't forgive a lie." You couldn't be dishonest to my mom. She would at least be easy on you if you were like, "Mom, I did something I shouldn't have." But if she found out that you were lying to her,
my mom was the other way. I'd be like, my mom went to the school of, "Do you promise not to yell at me?" Okay, fine. I broke. What? I told you not to.
No,
but you said you would.
That's my mom too, and that's I think most people's moms. But like, she would at least be like afterwards, after she like rips you a new one, she'd be like, "I'm proud of you for telling the truth." If you came to her, if you did not, and she found out that you were just lying, she would not let you. She'd be like, "I'm very disappointed," and then you'd be like, "Oh, that's worse. That's bad."
All right, then. So that was that. Next week, we'll be reading that California Diaries, Amalia's book. I'm bracing myself for that because we get more of James.
Oh God. Yeah. Thursday.
Megamorphs is big and everyone narrates. Yes, they do.
I wonder if we'll need 2 streams for the Megamorphs. Like
44 chapters.
Yeah, we might. We'll see how it goes.
Let's see. Let me open it up in Lumen, the free app designed with Google in mind.
Call us Lumen. We will take the sponsorship. Just email us. We both have emails in our public description.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me see how many it is on a 150% zoom in.
It's also worth noting that it took us incredibly longer than it should have to do this one because we had so many.
But that's weird because it's like, oh yeah, we do have the tech go sometimes, but I'm just like, it's just so weird because it's the same length as like Tobias and Cassie's books. But yeah, this one took us longer.
Yeah, it's just the tech stuff. If we get a week where we can just get right into reading and beat the tech ghost
99.
Yeah, we could probably do it if we don't have tech problems and if we can just stay on top of it.
Okay, let's see how many. Okay, so we have Jake, Rachel, Marco, Jake, Tobias, and okay, I get to be Axe, and Marco, and Jake.
I'm so here for Axe getting to narrate. I'm just waiting for it. Daylight Chronicles is one of my favorite books in the series, so I'm excited for us to get to it in like 10 weeks, lol. Yeah, Christopher, we're reading them in the order because Daniel has shared a file where he legally got all of the books. Wasn't it just like K. Applegate was giving them away like during quarantine?
It was in an article, and the link, which I'm sure it's still active, links to a Dropbox, so that way you can download them in a zip format.
Yeah, so that's how we're reading them because we both have access. So in this zip format, they are organized in the order of the chronological order. So we're reading them that way because that's like the recommended reading order, I guess.
Okay, so you'll do Rachel and Cassie and Tobias.
Okay.
And I get to do Jake, Marco, and Axe.
All right.
But that's not till later, so it's still up in the air on who gets what part.
Axe gets the books ending in 8. I love that there's multiple books ending in 8 because that's how many books of this series there are.
Wait, what?
Somebody said, Christopher said Axe gets the books ending in 8.
Oh. So yeah, book 8, then he gets book 18.
Totally fair. We're not making any we're not taking any sides on which way you're supposed to read it. We're just reading it this way because that's the recommended way in this particular Dropbox file. So I think the first Megamorphs is listed as 7.5, so it's like 7, and then between 7 and 8.
28. It kind of breaks off at 28, or actually, no, I lied, because it's Tobias turning into. I don't know. It's some weird. Never mind. Oh yeah. I was just looking at 2 of them at the same time, and my brain got crosswired.
They're best read in specific order so the plot makes sense. Yeah. I'm very much a person where I need to read things I need to see things and read things in order so I can see it like build off of itself. It's why I'm always like my brother and I have always been annoyed about this with Star Wars because it is pretty almost impossible, not impossible, but it's close to impossible to see it all in order at this point. And I'm just like, that makes it so hard. But yeah.
So next week, number 6, more of my funny fanfic.
Yes, that'll be great. I'll let you guys go since it's after 2.
And then this Tuesday we have a fanfic dropping on.
Yes, we do. I'm excited for that one.
So good night, sleep tight, don't let the yerks in your brains at night.
Don't let the yerks in your brain. But
at night.
At night. Right. In the daytime it's fair game. But yeah, we'll see you guys later. Thank you for hanging out through all the craziness. Hopefully we'll have less problems next week.
Yep.
Yeah.